Only a reasonable explanation would be a war. Nuclear devastation or bacteriological holocaust. Bacteriological holocaust. Virus stomach.
Our tissues definitely do a massive
Nuclear devastation or bacteriological holocaust. Bacteriological holocaust.
How long would a man live if all disease were erased?
auction, pumping and dumping, manipulate the market, flooded from the darknet, flooded from the deep web, keep it a secret. Every exchange got the nerdy brains trading on the frequent.
Breaking news today, the long-running hacker convention DEFCON has been canceled. 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 We have breaking news today.
Hello everyone, just giving us a couple of seconds to just check the audio here. And for some reason that's not updating, but at least the audio is working. Hang on one moment. It is never a DEFCON unless there are technical difficulties. There we go. Let's try, that's why, phone. It's the phone itself. It's always the phone. Let's try this. We're gonna stop casting and then we're going to cast again. I might send out another test message just to make sure everything's streaming properly. Okay, everything's streaming properly. Hello everyone out there on the interwebs. This is once again DEFCON 201's co-founder, Sidepocket. Again, I'm one of the two co-founders of DEFCON 201. We are a computer hacker group that meets every third Friday of the month. This upcoming meeting is actually going to be next week. Sorry, 2 weeks from now. I keep forgetting we have a break because when we started streaming Hope, I kept thinking it was August, but no, 2 weeks from now, and that will be on August 21st, third Friday of the month as usual. But in addition, we stream a bunch of shows, including this show, which I'll explain in a moment. But if you want to find out more about us, you can go to our website, defcon201.org, and there's also all this other social media below, such as our Twitter at defcon201nj and defcon201 and most things. If you go to our website, and all of our social media is on to the right side, I'll show that later. So, for all those who don't know out there, and hi, welcome to everyone from DEFCON. First of all, I love lurkers, but I also love chatting in chat. So, how is everyone's DEFCON safe mode so far? That's the question that I'm going to be asking. So, this is Crypto Barons. You know that because unlike Master of Unlocking, I have my blockchain here, which is provided courtesy of Caesar. Hi, abstract underscore CT. Welcome to the stream. And this is going to be the last, by the way, that you will see of the COVID facial hair. Unfortunately, I was going to have a lot more prepared, but I slept most of the day. I was up so long last night, particularly for GothCon, that yeah, I slept through a lot of things, unfortunately. And now I'm up doing this, and I'm going to be checking out even more DEFCON and stuff that I missed. But we're going to have a very eventful episode, because this is Crypto Barons. Crypto Barons is, which is why I'm wearing the blockchain provided by Caesar, is where it happens every, let me check, because normally it's supposed to happen every second to every fourth Sunday, but yeah, no, it's now every other Sunday, opposite of Master of Unlocking, the other show. So the next one's probably going to be, yeah, the next, let's see here. Oh, this is interesting. We might have to balance out, so this might be a special edition of Crypto Barons here, basically, because normally we're supposed to have it on the 15th and the 29th, but now the way it's lined up, next week is going to look like a lot of stuff, so we'll probably have an extra Crypto Barons on the 15th, but this episode, episode 5, so I guess we're now screwed up the number ordering, is we look at blockchain and cryptocurrency technologies. But unlike a lot of places where my frustration is where you look up like blockchain and cryptocurrencies, and what you hear is all the snake oil stuff. You hear the sales pitches, you hear the speaker talks, the white papers, the slide decks, and just all the scams and terribleness out there. We like to focus on the actual technology side of it, how it's built, how it's coded, what the code looks like, how it runs, how's the network set up, features inside of the blockchain itself, how the blockchain is implemented, etc. We do look a bit about markets and sometimes markets and community, and we're going to be actually looking at a lot of community stuff today. But if you want a good summary here, basically we look at the actual coding of and tech of the blockchain itself and all the different technologies around it. And we've been up to episode 5. Now, normally this is the show, even though I'm pretty sure there's going to be technical difficulties at some point, where every time we try to show coding examples, we do it live, and the demo gods definitely are not on our side when we do. Also in chat, let everyone know if you can hear us fine. So, if you don't know, if you are living under a rock out there in the hacker world, or in the, what do you call it? I'm going to lower the microphone just a tad. There we go. Out there in the world of the crypto blockchain, you're in a bit of competition, because there's also the crypto and privacy village, where crypto actually means something. But no, I digress. This week starting this Thursday up until tomorrow night is DEFCON. So like with Hope 2020, which you probably also saw us cover, DEFCON couldn't do the in-person thing, so they had to technically cancel DEFCON 28. However, because of that, they decided to go all virtual, and they made a special version of DEFCON online called DEFCON Safe Mode, where they have a bunch of talks, and there's a crazy Discord, and we've been streaming each day. We're going to do a big stream tomorrow at some point. I'm going to smooch the time earlier so we can check out more things. But yeah, it's just been really, really awesome. Again, even though I slept through chunks of it, I'm really glad, for example, that most of the talks are on YouTube and stuff, so we're able to catch some things. It's been pretty nuts out there. So, let's get to this. So, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be checking out all the different blockchain and cryptocurrency technologies going on, not only at DEFCON Safe Mode, but also a little bit about the past in DEFCON, because there's been some big origins in blockchain technology at DEFCON. I just want to say again that if you like this content, and we're going to get into the content very shortly, you can click that bell or click follow, like, and subscribe. We actually had a bunch of people follow us leading up to this, so I'm going to quickly check that, and then later on I'm also going to check our D-Live and our YouTube. If you're on D-Live, share lemons, because at the end of this episode we're going to distribute whatever lemons we've received so far. So if you're on D-Live, which is dlive.tv, you'll be able to see that. So I just want to shout out, because you missed these, a shout out to, let's see how far back we can go, Nitek, Shikura1, True Blue Fan, J Guys, I love these usernames, Daramosan, this is like a spelling contest, Cialis Cutter, ooh, he must have stuff lasting more than 4 hours, Dr. Watt, and Lone Wolf. Thank you all for following us on this special edition of Crypto Barons. So, without further ado, I'm going to do the usual shrink myself, and for once I'm also going to move myself over, so we're going to get a full screen. I'm actually going to do another redesign of this sort of layout, because I really like this layout, but I want to change something in it. But let's shrink ourselves first. Let's go. As you can see, that is our website. That is the website that, if you call our DEFCON groups panel, you will know that Cell has designed this website. It works with no scripting. There's no JavaScript or anything. We don't have cookies or tracking ads or anything like that. And you can find us at defcon201.org. That's always the start page for this episode. So I'm going to do a little bit of hydration squad, and let's begin. So as you can see with the amount of tabs open, actually I forgot to put this into full screen mode. There we go. We're going to have a lot to cover this episode. Now I'm going to kind of give you the game plan. My goal, because we do have enough content for this, is we're going to try to stream until, I'm going to try to do enough content on camera until 10. And then once 10 hits, we're actually going to watch, if I time this correctly, the live recording of the EFF panel. If not, we'll end the stream early. We're going to raid one of the many channels on Twitch. and then later on, and we'll intro out with some music, and then we're going to host a different channel, so it's going to be pretty cool. But yeah, this is our website, defcon21.org. If you go and you click the news section and go to our blogs, we've been creating a whole bunch of blogs for all the different conventions, because this is basically Hacker Summer Camp month. Originally, back when we were supposed to do this all in person, it was supposed to be a week. It literally went Hope, B-Sides Las Vegas, Black Hat USA, and DEF CON and everyone else. But as you know, COVID-19 and Trump's Gestapo happened. So everything sort of went into like an online, hangout mode, virtualization, that type of crap. And because of that, we thought Hacker Summer Camp was going to be like a crazy week and a half, and now it's basically a crazy month. As you can see with these links here, we started off with Hope 2020 last Friday. So like almost 2 weeks ago, and in that time RightsCon also happened, Black Hat USA, which I'm still checking pieces at, the awesome workshops at Ring Zero, and now what's going on right now is DEFCON Safe Mode. And we have to do a little bit of updates after this stream, and we constantly update our social media such as our Twitter and Instagram, but you will be able, we made this guide, and it's been really popular because just like our guides 2 years ago, this pretty much has every single thing you need to know about DEFCON Safe Mode. It has the schedule, it has where the live streams are, where the chats are, it explains the whole system if you have no idea what Discord is, because Discord is insanely confusing. It teaches you all this stuff here. This is our stream schedule here. We have a DEFCON's Groups Village this year, which we were into earlier yesterday. We did a talk there. You should definitely check them out. We were restreaming them earlier, and it's in VR and everything. It's awesome. We have all sorts of events and contests. There's the main CTF that's going on that we'll rehost later. I do know from Bia Scilab is one of our earliest people who had came to DEFCON 201 back when it started in 2017, and she's doing this secure open vote challenge where you need to remotely hack a voting machine, and she said so far no one has actually cracked it yet, despite people trying. So you go to our guide, you go to the target server, which is at HACKSOV.com, and try to hack that, because you'll be able to win prizes from Hackaday. EFF is doing all sorts of stuff. Yeah, like I said with the timing, so 8, 9, 10, so at 10 p.m. there's going to be the Ask the EFF, kind of like what they did at Hope, but this time it'll be at DEF CON, and we're going to try to live stream that. We're at the trivia contest last time. And of course there's 8 million villages, and we're going to check out many of these. We're 2 of these villages today, major ones, and there's all sorts of parties and events going on. There's DJ sets. GothCon was amazing last night. There was just all sorts of cool things. The Blanket Fort Con still going on. We're probably going to restream Hacker Jeopardy tonight. We're going to also get into some demo labs and some really cool talks. And this is the main website for DEFCON Safe Mode, and it has a lot of stuff here. This is actually, well, let's go to the home page. This is the actual home page. There's an artwork contest they recently announced, but there's also kind of the schedule here, and I'm going to scroll down a little bit here. Hopefully I can find this. Let me, so yeah, unlike we're going to look at some code, but, there we go. We're going to look at some code and stuff as best as we can, but I do want to mention that, whatchamacallit, that we, this is going to be a very relaxed episode. Again, we're going to do a whole tour of all the blockchain stuff, and we're going to get into this in a moment. I just need to do some math here. So, 1, so that was 1, 2, 3, 4. Unfortunately, we missed the Q&A, but maybe they have it archived, but we'll find out. Speaking of archive, this is kind of Twitch right now, and I'm actually going to refresh this again. Everything's been blowing up, and again, if anyone has any questions or if I'm going too fast or you're getting confused, let me know, and we're gonna do more of an in-depth tour. So, we follow a lot of different streams. We follow Woke. Project Melody is absolutely hilarious. We're trying to do something cool with them, but almost every single hacker thing that you can think of is on Twitch TV right now. It's all on Twitch and Discord. It's driving us crazy. The Red Team Village is going. That's why I'm happy you guys are watching this. Thank you, because Red Team Village is going right now. DEFCON Music, the IoT Village is doing some workshops here. The Crypto Village is online. Tool is running, which I should probably check out at some point. Even Chelsea Manning's streaming right now. The car hacking village is up. The lockpicking village is running. The CTF is displaying their stuff here. The voting village has talks going on right now. DCTV is still showing their weird LSD type stuff as before. Our friend Vi is trying to figure out Arch Linux to figure something out. But again, we have the DEFCON Groups Village. JN VR is streaming some awesome music, as well as Hacks for Kids for the kids, because unfortunately DEFCON Roots Asylum's canceled this year, so Hacks for Kids kind of stepped up and is doing a live stream. It's just, everything is nuts right now. And we're going to check some bits in a minute here, because I just want to, because we are going to look at different villages. And for those who don't know, because I have it on mute, DEFCON is all in Discord this year. And this is one of the villages we're going to check out. We're actually going to stop by there in a moment. But before we get into all stuff, I want to check out some quick news first. This is going to be one of the first things. And there was a thing by the EFF. Again, this is sort of tying into, again, at 10 p.m. We're going to watch the EFF. It's not going to be related to cryptocurrency, but it's about privacy and security, and everyone has the right and should know and care about their privacy and security on the internet, which is this thing. And I haven't read this yet. I just saw the headline. It says, "No to blockchain credentials of COVID-19 test results for entry to public spaces." That is one heck of a title. And while I go to that, I'm just going to quickly go into DLive or DLive and see if anyone followed us real quick, because it usually pops up. So, because we don't have the pop-ups for DLive at the moment, so we're still working on that. So no one's followed us yet, but again, if anyone's watching us on DLive, send us lemons, because we're going to log into DLive later on, and we're going to share whatever lemons we have near the end. We're actually, you know what? We'll try to share lemons right before the EFF panel, and then we'll try to do it again at the end if they didn't distribute, and then we'll call it a day. So yeah, so EFF shared this article about apparently blockchain credentials for COVID-19. Let's see. An ill-conceived California, hence the logos, and of course padlocks are some of the worst security. An ill-conceived Californian bill endorses a blockchain-based system that would turn COVID-19 test results into permanent records that could be used to grant access to public spaces. Oh God. So if you don't know, in China, you know, where Winnie the Pooh runs, he's enemies with the annoying orange that has the Gestapo right now. He, in China, they have an actual, for years, even back in ancient times, they've had like a sort of like social crediting system, but they've recently, through WeChat and a bunch of the major tech companies, like Tencent, have, and QQ, have basically turned that system into a real credit system. So if you ever saw, there's a Black Mirror episode where everyone has like a 5-star Amazon rating, and you lose public favor and access to privileges of different things in your life and rights as a human being, depending on how people rate you. They literally have that in China right now, digitized. And apparently this Californian bill is doing something similar with COVID-19. EFF and ACLU oppose California AB 2004. The newest version of this bill would create a pilot program for using, quote, verifiable health credentials, this should be in the biohacking village, to report COVID-19 and other medical test results. The bill defines such a credential as a, quote, portable electronic patient record, oh boy, that sounds creepy, for which authenticity can be independently verified cryptographically. The bill's fact sheet, which I'm going to open up independently, explains that the credentials, quote, use blockchain technology, I wonder what chain they're using, to create a provable health, I can't speak today, provable health record for purpose of travel, returning to employment, immunization status, and so on. These 3 rounds of the official bill analysis provide the same explanation. This is some scary crap. Let's see. This is a heavy privacy concern. No one should have to unlock their phone and expose their health information or to gain entry to their office, school, or neighboring market. Medical test results are poor fit for public ledgers. First, per the recommendations, California blockchain working group, which I guess I'll check in a moment. The quote, most critical question when considering adopting blockchain technology is whether a quote permanent record is even warranted. Here, it's clearly not. A person's COVID-19 status may change from day to day, and the tests are often hard to come by. The system could unfairly punish those who can't afford to be tested nearly consistently. Second, while verifiable credentials might make sense for reporting a binary fact, such as whether a person is 21, medical tests come with strong caveats and significant margins of error. For example, some COVID-19 diagnostic studies have a false negative rate as high as 20 or 30%. The science behind testing for COVID-19 immunity is even less settled. According to the CDC, we do not know how much protection COVID-19 antibodies may provide or how long that protection lasts. This nuance is lost when a test result is turned into a credential. In short, the bill is a blockchain solution in search of a problem, and COVID-19 is a problem that will not be easily solved. Worse, the bill would take a troubling step towards which I said, a national identification system. It would habituate people to present a digital token as a condition to entry to physical spaces, and habitual gatekeepers that demand such digital tokens. Such a system could be expanded to track every occasion that the person is presented in their digital token and to prove other pieces of personal information like age, pregnancy, or HIV status. Further, such systems would create a new information security problems where people hand their unlocked phones to gatekeepers and create new social equity problems given 1 in 5 people don't have a smartphone, even including in America, because we're basically a third world country of first world money. So the EFF proposed this bill, and yeah, this is definitely a huge problem. Again, they have a similar system in China, it's just not blockchain related, and now they're trying to codify it here. So there's like an entire PDF fact sheet here. Let's see, the COVID-19, despite California, Dr. Fauci, California must adopt new tools and technologies, encourage responsible and informed actions, blah, blah, blah. So let's see, so their problem is, they have 3 points here. They provide a relying party that the source of their healthcare record is from a trusted licensed healthcare worker, provide a tamper evidence credential ensuring that even if a test result from a trusted issuer was altered, it would be evident to the relying party and therefore invalid, retain true ownership of their healthcare data. I like how they're spinning this towards that, like, you somehow ownership, when this is really like kind of be done to a third party, because again, it's an outside blockchain solution. This is, by the way, you contact them. Michael Maggie is the one who prevented this fact sheet, and there's his number. I'm doxing him right here. It's public information, so let's see. AB 2000 Office Solution, verifiable health credentials, So they don't, I don't think they list, I'll have to look at the blockchain group, but they don't list the type of blockchain technology. But I do agree. I used to work in the medical industry, and I can tell you right now that there's already medical systems to do your documents. There have been for like years now, for like decades, many years, even before digital stuff. Just endless fact-keeping records, and they're all observed by the DEA and various United States health organizations. We don't need a blockchain solution for this because you can already, basically, you already have a paper trail. This is literally like the way how like Google basically invents a problem and moseys their way in to provide technology in order to shove their stuff into places they don't need. And again, because of the way this blockchain, a blockchain would be a cryptographic kind of near permanent record. And by the way, I like how they said, even though, again, blockchains are tamper resistant, unless we know the type of chain and how it's set up, and even then, let's say they base it on like Monero or just something, right? There are still hacks such as like the 51% hack and the, what do you call it, a denial of payment system, which even though this is not a coin or a payment, you could still use on the chain itself, manipulation of Genesis blocks, etc. Never mind the reversing of wallets, pwning phones in order to access the wallet. That I'm saying wallet because this would be the interface for these medical records. And the amount of ransomware that would go around if such a hack happened. I mean, you saw what happened when one admin on Twitter got drunk, said his password was 12345, and then it just took over the entirety of Twitter. Now imagine that happening with the United States medical system with medical records for everybody. That, like, and Commander just said, blockchains have no real integrity without a miner pool. Yes, that's another issue too, is that there are miningless chains, but yeah, that would be an issue too, is that without, again, the ledger's supposed to check itself, you're supposed to be able to spin up stuff, and if without that, this is basically Facebook Libra all over again. And Commander just wrote, because if the chain isn't growing, yeah, you could rewind it just by Remining. Yeah, there's just so many issues with this, and that's why I agree with the EFF. So that's the California legislative. There's all the issues. There's like a, let's see, I'm just going through this blockchain in California, a roadmap. This is a huge document. Blah blah blah, blah 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 blah. I'm gonna have to read this later, unfortunately, but let's see, because this is all like the legal formalities. Do you want to get me on call, discuss? I can try to do that. Just give me a moment here, because I just want to quickly check what we're going to jump to next. Yeah, and this is the real ID system. Because I do want to close out the topic, and it would be great to have you on here, and Commander. I just want to double check, and I also just want to double check the time. Okay, I can have you on for a brief bit, so I'm going to unmute the Discord here, and we're going to go in, and I'm going to, that's the group. I'm going to send a message. So yeah, if you can hop on, the Disc of Chords and send me a call, I should be able to hear it. So if you hear little beeps in the background, I normally have, I have the tab open so you guys can see it, but I usually have it muted. Here we go. So give me one moment. I just want to make sure that your stuff's coming through here. Okay, one moment.
On Discord.
Yeah, one moment. I'm changing that. Give it a second.
Oh, wait a minute. I think I know what's wrong. Hold on.
Yeah.
Let me see here.
Also the thing is that
is the problem
because I'm live streaming.
Oh, the audio is going to the right place.
Yeah. So we might have a bit of.
Okay, I'm just watching you.
Yeah, we might have a bit of a delay because basically the microphone's
you debug in real time.
Being used on OS. Yeah.
Click.
Just watch
icon at the top.
Wait, hold on.
Mute. Here we go. Test.
So I'm just sending this out to him.
It shouldn't matter. OBS using the mic should not matter. What you have to do is go up to the. I can hear you. It shouldn't matter. OBS.
Okay. Because I hear you reflecting. So hold on. There we go. Does that work? It just work? Okay. I hear you reflecting. Hold on. Did it work? Hello.
Testing? Nope, you're still not having audio.
Give me a moment here.
It unmuted, but I don't hear anything. You're not going green either. Check pulse. PAVU control. Wait, why am I typing? You can hear me. If you click the little arrow next to the microphone, you make sure you're on the right input device. Mute. Let's see. Those aren't you. This one. Right, so no audio. Check your other devices. Nope. Okay, output device. For it to use your mic up in the corner by the URL bar. Let's see here. Second icon. If you click on it, it should give you. You can set permissions. You're right there. You should be able to click on those. Guess not. See, I can't hear his audio because I had to mute it on Twitch, although I know it's echoing onto Twitch. So I'm watching his video, and I'm just basically inferring what Sidepocket is.
basically, can you deal with the lag? And
I can deal with the lag.
There's a couple of
The
seconds.
problem is I
and,
hear
yeah,
myself and then I start echoing.
I understand. I think we can put up with that because this will be brief. So, what did you want to say? I think we can put up with that because this will be brief. So, what did you want to say?
Well, the biggest problem with blockchain using it in an authentication thing is that the chain itself. Sorry, I had to mute myself. The problem with using blockchain for authenticating data is that a chain is basically a series of entries going back to the Genesis node. Unless you can rewrite a chain and it would look no different than a normal mine one, unless there's some sort of encryption or authentication add to it. Blockchain in a lot of ways is very much good for one thing, and that's underlying cryptocurrency, and I really find limited uses for it in other places. I hate to put it like that, but it's probably one of the most overhyped technologies. All right, let me unmute myself.
I do agree with the overhyped part. This is to me one of those things where basically they're throwing like the term blockchain around without like saying what it is, and like they're just basically throwing a technology without, and just we'll figure out the details later. And even though I have found use cases, and in future episodes of Crypto Barons, we're going to look at those use cases, especially with something as sensitive as this. This is not one of them. Just waiting for N Commander. Does he exist? I think I lost him. But I'm glad he got to say that. I'm going to actually end the call now with him. And thank you, N Commander, for that. Next time, we'll probably just do it through my phone because it'll probably be a lot easier.
I forgot to unmute.
Yeah.
Oh. Don't. No.
No, I'm in here. I'm on here. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. Go. 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 I'm in here. I'm on here. I'm here.
Okay.
Go.
Okay. What I was saying was, so the thing is that for most uses of blockchain, though, there's usually another solution that is less painful, and has less downsides and less hype. I mean, I hate to say this, but the biggest, a better word of a tech conference is when someone says the word blockchain. I mean, I hate to say this.
No, I completely agree. Again, like we said with the medical records, there's a whole thing about like paper trail, and so there's already medical record systems in place, and if any part of it is broken in the medical record system, and I'm actually going to move back to the EFF page just so that we can visualize this, is that if there's anything broken with the current system, it's just because there's actual policy and possibly tech because of policy issues that need to be fixed internally, not like staple another solution that doesn't have any business to belong in there, especially with how vague this is written out. Like, I think if they had like a more comprehensive sort of thing there, then what just happened? More comprehensive sort of whatchamacallit, I just lost my train of thought. No, if they had a more comprehensive like thing where they explain like what type of chain, if it is a rewrite, how it would work, like even in a terrible Libra situation, I would at least get it. But they're basically at the snake oil stage where they're just using the word blockchain, not explaining it. Never mind that, just the idea of, we already have, at least in Jersey City, the tablets that don't store your data supposedly, because we've been looking into that and like doing the temperature scans, and to me that's like more than enough for entryways to buildings, including government buildings. We don't need an entire like permanent record system that not only could be flaky just because of COVID testing, but also can again be expanded to what we currently have in China with like a global rating ID system where everyone becomes their own Amazon product. So I will say I'm going to leave you some space on Commander to say anything else real quick, and then after you say that I'm going to end that call, and then I'm going to continue on with the episode. And if I have you on later, I will put you on the phone. So any thoughts before I end the call? putting you on the phone. So, any thoughts before I end the call?
Well, a lot of the cases that you've outlined for where blockchain could be used is more true of Meikle trees in general, which is basically the underlying data structure that a blockchain has. The blockchain really is denoted by people, multiple miners amending it, while a Meikle tree has one source of authority recording to it. Specifically, that's how technologies like certificate transparency are implemented. So, maybe it's because the term blockchain has been overloaded, and this is why overloading your parameters is a bad thing. C++ note. But it really, I feel like I need to do an entire DEFCON 201 discussion on these are the data structures that you should have learned in school but didn't. And then every time Neo speaks, I smack him.
Okay, I think that's a perfect note to end this on. In fact, these are the data structures you should have learned in school that might end up becoming your December talk for us, because you always have to end the year. But you don't get to respond to that. I'm gonna hang up now. If anyone wants to come on later, I'll do it through my phone. But thank you for the commentary, and we would do have a whole discussion here. It's just literally, if you can see the amount of tabs, I actually do have a lot to cover, even if things fail. So thank you for being on here. Also, next week, because it's going to be bi-weekly, is make sure, and I'm going to hang up right now, is make sure to check out N Commander's show that he does. Yes, well, maybe sooner we'll be able to talk about that. Hack All N Commander, which is now going to be bi-weekly at least until September. It just might be bi-weekly permanently, because I always worry about the guy's sanity, especially considering I'm seeing all of the new stuff he's uploaded. We actually can probably quickly check that out here somewhere. Let's quickly go to the Twitter, and you can find him at Foss Firefighter. He's actually the first thing that comes up on my end when I write in Foss, and he's just been, let's see here, he's right, drive space, I think you're drunk because it's 30 megabit HDD before compression. It's not how much Windows takes. So yeah, the man is already just like, his show's basically him torturing himself, and yeah, it's just been like a little preview of what might be happening next week. Just like stuff that makes one of our old man that yells at all the clouds, including virtually and in reality, cry. So I don't know if this is going to be on the next episode of Hack All N Commander, but I just wanted to, every time we're on different shows, I kind of like, advertise what's going on there. So that was the news about how they're trying to snake oil blockchain into basically a public universal ID system. Now let's get into some quick tours, and then we're going to look at some talks and some demos. And I just want to double check to make sure that the audio is all working. Okay, good. So I'm going to go in and let's see. I might be able to time this where eventually I can mute. Here we go. There we go. I just muted. All right. So there's a bunch of stuff at the DEFCON this year in terms of blockchain and cryptocurrency technologies. I'm trying to figure out where to begin. So the first place I'm actually going to begin is there is an actual dedicated blockchain village. You can find them on Twitter at BCOS Village, because they couldn't just, I guess maybe Blockchain Village is taken. I didn't try it. But yeah, they have their own village. From my understanding, it's a bit more, a little bit more suit and ties, a little bit more Black Hat USA, I would say. But they have their own. They've been having their own talks, like a lot of the villages throughout the week, and they have their own Twitch. And I'm gonna try this here. BCOS Village. I think that's what they are. Nope, that's not them. Because I know they are somewhere. I might have to copy and paste in one of their things. Because here we go. Because they normally so they have blocked. This shows you the type of thing. They have Blockchain Village as their Twitch, but they're known as BCOS Village on Twitter. Go figure that out. I guess they really don't want to be found. But I do know for a fact that they were streaming earlier, and unfortunately, because if we go to the Discord, you can see this once I actually get to the DEFCON Discord here. This will take a couple of seconds to boot in. There we go. So yeah, all these villages are all crammed in here. So I have to scroll the way up to villages that start with C. And it's the crypto and privacy village there. Or no, I think it's just, is it blockchain village? That's what it's called, biohacking, AppSec. It's one of these. But a blue team, career hacking, cloud hacking, crypto and privacy, where crypto actually matters. I know it's in here because I was looking at the group before, and the thing about it is that, as Jeff Moss said in his, Dark Tangent said, either one works, but as the DT Dark Tangent said in his intro, is that just like in physical DEFCON, all of the villages close at night, and the reason why they are doing that apparently is to make sure that like overnight, that way like the mods can go to sleep for these villages and they don't have to deal with like all the terrible spam, there we go, that normally happens. So unfortunately, because they stream earlier, the blockchain village the chat is currently closed. Otherwise I would ask people and bring up the video call and chat right now. It's the same thing with their Twitch, where they're currently offline, but they do have recordings of all of their previous broadcasts here. So we can go look at that very shortly. Did they already made some pre-made popular clips? Let's see. Which ones? I'm just going to load up a random one here. Let's check this out.
I'll then introduce a set of indicators of potential vulnerability that we might be able to assess centralized finance organizations from afar. I'll share the results of some of the research that we've done, and finally just wrap up with some recommendations. So a little bit about my...
So that was like a quick clip right there. I actually want to check out like a bigger section of something here, because the sad thing is that none of these have titles. None of them have titles. So I think what I could possibly do, let's see, blockchain and test page blockchains and cyber defense, state of block set. Let's see, some of these are video clips instead of the full talk. So let's see, this one is, what is it? Targeting platform, right? So some of them are clips, some of them are the full videos. I'm going to try to find a cool one here. If we have more time later, I can just play one. Just because. Let's see. Okay, Boomer, that's a fun one. Let's see. Let's actually, so if later on we might actually watch this entire talk, like after the EFF thing. But let's load up one of the shorter clips. I just saw one of, let's see, where did it go? Where did it go, George? Where did it go? This exploit insecure crypto wallets. Let's look a quick preview of that. And then later on we might go back to the blockchain village and look at one of the talks.
Perfect. All right, everybody. So my name's Chris. I currently work with Keep and Thesis, working to help them communicate and engage with their community on the various projects and initiatives that we have going on there. So I applied in to present at the conference. Really happy to be accepted and be able to be here with you guys virtually for the first virtual DEFCON. And yeah, Matt unfortunately was unable to make it today, so I'm gonna take over the presentation and I'll lean a little bit more on kind of the academic background that I've built up prior to working here, and then go into a little bit more details on what we're doing with Keep and why I think that's quite interesting. So a little bit of an overview of where we're what I'm going to go over.
So just wanted to play a little bit of that. Let's go. I thought I saw a different thing here. Is it the same thing and I'm just going nuts? Ah, here we go. Is this it? There. That is an issue. That is an audio issue. Holy crap. Jesus Christ. That was a robot going on. Here's a fun DEFCON safe mode drinking game. Take a sip or a shot every time someone has audio issues, including our stuff. You will be dead in 20 seconds. I guarantee that. I absolutely guarantee you'll be dead in 20 seconds trying to do all of that. I think this is the one I wanted to click on. Is this it? That's the one that screwed up. So yeah, the audio didn't properly record for that. That's unfortunate. So yeah, no, but they do have a bunch of stuff. Later on, we might look at, because I want to look at the 7 phase of smart contract hacking here, but it's a long talk. So what we'll do is if we have more time after the EFF thing, we will look into that. But that's kind of what's the blockchains villa going around. And again, they also have, where did I go with it? You know, they also have this, they have their Twitter at BCOS Village. And this is kind of their schedule going on. And that talk actually is, let's see. So it's day 2. Let's see. 7. Can I actually click on these? Because they did like a fancy thing here. I want to check something here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, it just ended a while ago. So if we streamed at 7, we would have got that, but unfortunately we didn't. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, we would have been able to do it. If we were streamed at 7 or 6, we would have been able to catch it live. But we'll watch a video recording of it. Let's quickly look at what they're doing at day 3 here. So they're doing, they have the welcome note. They're modeling systemic threat testing on mainnet fork. That might be interesting. We're gonna a lot of the stuff that we're gonna look at actually. Some of this stuff we're gonna like cover in future episodes. So don't worry about that. Building a microcontroller Bitcoin address generator. That's interesting. I want to see that. That's something. I wish that was day 2 so we could already watch that, because that's really cool. Because eventually we're gonna be talking about like hardware wallets, and I'm actually gonna show how you can like build a cold storage wallet using live bootable USBs. That will probably happen sometime in September. Exploiting insecure crypto wallets. See, all the cool hacking stuff is on the last day, of course, and the closing notes. Not to say that the 7 phase of smart contract hacking is bunk, but it's just like I wish we could see these right now. But yeah, it's the blockchain village. But the other last cool thing, and I don't know how we're gonna do this, because we're gonna try, is they're actually holding a contest. They're holding the Bitcoin bounty hunters at Blockchain Village. That is a lot of B words of Bitcoin, blockchain, bounty hunter, bonnets, bananas, and so try to say that 5 times fast. But yeah, they're being managed by this technology group that's Anshan AI. I guess they make AI for like for cryptocurrency and blockchain systems. And they're doing an entire contest. And I opened up the contest page, and I mean, if it's open, we'll try to enter it. But I haven't actually quite looked at it, so we're gonna figure this out. So it's called the Bitcoin Bounty Hunters. You put your crypto sleuthing abilities, test over $1,000 in prizes. That's actually kind of quite low, because usually every time I see cryptocurrency stuff, they're always offering like millions of dollars in cryptocurrency. So the rough part is that I did sign up for the free CSIO account that you can apparently just do, but they have to like contact you. And if you give me 1 second, I'm actually going to turn off the browser here, just so that I can quickly check in privacy my email, because I do not think they have contacted me yet. If anyone from the AnLink AI people can contact me in order for us to enter the contest, because I would have loved to do the contest on air live with you guys. But maybe when I get the invite, I'll pre-record that. And, or maybe I clicked on the wrong link. But yeah, no, that was the right link. Yeah, it's this thing. And you click get started, and you fill out this whole, it's loading slow. Oh, hang on. There was a button down here I didn't see before. What's this? Aha! Okay, cool. So we actually might be able to enter this in a timely manner. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to blab a bit, and for the sake of privacy, I'm going to turn off the browser. So instead, you're going to see my tiny face in the corner, and you guys can decipher what I'm typing on my clickety-clack keyboard here as I sign up properly. Because I thought there was a different sign up. Wow, their website was confusing. I would have already done this because I've signed up everywhere else. So there we go. So it said sent an email, and now we're going to go and wait for the email gods, and hopefully it didn't go in my spam folder. There it is. Okay, so we will now, my voice is my password, verify me. I'm opening it up in another tab, and yeah, I have a 90, I'll actually turn on the thing here, the thing with the stuff with the thing. I'm going to turn on the browser again, and yeah, it says we have a 90-day free trial, so that's awesome. So I guess I'll be checking that out. So yeah, this is like you can search transactions through Bitcoin. Oh, that's what they do. It's a search. It's AI. It's leveraging AI to search through Bitcoin and other crypto, Bitcoin and Ethereum transactions. So that's what they do here. But let's look at the contest. So you sign up with that, and then you can submit your investigation results on that URL, which is... Oh, it's the same URL we're on. I am really stupid today. That's what's going to make this a very amusing episode. And by the way, thank you for following us. We can find this out more at defcon201.org. And if you like what you see on Twitch, DTube, or YouTube, sorry, Twitch, DLive, or YouTube, DTube's something completely different. You can click that bell, like, share, subscribe button, and we can go through it. And the worst part is, unfortunately, I think after I read this, I'm going to go on a very short, like, 30-second break, and then redo the hydration squad. And then we're going to kind of chew through the rest of this, because in about an hour, the EFF thing should be on. And then we're going to kind of explore a bit more. We're going to look at some talks. Actually, we're going to probably do one talk in the beginning, one talk at the end. And then we're going, maybe two talks at the end. And then we're going to go into party mode for DEFCON all night. And we'll raid someplace and host some other place, because they didn't think the intro was going to go that long, like what she said. So then you follow on Twitter, and then you email any issue at that email. So currently the case 2 submissions are open. This goes on until tomorrow at 12 a.m. Pacific time tomorrow. So the end of Sunday, which I think gives us like an extra, like, let's see. Yeah, that gives us an extra 2 or 3 hours. So I think it ends like at 3 a.m. on August 10th for us, and then on the 11th the winners are announced. So the two case files is the Twitter hack. Apparently, I guess they're duplicating the Twitter hack, and then the other one is WannaCry. So I'm going to three individuals have been arrested in conjunction. This is true because we said this on last Crypto Barons and other episodes with July's groundbreaking Twitter hack, but we're not satisfied. Stolen Bitcoin is still on the move. It's hard to imagine a scammer group compromise high-profile accounts like Bill Gates, Elon Musk, Apple Inc., and fetch more than $110,000 in Bitcoin in a matter of hours. It'd be so easy to pin down. And then the other one, case file number 2, is WannaCry ransomware. WannaCry has caused billions of dollars in damages and remains one of the highest profile ransomware attacks of all time. Like, it's still being discussed. There's still panels about this for DEFCON. That's how long WannaCry and Stuxnet has been driving everyone crazy. Using Eternal Blue to exploit the server messaging block protocol. Yep, WannaCry went viral globally in more ways than one. Exchange valuable data for Bitcoin ransom. Unfortunately, the spoils of criminal operation are still on the move to this day. The Anchain.ai threat research team has extracted. So I guess what you do here is you copy these addresses, these Bitcoin addresses, and you go to the this CISO account for Anchain.ai, and you search for them, and then maybe like find accounts and you do some hacks. So the event summary is, let's see. So you put bounties, you find these bounties, you answer the key questions each case. First place is 512 in Bitcoin, which, you know, I don't have a calculator right now, but I could do the exchange. Second place is 256. 256. That's a computer number. Oh, these are all bits. These are all different hash rates. So you have 120, 256, and 512. That's cryptographic hash numbers. That's hilarious. But yeah, I'm actually going to go to Blockfolio right now on my phone, and I'm going to look up what ridiculous number Bitcoin currently is at, because I actually can't remember right now. I could probably bring it up on... Actually, you know what? Even better. I'm going to bring it up on CoinGecko. We're going to open the new tab, the nude tab, and we're going to go to CoinGecko. I actually haven't gone onto it with this computer yet, so this is kind of new because CoinGecko is usually my personal go-to. So Bitcoin right now is $11 billion. It's $11,768. So we're going to copy that, and hopefully this machine, if it's a proper computer, should have. Actually, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to do this on camera. F it. We're doing it live. So, that was a bit of a preview of what we're going to talk about next. So, the amount, we're going to go back to CoinGecko, is I'm going to open up the calculator on my phone so I can turn around and show it to you guys, just like I do on air. And again, if anyone has any questions, if I'm going too fast, or you have any questions about blockchain, cryptocurrency, DEFCON safe mode itself, please let me know. Again, I love lurkers are more than welcome. You can sit here, watch, and learn. God knows I do that all the time, but I really love interacting with the chat as well. So let's see. So I'm bringing up my calculator here, and I'm going to do 11,760, and I'm actually going to put the 0.27 in there to be accurate. And I'm going to then times that by the number that they listed for the first place. We're going to do the first place prize. And actually, I'm going to copy that so we could possibly do the other place prizes. So 512, and that is not a small number. That's oh boy, that's I would be able to officially retire for life if I had that much money. So that's a lot. It's 6 with 6 zeros after it. That's oh boy, even after the Bitcoin folding. As someone just drives by on a weed whacker. Okay, that works. Either that was a really mad mosquito today. So the second place prize at 256 is 3 with 3 zeros after it. And then finally, the last place prize, because despite me doing computer stuff and code, I'm terrible at math. That's an actual real problem I have. 128 is a cool near, it's 1.5 essentially with a bunch of zeros after it. As I get out of the scientific calculator mode. So yeah, that's this is as Strong Bad once said, that is not a small number in terms of prizes. Plus, all participants who submit the investigation will enter a raffle. Oh, you enter a raffle to get also. So you can basically win third place again if you just enter competition. So the terms are all awards. Have to have their usernames. Blah 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 blah. So yeah. So we're actually going to do a preliminary here because unfortunately, if it comes to hacking stuff, and I might load this up when we're watching certain things, it's the hacker Bitcoin. Let's try Twitter hack. Let's try the case file number 1. I don't have, and this is just a pure broadcasting machine. We set this up in the middle of Hope when everything went haywire. So I don't have like a VM with Parrot running on it, nor do I have something like the virtual tools on here to do like exploits. When we're doing a talk, I can try to load that up separately, and hopefully it won't kill the stream. And it said Bitcoin, so we should be able to find this. But we're hitting enter. But if we want to try some of this forensic stuff later, we can. So let's see. It's the ML risk score. Do not transact severe. Indicates established history of past illicit activity in cybersecurity engagement. I'm probably on 8 million FBI list right now. There's currently $52 in there, and there's been 120,000 over 120,000 has been sent and received by this account. Oh, cool! We have a pew pew map. Nice. Okay, so we have a pew pew map, and we have filter here. And let's see. So there's different addresses. It's in severe. There hasn't been any transaction in the past 7 days. Let's look at the past month. So there's a huge spike on July 15th. Yeah, it seems to be the only day on this. Okay. So yeah, that was the Crypto for Health scam. Let's see. So it went in a bunch of places, and two that stick out there in green. There's Bitflyer and Binance was affected by this. Let's see what Binance is. So this is one of the accounts that got affected from Binance. It's a transaction at your own risk. It's had 82 million in it. and has sent over 91 billion USD on here. That is if I had that amount of money, I wouldn't be live streaming. Well, I'd be live streaming, but I'd be live streaming for fun. I'd be live streaming in like a giant fur coat and shades. Not that I can't do that now, but yeah. So while it's on transaction graph, let's see analysis, hacking history. Cool. Let's see. Cryptocurrency exchange Binance faced large-scale security breach when hackers were able to access the user API keys and 2FA. Only Binance hot wallets was affected, which accounted for roughly 2% of the exchange total Bitcoin holding. Binance covered the losses with its secure access fund for users, the SAFU fund, not to be confused with SNAFU. Binance also contentiously suggested a Bitcoin chain rollback to security funds, but the proposal was rejected by the community. We can view that article. This is kind of a nifty tool. I'm probably going to use this like way beyond the contest. This is really neat. So yeah, this is the article here. Actually, I remember this back in May, and there's like the confused Chinese people at Binance going like, what the F, WTF? I don't know how you would say WTF in Chinese, but he's definitely doing that right now. So let's see, what's this account that's highlighted? Let's open this one real quick. And we're doing good for time. And I should actually probably cook during one of the talks. So yeah, so this one has 1.2 million in it. It's sent over 2 billion USD. Where is all this money? Jesus Christ. These people and their money. And meanwhile, I'm just trying to I need to get on my knees for a hand sandwich here, and there's just billions of dollars in transactions. Like, can you send me some of that? Like, I don't even have to go on my knees. Like, Jesus. So it has risk store here. They're all guarded. It's very high risk, obviously. Let's just click on one of the random accounts, see what comes up. So this is an account that was connected to it. This is some like pew threat modeling. Transact with care. So it's technically guarded, but it does have that connection here with the severe address. And it's very few on the network. It's probably why it has such a low score. And there's only 7K in it. Hasn't sent anything. Has received 5K, and its balance is 7K, but hasn't sent anything. Actually, that automatically, in my opinion, and let's look at their history here, makes it very suspicious. So, the same day they received the 5K. It was definitely counting earlier, so that's the difference there between the two. So that's something odd right there. I'm gonna have to look at that 1NW. I'm looking at you. I'm looking at you account. I'm actually gonna keep that one open. But no, this is kind of cool even for a pew thing. So actually, let's back to the search, and there's another address which I believe is the WannaCry. It says WannaCry ransomware binary, but let's just try the search on there and see what pops up. This is supposed to be address. Yeah, it's also terrible. Doesn't have a major connection, but it is connected to multiple accounts, which honestly kind of makes it even more suspicious than it really is. Big spike back in big spike today, so it was literally created August 1st. They received a little bit of seed, and then like all the money was like yesterday. So this was literally the account that they set up for today. And you can see kind of the spikes in transaction, kind of drip feeding the account information until like most of the stuff was here, and then they probably made it public. And you can add to monitoring. That's cool. So I'm actually going to, let's see. So I'm not going to save it to any particular group because I'm only using. I could always probably put it in a group later. So I'm going to do save. Address group is required. New group. Let's see. Block. Let's do blockchain contest. We'll save that. Good. And then I can actually go back and do that. Actually, no, I have the other one open here. So I can actually click this guy. We're going to add all the suspicious accounts. All of them. Nothing in enter category scam. That should also be the Trump administration. Like, Trump administration scam. Especially with the amount of stupid hats. But yeah, we're going to... The administration of silly hats. But yeah, we're going to add all three of these addresses into the blockchain contest group. So yeah, this is an actual contest that you can do here. And the URL again is at aichain.ai/challenge, and it's associated with DEFCON and the Blockchain Village. So yeah, that's a little bit of a preview of what we can do there. Now, since we have some time, I believe the next village we're going to look at is the other new villages, which I think they both set up around the same time, or I think this spun off of Blockchain Village, which is the Monero Village. And of course, we're going to cover Monero in a future episode, if I remember correctly. Our second Crypto Barons in September, we're going to cover Monero, I believe. Hold on. Let me think. Yeah, I believe we're going to cover that, and then we're going to cover it more extensively. We're going to do a part 1 Monero and how it does silent transactions and security and CPU mining. And then in October, because that's our Halloween themed episodes for Crypto Barons, the first episode is going to be called "It Came from the Dark Web," and we're going to kind of go into Monero's use over I2P and Tor and its use on the Tor network and stuff like that, as well as another episode that will be disclosed as a later date, and those will be our 2 Halloween episodes. But yeah, the Monero Village has always been there because it's literally hacker money. There's still a lot of Bitcoin usage, a couple of Litecoin and Dogecoin uses, but Monero, particularly, I mean, there's been other stuff in the background like Spectre Coin, which we're going to cover, tried to be this. I would say the second most popular one, or it keeps trading spaces, is Zcash is another one that a lot of hackers use. But the main hacker thing, and the one that you particularly find a lot of crypto jacking for, which is something we're going to cover in a future episode, is Monero. And there's a couple of reasons. One, because Monero was, I don't know if it was the first, but it was one of the first. It was the first to truly do this in concept and execute it, being very hard to detect. You can't, there's supposed to be no public display of transactions. It's just obfuscate the senders and receivers, and it has a lot of techniques that it does to do so that we will cover when we cover that on the Monero episode in September, October. The other thing about it is that, which we'll also cover about there, is that it mainly focuses on proof of stake CPU mining. So because of how low the mining footprint is, Monero is very easy to make ransomware. It's basically CPU jacking scripts where it downloads something in the background, or tab naps, or takes over your download section of your browser, and it'll either load in a browser extension or a small program in the background that if it was a GPU thing, your computer would freak out because it'd be like, what the hell? But if you might not hear the fan kick on, even if it even kicks on. And when you do, basically, it'll just blend in. It'll look like some background processes in Task Manager, when in reality, it's actually using your CPU to mine Monero for the group of hackers that put the crypto jacking software on your account. So that's the 2 big reasons why Monero is focused on a lot in the hacker community. Is it's real huge proof of concept for privacy stuff and privacy transactions, and just its use in crypto jacking has made it a big use. So there's a Monero Village. This is their fancy website for DEFCON 2020. They don't have many talks. They're kind of lightning focused here. A really cool thing that I don't know if I opened another tab for. No, I didn't. Is that they have their own hardware badges here that you can order. You can get from Hack5 or Cypher Market, and it's called the Intervillage hardware badge. So they've taken part in it. A bunch of villages are using this. It basically allows you to use contactless data access over RFID. And I imagine that a lot of the hardware badges, because there's very few, but a lot of the hardware badges and physical badges that you're going to see this year will probably be worn next year. And I'm going to see if I can get some myself to do that, because I'm definitely going next year. It's kind of expensive, as you can see, and I'm pretty sure you have to build it together. Maybe it comes pre-built, I don't know. But yeah, there's the badge for DEFCON. It's not the official badge, I will say, for DEFCON Safe Mode. That's the cassette, which has its own contests and stuff. But yeah, I'm going to try to nab some swag because I'm broke right now. But yeah, you'll probably see me wear these, and hopefully our own badge, because we want to make it. We've been, ever since we started in 2017, we've been wanting to make our own badge, and so that's going to be a cool thing. And again, out there, I love lurkers, but if you have any questions about what I'm talking about, Blockchain Village, what blockchain is, DEFCON 201, DEFCON Safe Mode, please definitely ask a chat. And if you like the content, you can click that bell, like, share, and subscribe here on Twitch TV, DLive, or YouTube. If you're on Twitch, we see your alerts. We're going to try to integrate the alerts for the other things in the near future. And if you are on DLive, send us lemons, because right before the EFF talk at 10 p.m., so in roughly 40 minutes, we are going to distribute lemons, and then we're going to do so every crypto barons. We always try to distribute whatever lemons you have, and in the future, when I get some dough, we're actually going to buy a crap ton of lemons and constantly do that. So we'll watch our D Live shoot up. We have a decent following on D Live. Try to say that 5 times fast. But yeah, this is Monero Village, and what's really neat is that they have a stream on Twitch, which I can't remember if it's currently active now or not. We're gonna find out. No, they're currently offline. Are we following them? We should be. Oh, we didn't follow them. Well, guess what? Now we're following them. So that's them. But what's really kind of neat, Katon and Ring. I guess that's an ad. I guess we got a YouTube ad. I don't know what a Katon is. It sounds like a futon or a wonton, which is making me hungry. But yeah, what's really cool is that they also have the different videos on the different days already streamed pre-upload. So I'm actually going to refresh because I unfortunately don't think Saturday's live stream's playing anymore. No, unfortunately, me blabbing, we missed it. But let's load this up here. We do have the different days, and they all are archived. And we'll do a little peek at something. You know what we'll do? We'll go to the first day and look at the welcoming speech. And then maybe later on, because I'm going to try to play multiple talks. And again, you can go check this out. The village is monerovillage.org. And they usually have a party, but unfortunately, because they're in safe mode, they're not doing a party this year. They have a bit about their badges. Let's see. We might look at the Bitcoin Monero atomic swaps after the EFF thing. So yeah, we're gonna do that. Let's see here. So let's see the welcome that they're gonna do. So I'm gonna switch audio here.
Right? You guys. Oh, there we go. There we go. There's me. Right? You guys can hear me now, right? Wait for a response. You don't have to get me started. Any questions about Monero, about cryptocurrency, about any of this stuff, please feel free to come on by, ask us these questions. We're more than happy to talk with people. We'll have some volunteers that are somewhat coordinated and in some small capacity, trying to man that and keep a watch on everything, make sure everything's okay. But it looks like I don't have to stall very much longer. Just 1 second while I open up the YouTube. Made quite a bit of a difference. Okay, still says it's a little bit quiet, so I'm going to put them in the chat. I have both a Twitch and the YouTube open, so I will go ahead and be watching both. If you just put it in either. If you need me to slow down or any of these things. Ideally, as we're starting, I would recommend everyone to go to getmonero.org. There is a place for downloads. And, you know, as we're getting started here, if you want to follow along, go to getmonero.org/downloads or click on the downloads in the navigation and go ahead and download the GUI wallet. Ideally, you would want to do the thing about where you're checking the hashes, which there is instructions for to do there as well, but we're not going to have time to go through that at present time. So you can go ahead and do that later. But you are going to want to check your hashes just to make sure you have the correct software that has not been hijacked or anything. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, if that's okay with everybody. Let's go ahead and do that. Just 1 second. Okay. So here is my lovely Monero wallpaper. And we have a freshly opened Monero GUI. It's not super freshly open because when you do first open this, the first thing that you're going to see, oh, it's not this one. Although, hey, neat little feature, you can go ahead and switch light mode, dark mode.
But basically, the first thing you're going to do is choose a language, I believe. Although maybe they updated that and it just takes it from your computer, but I don't think so. So you can go ahead and choose your language, and you're going to come to this thing: simple mode, bootstrap, advanced mode. What do you choose? What do you do? How does this work? So this isn't really that scary. Basically, Monero wallets have two ways of connecting.
So that was a little bit of the intro there. And that's kind of the village. Again, we're going to go back probably after the EFF stream and look at one of the talks. The talk I'm interested in is the Bitcoin Monero atomic swaps. And actually, let me check something here. You know what we're going to do, actually? We're going to actually see that first. So originally, there's two things that are going to be on our agenda. We're going to look at a DEFCON safe mode talk about Bitcoin wallets and how it was cracked. And then we're going to take a look at a piece of demoing software. But unfortunately, I know the timestamps for that. So we're going to see that after the EFF broadcast. So we're going to be temporarily hijacked by the EFF broadcast and then come back. Hopefully the roundtable won't go too long. We're going to max stream an hour for it. But yeah, we're actually going to, at 9:30, I'm going to try to find this here, and we're going to look at that. So let's look at some other things real quick, because there's some other really good juicy things. Probably the next thing, there's two last things we're going to see before we see the EFF thing, is, let's see if I can remember where it is. Oh, also, speaking of demos, right? I do want to mention that if you were at the Hackers on Planet Earth, there was a talk done by Holmes Wilson about this cool thing called Zbay, which uses Zcash in order to do like the type of like Riot Matrix chat or key-based stuff like chat, but through the actual Zcash blockchain in a supposedly more secure peer-to-peer fashion. Now, we don't have the mirroring yet on this, so what I can say is that this will be a future episode. I just wanted to let you guys know that when we cover Zcash itself, either Zcash or social media networks, I will bring up Zbay. But let's look at something that's been also a huge staple on here, and that is Coindroinds. I'm going to see if I can make a new... no, I can't. So Coindroinds, and I'm actually going to open up a new tab. Or actually, you know, I'm going to take this tab, bring it over. Coindroids.org, I think it is, right? Oh, nope, I typed it in wrong. This is .com. Okay. Well, at least we now find a new cyber squatting thing. So Coindroids is very fascinating. Because, and I'm going to get into this, Coindroids is basically a cryptocurrency game. This is something we're going to cover on the future episode. We're going to look at cryptocurrency games early next year, a little bit later this year, early next year, and we're also going to code. We're going to learn how to code, particularly on the Ethereum blockchain, making cryptocurrency games. So one of the things you can do with cryptocurrencies is you can use tokens in order to make games. Now, the way this works, from what I understand, is that you create your own robot, and over the course of DEF CON, you battle the robots by spending cryptocurrency that you have on different attacks and stats. It's like a battle RPG type game. And it's using two types of cryptocurrencies. They added Litecoin, and we're gonna try to play this, but we'll see how this works, because unfortunately I don't have either of these right now. And the other one, which I'm gonna go back to, is a long time ago, like when Bitcoin was in its infancy and was starting to like get noticed at DEF CON. There was a project that was called DEFCOIN, and basically they made their own cryptocurrency. And the idea is that they wanted to essentially make arcade tokens that could be used for the rest of the group. So they have no actual monetary value, but what they can do is you use them as like arcade coins, and you can play games like Coindroinds and stuff on there. And it used to also be used for, if I remember correctly, and I think I might have the tab open, for there's the Darknet contest, but I don't think it uses it anymore, sadly enough. But yeah, I will say this, that I do have, if you load up Konomi on your phone, they actually still have DEFCOIN supported on here. And I'm going to click on mine, if my phone will cooperate. Yeah, you have DEFCOIN, and so I will say, this is my receive QR code. If anyone out there has DEFCOIN that they want to send me in order to attempt to play Coindroinds, and I might reach also out in the Discord chat. There's the QR code you can send to me. I'll attempt to also put the URL for the for my DEFCOIN in the chat while one of the talks is going on. I'll do that actually when we watch the Monero Village talk. But yeah, this is a whole thing. You can see they haven't updated the website of the project in a while. It still technically exists, but they haven't really updated since DEFCON 26. And I will say I do have. Oh, and it actually just did it. Okay, so again, I can't screen share, so we're gonna do this really bootleg. I'm gonna move the camera around, and yeah, after a bunch of syncing, here's the wallet. Here's our desktop wallet. So this is our receive and our transaction. It's very, very basic wallet system. And let's see, I think I actually have to create, let's see, file, the backup wallet, the receiving address. So I'm actually going to copy this receiving address on our desktop client, because I can also use Konami. I'm actually going to paste it in chat right now. So send your, let's make it all caps, DEFCOIN to DC 201 : copy pasta. So that is our receive address. If you want us to get DEFCOIN for whatever reason, please send it over to that wallet sending link, and I'll appreciate that, because I'll probably be able to play Coindroinds. And they have their own GitHub, and you can look at the entire staging tree and development process and the blockchain code. It's made with Python 3, so they actually future-proofed it and did this in Python 3, if I remember correctly. I think it's I think a derivative of Bitcoin's own blockchain. It might actually be based off of Litecoin, but I think it's, yeah, it was okay. So it was originally based off of Bitcoin, and then I think, yeah, it moved over to the Litecoin. They forked Litecoin instead and did it. And it's made from Python 3, a huge chunk of C++ for the back end client, small chunk of C, M4, tiny bit of shell for it to run, and a bunch of non-explained stuff. And the install, well, for Windows it was just doing the exe, but for Linux it would be the whole install process, and the build and make file, and the autogen sh here on your machine, which will stitch all the code together, that sort of stuff. And I don't have this on our GitHub right now. I have a different thing for our GitHub on there, but that's DEFCOIN. So we're going to quickly go back to Coindroinds. And by the way, they have their own Twitter float around some. Also, a shout out to Shadowvex, because apparently Shadowvex also, he writes his profile as being interested in building blockchain technology. So I'm gonna have to poke his brain on that later. Oh, cool! They shared our thing. So yeah, this is their Twitter. You can go to Coindroinds. Just CONIDRIDS. I'm actually gonna put that link also in the live stream chat here. There we go. And so that's Coindroinds, and we're gonna set up our own robot, because I already made an account. So I don't know which one we should pick here that we're going to be on. We might have to spin up 2 different accounts or 2 different bots, because we can either be on the Litecoin mainnet or the DEFCOIN mainnet. Oh, also a quick thing about DEFCOIN. There is a mining pool from SecDSM on it. I don't know if it's not running anymore. Yeah, unfortunately it's not running anymore, but I just want to note there used to be a mining pool at the time, and their Reddit has been updated in forever. So yeah, there's all of that, and it runs on Mac, Linux, and Windows, and the Android one is the Konami wallet. There used to be a dedicated wallet to it, but I don't think it runs anymore. So yeah, so let's see, we have a choice between a tank, an assault, and a scout. I'm kind of between the assault and the tank. Does anyone have any suggestions? Because I'm leaning towards the tank, just because it's big and huge, and I can name it potentially G.I. Jack or something, but It's one of these. And again, I'm trying to figure out which currency thing we should be on here. Should we be on the Litecoin one or the DEFCOIN one? I am not sure. What I can do is let's go back to the Twitters, and let's go in and let's get that DEFCOIN URL there. So we have the receiving address. I'm going to copy the receive address. Hey, DEFCON 201 is trying to play Coindroids, and we don't know which chain we should be on. If you have DEFCOIN for some ungodly reason, here is our send address. DEFCON safe mode, DEFCON 28, and crypto barons. And we'll find a funny, like, money gift. Or you know what? Actually, since these are droids, let's do robots. I have to type in battle robots. Let's see, what funny dancing robot should we use? That's just creepy. Oh, this is fun. Some robots just want to watch the world burn. There we go. So we're going to ask for help. So we might check on it later. Who knows? We actually might receive DEFCOIN. I have no idea. I'm just going to quickly go to notifications to spread that out. Let's go back to Coindroids. I'm going to just go for the Litecoin mainnet in the meantime. I might spin up a different DEFCOIN one just because, like, I don't know, Litecoin is, I guess, more common. I don't know. Should we do DEFCOIN? I don't know which one we should do. We will name the droid, though. I'm going to call it DC-201 GI Jackbot, maybe. Or no. What should we do? 201... oh, here's a good one. We'll call it Jersey Devil DC-201. There we go. That's the name of our bot. So now we have to quickly decide before we get into the Monero talk. Do we do the Litecoin or the DEFCOIN mainnet? I don't know if you could. I don't think you could change that at a later time. Hopefully, you can spin up multiple robots. So we'll see how that goes. But You know what? Let's just do Litecoin. I'll spin up another bot for DEFCOIN if that works. So we're gonna create our droid, which is called Jersey Devil. I'll figure out another name for something. Oh wait. Oh, I have illegal characters. So I think I'm just gonna call it just Jersey Devil DC-201. Or how about DC-201 Jersey Devil? Let's go for that name. So we're gonna create droid. I think I can't use spaces either. This sucks. Alright, so how about NJ Devil DC-201? I'm gonna make it look like a bad or you know what? Screw it. Let's not do the devil. Let's just do DC-201 tank. How about just that? So we're gonna create our droid. Let's see. Oh, cool. So it automatically activates on the next block. Awesome. Man, maybe we should have did the DEFCOIN one. We'll spin up another bot for the DEFCOIN one in the future. So on the next block generation, which did 4 minutes ago, it will reactivate. In the meantime, what's really kind of neat is there's a whole backstory behind Coindroids. So like, there's like a whole comic book that you can read here. That like explains like the Coindroids, and there's like an ongoing story each year and stuff like that. It's like some sort of like desolate like future where humanity's wiped out and there's just robots left and they survive only on cryptocurrency. It's what kind of like Wild West theme. It's pretty neat. So yeah, eventually our droid will be reactivated. So that's Coindroid so far, and as you can see here, if you go to this main menu here, we can see the top droids and like the current activity. let's see, my activities, all activities. Let's go to all activities. I have like the different robots each attacking each other. So that person pushes an item and then they got attacked. And there's a whole game that goes on. I think there's prizes in it, but it's pretty neat. And there's a whole documentation here on how that works, going in the different coin wallets and stuff like that, and how the game is played. So yeah, that's Coindroinds. So that's another cryptocurrency you can play. Anyhow, we're gonna hop back. We're gonna do a hop back to the Monero village, and I'm going to attempt to find what day is this on. That was today. So it's a half an hour. We're going to learn about Bitcoin, Monero, atomic swaps. I will be in and out during this talk because I am really hungry, so I am going to cook some foods. But we're going to try to find this talk from the Saturday live stream. And as soon as I find it, I will I'll play this for you. So pause. And so that's the money safe mode. It's better to have been saved properly. I also think there's something kind of off with like the previews. So I might have to do some quick clicking. I might have to do some clicking around like a drunk person. So that was tricky business. Alright, so that was tricky business. So maybe it's in reverse? Oh! Night Owl. Broke for free, Night Owl. That's neat. So yeah, blah, blah, blah. Let's see. Did they have technical difficulties earlier? Crap, they might have had technical difficulties. I know that we've been having a ton of issues, to be honest, about, we've been having a ton of issues with our live stream stuff, where, like, it only, like, YouTube only records, like, part of it. In fact, I'm actually now going to try to jump over to see if they recorded anything in Twitch. Otherwise, we'll just fill up the time with some other stuff because it's almost going to be 11 anyhow. So they do have a Twitch. I think they have a Twitch. Let's see if they actually saved anything on their Twitch. Hopefully they did, because we're starting to run out of time here. Let's see. So let's see. They only have clips. Well, that sucks. All right, so everyone's streaming things out of whack. Maybe we'll look at something else in there. Let's see. Was there anything on Friday we could highlight? Let's click around on Friday, and we'll air something for half an hour on Friday. This is, yeah, because you see, it's supposed to say 7 hours. Maybe what it is it's still rendering. That might be it. It might just still be like trying to figure out what it's doing here, because right now it's only showing me 1 hour of the 7 hours they recorded. So, because we've been having this problem too, which is why later on we're gonna rip our our Twitch videos, and then re-upload them to YouTube, because apparently no one's stuff is working. So let's see if there, let's see if there's something I can find here properly. Trying to figure out what topic is what. I think they're just having a general roundtable discussion, because I think that's part of their things at the end, or they just have like a panel roundtable thing. Maybe it's the meme competition. Oh, I think I see what's going on. Again, I think it got cut off. Yeah, this is a major problem that's going on with YouTube lately. I think it's because there's so much DEFCON stuff going on right now that, like, all the rendering stuff's in, like, the backlog, or maybe it's like a security thing, and just basically everyone's stuff is just getting cut off on YouTube, which is why it's honestly really important, which they should have did in the first place, to have this sort of stuff on Twitch, because Twitch will record the full thing and you can still download directly off of it. So I'm going to kind of find when this talk begins. We're just going to play this talk until the EFF thing starts, and we'll do there. And if the EFF thing is off, we'll just watch one of the other talks that we're going to load up, because unfortunately the other talks are like an hour long, and that's why we're not like showing those right now. Otherwise I would have been showing those right now, because I didn't expect the the earlier EFF thing to take up so much time. So that was kind of the issue right there. So I'm just going to click around until I can get to the actual talk going on right here, because they're just covering basics of Monero, which is something we're going to cover in the future. Basically, so the preview bar is basically lying. So I have to be like blind and kind of guess where like the content is right now. That's kind of the main issue here. I actually might go back to Saturday's stream, because I think that has a repeat of one of these sort of things that was being displayed, and we'll see what's going on here. So here's what we're going to do. I don't know how corporate or not corporate this talk is, so what I'm going to do instead is I'm just going to play this talk until the EFF stream goes in. I'm going to take a short break, and you guys are going to watch this talk, and then we'll watch the EFF stream, and then we're going to cover the rest of the cryptocurrency stuff, including looking at some code. So this should be pretty neat here. So let's try to attempt to find somewhere at the beginning of this, and I'm just going to let it play, and you guys enjoy the talk.
Cool. Hi, I'm IDK. I normally work with the I2P project. Also work a little bit on IPFS, and I'm here today to talk about mostly what I've been doing with I guess a Monero linked project called I2P0. I'm not sure how closely you guys develop with them, but I think that they work with you pretty closely. Mostly about what I2P0 is, but mostly about what I did with it and what I think other people can learn from what I did with it. And I call it tricky bundles. So I2P's got sort of a bunch of different distributions, and they all connect you to this overarching thing that we call the invisible internet. And the core Java I2P router has this long standing we all kind of sign up for, where you have to install Java and a number of dependencies in advance of actually using it, and it ends up being about 25 clicks from standard Windows 10 installation to having a working I2P router and browser on top of that. But on the other hand, you get a whole bunch of other stuff with it, and all these things are sort of intended as kind of application primitives for building things with I2P, but they also present user interfaces that can be kind of adapted to existing apps as well. For example, we have a BitTorrent client, and we have I2P tunnel and things like that. But obviously the problem with this is that it's pretty difficult to install for new folks, and that's the problem that I2P0 addresses. But there's another problem. Oh man. Let me back up a moment. I like to refer to Java I2P as sort of the core utils of I2P, in that it provides everything that you need, but not a lot of people use core utils directly. They mostly use their file that. It's all kind of wrapped around that, if it is involved at all. So it kind of begs the question, should we be building out-of-tree apps that incorporate I2P as a way of providing them with something that they need? And I say something that they need because anonymity is a big part of what we do, but it's not the only thing that we can do for you. A little bit more later. Okay, but there's a problem, and the problem is this 25-step installation procedure. which again, I2P0 solves. That Let me back up again for a moment here. I'm not a great public speaker all the time. Because I2P is written in Java, which is obviously the JVM, for it to call between non-JVM languages. So if somebody wants to write their application in something a little more popular than Java these days, like say for at least maybe getting started, like Python, then they have to count on somebody to resolve this dependency for them. And the bottom line is this kind of stuff, because it means that most everybody who might install your app is going to fail before they even get started, because it's because they have to install I2P. So, I'm just reiterating a bunch of reasons what you probably already thought of that are good reasons to make something like I2P0, which you guys obviously already understand. But it also elucidates something about our architecture, which is that apps and routers are not tightly coupled. You join the network and your app requests resources from the network in the form of tunnels or destinations or bandwidth or whatever, but the actual interaction with the network, that's all kind of abstracted away and handled by the router, which is great, especially in the case of SAM, makes things very easy. Is that there are kind of a lot of applications that are not going to be distributed through, say, Debian main. They're going to be written by people who wrote them independently, and they're going to have kind of rapid development cycles sometimes. They're going to be distributed by anonymous people who can't maybe buy certificates sometimes. And all of this gets pretty complicated. So I think that we should develop a new set of best practices for embedding I2P routers in apps that are not necessarily I2P routers themselves. I2P0 solves this issue. It only really solves the dependency on Java issue. It doesn't actually resolve the capabilities of the I2P router in question. So I took a stab at making that job a lot easier. Now, to talk about why this might be desirable. There are two sort of broad categories of out-of-tree I2P apps that that relate to the problem in question, and there are ones that bundle I2P themselves and ones that don't. And there is a torrent client that bundles a whole I2P router inside of it. They release every time. It's a complete implementation that works by linking to our Java libraries. And if you install it on a machine where there's an I2P router already, you end up with two running I2P routers, even though this piece of software actually has the capability to use the existing I2P router and thus less resources. But you have to go in and do it in the advanced configuration. and seeing whether or not there's an I2P router capable of working with our app before we actually do it, or before we actually start our own embedded I2P router. Got a little ahead of my slides here. So how do we prevent this? Well, what we've got to do is we've got to probe for different I2P capabilities. And it turns out that there is, but I don't think any of them are necessarily 100% reliable. So I like to take into account each and every one of them in sequence here. First of all, we can check and see if I2P is installed to the default paths. Obviously, this breaks if it's installed to a non-default path. So we can have a little rule in there that maybe looks for it in a portable installation under a specific directory, but we can't handle every single thing this way. Moreover, it doesn't actually give us information about whether I2P is running or not. It's a useful thing to know, but it is not it is not in and of itself enough information for us to use. We can look at the output of PS. It's simple enough to do on every platform. It gives us information about the installed state and the running state, but it doesn't give us any information about the APIs that are available, at least not without some extra effort, and really only on Java I2P as far as I know. It might not apply to I2PD. But it is. Also, some systems, GR security, will limit the output of PS by user, and obviously if it's a service install, you can't do that there, so it's brittle there too. So the next thing, and where it gets a little bit more interesting, is we check for a usable I2CP or SAM v3 port. And this doesn't have to be complicated. In terms of I2CP, there aren't a lot of libraries that implement the whole specification in other languages, so you probably will end up using SAM. That said, though, there's also a command line tool that'll do this that I wrote as part of this project. This gives you a lot more information about I2P, tells you that it's running, it gives you the opportunity to create a destination and validate that you are in fact talking to who you think you're talking to. That said, though, SAMv3 is not enabled by default on the core Java I2P router, so it might fail in that case too, but you'll always have an I2CP port, and that will always work. And then the last thing is to check proxy.I2P. And this is just an HTTP request over localhost 4444, just like the regular the Java I2P proxy uses for when you're configuring your browser, or, taking something over curl or whatever, to proxy.I2P, which is a loopback address. And what it'll reply with is either proxy is ready or proxy is not ready, tunnels need to be built or whatever. And that gives you almost as much information as the as talking to I2CP, just for one request back and forth to validate that I2P is there, and it'll work everywhere. So once you've established that there's an I2P router running or not, I think that this should roughly be the when you start your application. So you should check for the presence of a running I2P router first, and then probe for the API capabilities that you want. If all you need is an HTTP proxy, only ask for the HTTP proxy. If all you need is SAM, only ask for SAM. And once that comes back, you'll either know whether the API is available or not. Just start your application. If not, check the default paths for I2P for an I2P router that's already installed by the user before we got there. If it's available, try and start it. If it's not available, go to the next step. If you can't discover an I2P router, go ahead and unpack a copy of I2P0. Start I2P0, then immediately start SAM. Use that to establish any tunnels for your application. I'll get to why in just a second. Now, I glossed over some details in this slide about waiting for certain things to become available. I would like to available for you to review because these are next to impossible to read on this TV, and I'm sorry for that. Now, there's still a problem with this approach in terms of the resources. It's not currently possible to run SAM freestanding of either the Java I2P or C++ I2PD routers. That said, though, I2P0 is pretty darn close. We can live with that for a while until unbundled SAM v3 is a working thing. So what I created out of this is called Go Zero and Zero Bundle, which is a library that supports it. And all it does is treats I2P0 as a static resource, handles installation, start, stop, and management on behalf of the I2P router, or the I2PD router rather, from a Go application. These also all correspond to command line interfaces command line interface apps rather, that you can use to manage an embedded I2P, just about any kind of app, because we can generate a .a file and link it to a C program. It's huge. It will add some overhead to your app because that is a bit of a drawback, but it is exactly the same overhead that you would have added in another place had you bundled I2P0 with your app as a zip, which of course is also valid and possible to do with Go Zero.
And that was a sample of the Monero village. I just appreciate that despite being 2020, and probably because it's 2020, we still have people bootlegging things by just being in the living room on their TV with the brightness ill-managed, blurry, running on a webcam back from 2002, just doing a talk about I2P. That just warms the cockles of my heart. So what we're going to do now is, again, like, I know there's not really much about blockchain, but it is about privacy and security, which is one of the main reasons why I know a lot of people get into cryptocurrencies and blockchain. And so around this time, the Ask EFF talk should be going on. So we're going to go to the DEFCON stream, and in a minute or two it should be running. At some point it will be running. Instead they're playing music, but we can waste some time in the bit. Actually, what I'm going to probably do is go into Twitter here and check to see if the EFF's Electronic Frontiers Foundation Zone thing here. Let's see. Yep, 7 p.m. So 8, 9, 10. So it should be starting at some point soon, and it's going to be starting on the main feed here. So I'm really excited about all of this. So this is live. While this might be recorded on the DEF CON itself, It's not something that you can pre-record and look back at. If you see this episode, you'll look back at it. But we're gonna look at least a chunk of it. We're gonna watch a half hour to an hour about what the EFF has to say in general to DEF CON, and it should be pretty exciting here. So again, someone just followed us here. Thank you, Taxa Dude. I hope I pronounced your name right. Thank you for following us as we have crazy music. Well, we always keep rehosting DEF CON music just because you know, chill tunes. In fact, that was the problem last night, is there was too many. There was legit too many good tunes out there. So we're just gonna keep reloading the page until EFF happens. The EFF doesn't happen, or it's too late or whatever, we'll just go into some of the talks and workshops and code that we're going to look into after the EFF panel. So yeah, it's officially crossed over. It's 10:02. So it's live. So let's go and it was live. I saw the live part hit. So let's see. How many times do you think we can refresh? It's like a Tootsie Pop. How many refreshes does it take to load this up? Here we go. So let's watch what the EFF has to say. So this will be fun. So it seems like right now they're in stuff. Oh, Evaside's here. Awesome. Let's see. I see Evaside. I see. I can't remember her.
Welcome
I know her.
Everybody to
this
Ask the EFF
Kurt.
and
So
meet
here we go.
the EFA. It is lovely to be back, sort of, at DEF CON for another year. We've been doing Ask the EFF for I think since DEF CON 13. Taking your questions about the Electronic Frontier Foundation. Welcome everybody to Ask the EFF and meet the EFA.
Oh, they have a reverb. This will be fun.
Sorry, I had two things on channel here, so I had to deal with the echo. So it's great to be here. We have an amazing panel for you, and we will be going down the panel so you can get an introduction. Let me introduce myself. My name is Kurt Opsahl. I am the Deputy Executive Director and General Counsel of the Electronic Frontier Foundation, and I am delighted to be back here. I work on a number of different things at EFF. One of them is the Coders' Rights Project, along with Hannah, who we'll see shortly. The Coders' Rights Project is where we provide free legal advice to security researchers like yourselves when they have questions about legality of their research, issues that may arise from disclosing it when a vendor gets upset. And these are things that we often provide to this community. But I always begin this panel with noting that this is not the time for those questions. You need to have those conversations in an attorney-client privilege situation, which is not when it's being live streamed to everybody looking at the DEF CON Twitch channel. So we're happy to ask questions, including questions about general legal principles, but if it's about your particular situation, and that includes when you're like asking for a friend, but it's really you, those are not the time to ask these sorts of questions, but feel free to ask your more general questions. And we can talk about, in addition to the Coders' Rights things, we have Hannah here. She'll introduce herself in a second. We also have the opportunity to talk about, well, one of the things that come up lately that Eva and I worked on TikTok and the ban, also expanding to a ban on ByteDance and Tencent, the parent companies, a lot of interesting implications there. You can hear a bit more about our activism work through Rory. So we've got a good show for you. Looking forward to your questions. So why don't we start it out with Rory, you want to begin?
Yeah, sure. Hey, DEF CON. I'm Rory. I'm the newest member of the EFF activism team. And I came on in March as the grassroots advocacy organizer. In that role, I work on the organizing team, which manages the EFA, which is our nationwide network of over 70 local grassroots organizations. I'm not going to spend too much time talking about that because you're going to meet them for yourself in just a little bit. But the gist of it is, unfortunately, EFF can't be everywhere at once. And these local groups really do a lot of heavy lifting for city and state level issues. and are incredibly important for our success. And I'm lucky enough for in my role to be building a lot of these relationships with local groups that are either currently members or potential members for the EFA. And I'm actually lucky enough to come to the EFF and this organizing team from an EFA group myself. I was a founding member of the Cyper Collective, which you'll also meet in a little bit. So I'm really excited to have benefited so much from this network, and now I get to give back and help construct and build it further. In addition to that, part of my background, I care a lot about digital security for activists and LGBTQ plus communities. That's very much part of my Cyper background. I'm also technically still a grad student, but a former grad student and adjunct professor. So I care a great deal about student rights and teachers' rights, and concepts like open education, campus privacy, open science. And then finally, we talk a lot about EFA being in kind of 3 buckets unofficially, of the workshop bucket, the advocacy bucket, and the makerspace or hackerspace bucket. And it's that last one that I really am hoping to expand on moving forward. We already have a lot of great hacker spaces in the EFA, including several DEFCON groups. Shout out to DEFCON 201, 319, 313, and 919. And then also artistic digital art spaces like iBeam and NYC. So I think it's really important that we expand into this creative territory, because honestly, creativity and fun are a really important part of movement building, I think. The old, if I can't dance, it's not my revolution. And I think these issues of freedom of expression and play are one of the best ways to get people engaged in digital rights issues, because you might not think about copyright or patent or DRM or right to repair or any of these issues until it becomes a barrier between. I think it's a really important part I'm hoping to expand. So I think there's a lot of folks in the audience that are involved in those sort of projects. I'll plug now, reach out to me at rory@eff.org or organizing@eff.org. And then I guess we could go to Hannah.
Hi, I am Hannah. I am a staff attorney at EFF. I'm super excited to be virtually part of DEFCON. Really looking forward to the day when we can attend in person. But I, like Rory, I started very recently. I only started in April. It's kind of an unprecedented time and a very unique time to be starting work at EFF. There are a lot of issues that have come up in relation to the things that have been going around in the world in 2020, COVID, of course, being one of the large ones, but also the protests that have risen up around the country and indeed around the entire globe for justice, racial justice, against police brutality, and related topics. My background is actually in criminal justice. So I come from having practiced in criminal defense law for a number of years before joining EFF. So as Kurt mentioned, I am part of the Coders' Rights Project, and he already gave a really good explanation of that, so I won't go into it. But needless to say that it is an important part of our work, and I, as someone who very long time ago in a different lifetime for undergrad had a computer science degree, really appreciate the kind of work that we can do for independent security researchers, hackers, tinkerers, anyone who's interested in poking around in systems and the like. And recently at EFF, I guess my most recent cases, I've also worked a lot on police tech and forensic technology, because law enforcement and prosecutors use a lot of different types of technology, from things like automatic license plate readers and facial recognition, which we hear a lot about, to things that we hear slightly less about, like forensic probabilistic software, which is supposed to do DNA analysis and match DNA of people. And, you hear these giant numbers like 1 in 3 trillion or something like that, where people are matching. Actually, there's a lot of issues with these technology. And what we have seen before is that law enforcement, that these kinds of technology tend to be used against marginalized groups and against the most vulnerable communities. So we really should make sure that they're constitutional, that they're accurate, that they're not biased. And if they are, they should not be used at all. So I look forward to engaging with the DEFCON community and to listening to all your questions. Thank you. Eva?
Hi there, I'm Eva Galper and I'm the Director of Cybersecurity at the Electronic Frontier Foundation. This is extremely not my first DEF CON. I have been coming to DEF CON since somewhere around the year 2000. Dinosaurs were roaming DEF CON, and it was sort of in this setting that I discovered EFF.
Wait, dinosaurs couldn't have roamed DEF CON because Neo has never, Neo Amsterdam has never gone to DEF CON, so that's impossible.
EFF since 2007, and I have done, I don't even know how many of these Ask EFF panels, but right now what I do is I run EFF's Threat Lab, which is a group of researchers who work specifically on issues that affect particularly vulnerable populations. So people who are protesting, people in LGBTQ populations, people who have unpopular political opinions, people who are part of ethnic minorities. We're interested in having their backs. And I don't know if you have been watching some of these DEFCON talks at the virtual event, but my colleague Cooper Quinton gave a talk on his project Crocodile Hunter, which had to do with tracking fake base stations. And I strongly recommend that. It's based on the work that he did with our colleague Yamna. So I can answer questions about that, and also I can answer questions about TikTok and about general sort of privacy and security advice, and how to reach out to people in a way that moves them to action but does not scare their pants off.
All right, well, thank you for that. So that is the introduction to our panel. Oh wait, Alexis has so Alexis is a little bit late, but still lovely to have you here. Alexis, you want to give an intro, please?
Hi, sorry for being late. I'm Alexis Hancock. I'm a staff technologist at the EFF, and I've been around, let me see, like working at EFF about 2 years now. So coming on my 2-year anniversary, actually, just now realized that. I work on the project HTTPS Everywhere, and mainly that's my main focus, but I also do research on other aspects of consumer privacy and how it impacts different populations. So that's been my focus. And as of late, especially with COVID immunity passports, which mention verified credential technology, so dealing with mobile identities research and how that may impact the general public. And that's my intro.
All right. Well, thank you, Alexis. So that is our panel. We are now going to turn to your questions. We've had a few questions come in. So one question is, what is the strongest and most readily understood argument to support protection of end-to-end encryption when talking with organizations, particularly non-technical audience, working to address controversial complex topics such as the transmission of child sex abuse materials? So Rory, did you want to have something to say on that?
Yeah, definitely. So this is something that I think comes up a lot when you're engaging different communities on things like end-to-end encryption, or even just the concept of hacking. People have this very NCIS kind of concept of what that means, that you must be like this shady character. But what I usually like to pivot to is say, it's less about being shady and being on the margins, more about being on the margins. That end-to-end encryption is really important. Yes, sometimes for people with nefarious purposes, but also people with very good, just purposes. And the power of breaking end-to-end encryption or banning it is one that you have to consider. Is that a power you want? You might be comfortable with the US president having, but are you okay with another foreign leader having, current leader, future leaders? and thinking about who is on the margin and who are we protecting with this technology. And ultimately, everyone has the right to have that protection, right? It's part of being able to speak freely and live in a free society, to have some privacy. So I think that's usually a good hook for folks that are kind of just honestly perplexed by why anyone would support end-to-end encryption.
Thanks, Rory. I think just add a little something from that. From my experience, I've been to a number of events or conferences where people from the organizations that are trying to stop childhood sexual abuse were present. We talked about end-to-end encryption, and I'd say that they actually were understanding about the human rights concerns. They have their very strong position. They
we just
want to
asked
be
the
able
question,
to
and
do
if they answer that question, we'll move on from here.
Child sexual abuse materials. But I would say in terms of like just talking about it, they were a lot more understanding that there were countervailing human rights concerns about breaking encryption than the government people who are at the very same conferences, who are often using or pointing to those groups in order to support their arguments. And I think they probably, we're not going to agree on the ultimate path for encryption, but I think that they would say, if there's a way to have great strong encryption, that is fine, so long as their needs are addressed. But we can have the conversation at least. All right, we'll get to another one of your questions. What would you say would be the difference between Congress interviewing Mark Zuckerberg in 2018 and Congress interviewing the tech giants a few weeks ago? Anyone been following that? I guess we don't have our ledge team on tonight.
I did watch the antitrust hearing that came up recently. I won't be able to speak historically to what our ledge team thought of the previous hearing, but from what I did surmise from my colleagues that watched both, Zuckerberg generally seems more prepared for these questions from Congress than the other CEOs that came through with the original intention of what the hearings are about, or trying to see like exactly where are the PowerPoints that you can focus in on with these organizations and where exactly are they overstepping. And the differences between the last one and this one, from what I surmised, was that they were just coming to terms with privacy issues and how the general public are worried about them with Zuckerberg and Facebook, Cambridge Analytica. All those different types of like themes came up with his hearing in particular, and he seemed more strained then. And then this time around, he seemed way more prepared than the other CEOs. So the other CEOs had came and asked about this, and I also want to call to the other previous antitrust hearing that Bill Gates attended 2 years back, that the legislation team also mentioned, where that was kind of like the beginning of Congress's thought patterns on how to regulate and what to do when it comes to tech companies gaining such a mass amount of market power. So I do suggest looking back at that hearing as well and seeing what people's opinions were on that, because that was kind of where it started, I believe, with Congress's thought patterns on what to do and what to ask when it comes to tech. Mark Zuckerberg's hearing was very much so rife with people who didn't quite understand how the tech and were asking questions that didn't necessarily get to the meat of the issue on why exactly Facebook has been nefarious and why exactly Facebook practices are a problem versus understanding other things. That came up again at this recent antitrust hearing, where a couple Congress members, or at least one I remember in particular, who didn't quite understand how spam email worked and kind of tried to like blame Google for that. So that was pretty much what I saw from the recent hearings from Facebook side. Apple was mainly quiet around the issues that we wanted them to talk about. But overall, I did like the round of questioning that did happen from some of the representatives on the Judicial Committee, and they tried their best to grill them on the things that did matter at times. But then it's a balance between the different parties and what their intentions were. It seemed like the Republican Party was more focused this time around on censorship, and that's not antitrust. So it went from good antitrust question to really bad sidetracked censorship question. So not focusing on antitrust was a real big, I think, pain point for a lot of people watching who really wanted them to focus on the antitrust portions of the questions. And that's my peripheral, summation as a non-legislative person from EFF.
All right. Yeah, thank you. And go to our website to get more information because we have blog posts covering the both those sets of hearings. So another question came in: does EFF, as a U.S.-based organization, how does EFF, as a U.S.-based organization, see its role internationally? I think Eva got this one.
All right, I can cover this one. I worked as part of EFF's international team for many years, and EFF started out as an American-based organization, and this was largely because we saw ourselves as a group of people who primarily did impact litigation. And so we had a bunch of US-based lawyers because the US is where most of the laws that were impacting the internet, were impacting the cutting edge of technology, were being made and where the court cases were happening. And we are not entirely about impact litigation anymore. And those cases aren't necessarily happening in the United States. You're starting to see them in European courts, in Brazilian courts, in Russian and Mexican courts. The U.S. president apparently would like our internet to look more like China's, and that is a fairly serious problem that requires an international approach in order to fix. So having said that, what we did was we built an international team. We have people who do international law, who understand international human rights, who speak to the UN. We have people who are not based in the United States. We have people who go and talk to The Hague and to Brussels, and also people who understand that the internet isn't just the developed world. The world is not divided up into the West and the rest, and that the rules which govern the internet need to be fair, not just to Americans and to Europeans, but also to people in the global South, and that their voices really matter when it comes to this conversation. And often they're the people who get left behind when we talk about privacy and security, because they're the people who are using some of the slowest infrastructure, and they're often the people who are using the cheapest products in order to get online or to communicate. And often, if you did not pay extra, then you are the product, and you're essentially selling either your privacy or your security. And we find that very alarming. We also built a set of privacy and security guides, and we have those translated into 8 different languages. We update them regularly, which almost no other security guide does. Everything has a date on it that tells you when this advice is good as of this date. And we translate it into 8 languages. So the internet, in addition to being global, is not just English speaking.
So thank you. Another question was, any advice for loosely federated national organizations working to simultaneously prevent doxing while preserving accountability, i.e. doing IAM for an organization where the national may not know or want to know all of the locals' members?
Yeah, I could take that one. So it's a really interesting question. I'd want to know a lot more of the specifics before giving any kind of concrete advice, but I will say loosely federated national organization makes my ears ring a little because the EFA is a national organization of a network of people coordinating efforts. So I think there's probably a lot of overlap. If you went to EFF.org/fight, we have some really useful toolkits. So I think some sample suggestions would be establishing basic principles on the onset and maybe writing up like a simple mission letter and having those groups sign on to it. I think where it probably diverges a bit is if you don't necessarily want to know the individual federated instances particularly closely, that On our end, it's really important to build those kind of intimate relationships with our members and find these kind of intersections. So maybe finding another way of communication among maybe more anonymized communication among the members of the Federation. So those are some things that come to mind. Definitely check out the toolkits. It's not exactly the same as coalition building, but I definitely see some overlap there.
Wonderful. Thank you, Gori. So the next question is from DC 201. We are live streaming on the Crypto Barons right now and did a review of the article about California
That's
using blockchain to track people's COVID-19 status under a social credit system and a secure record. We want to hear straight from you guys your take. Keep up the good fight. Alexis, you've been working on immunity passport issues. What do you have to think about this? What do you have to say about this?
Yeah, so actually, the immunity passport work came directly from this bill. The bill in reference is AB 2004, and that's been in play for a while. And we in the EFF opposes it for several reasons. One of it is the fact that it's using a techno solution based practice towards a very, very loose, dynamic situation. Could verify credentials, which is the technology mentioned in the bill, is for more static purposes, and also immunity passports isn't something that is actually normalized for the general public to enter buildings, to enter their job, to enter venues or public spaces. This is not a practice that's been in play. And the history in the United States with immunoprivilege isn't a good one. If you go back and look at the yellow fever in that position, you'll see that the United States has a very bad track record of handling immunoprivilege when you have a certain amount of population who can't exactly get testing at equal rates as other people in the population. So, not being able to update your status as much. We don't know, according to health experts, exactly how COVID works still. People are getting reinfected. There's other people out there with COVID who may be asymptomatic. And we don't know how the antibody testing will be handled in the future. So, rolling this out as a techno solution, using blockchain for the verified registry and a verified credential isn't necessarily something that calls to arms where you're building up something with a technology that claims it's going to be very secure and very straightforward, but at the same time, this is not a straightforward time. COVID and immunity isn't a straightforward practice at the moment. So trying to build up something and say just because we're using encryption and just because we're using a secure tool doesn't necessarily mean the tool itself is good or the credential itself is good. Basing people's immunity into a shared health credential with law enforcement or their employer puts people in very precarious positioning in our general public, and that can exacerbate already the inequities that we have seen exacerbated during this pandemic. And this would just add to the pile of inequities we have seen by making something like this the standard when we don't even have a plan on like how we're going to handle sending kids to school. So like being able to roll out something as COVID immunity passports, we're using blockchain. It's a very techno solution, Silicon Valley approach to something that we cannot just roll out something or an app or a technology and say, we solved the pandemic, everybody go out and have a good time. That's not how this works. So that's our take generally on it, and we oppose this bill still. And you will see more recent blog posts if you go onto the site and going over that again. We've written several times on this, and hopefully they listen. And generally, I just want this bill to die, and I don't want to see anything go through with it because I just don't think immunity passports or verified credentials or using blockchain for a verified registry is the solution to this. We're going to need a multifaceted, policy-based approach to this pandemic, and we can't leave it up to, oh, we use blockchain, everything's fine.
Thank you. And the next question is, what type of rhetoric do you think the forced selling and restriction of TikTok and other Chinese apps will set?
We're gonna air this bonus one and then move on.
Philosophy we will have to fight in the near future. So as it happens, actually, right before this, Eva and I were working on an op-ed to talk about the TikTok ban, and we've been actually looking very closely on the ban on TikTok and also on Tencent, the makers of WeChat, and also things like League of Legends, and a 40% owner of the owners of Fortnite. So this is a very, very hot issue here. And I think, from a legal and constitutional perspective, this ban is extremely troubling. The authority, the sanction authority that the president has and invoked here has an exception for communications, including a implicit prohibition of communications, and a ban that would stop people from using TikTok would be exactly that. It seems to be outside the statute, but perhaps more importantly, on a constitutional level, it is banning a means of expression that the power to say, unilaterally with an executive order, that the president could say, you can't use this particular communication channels anymore. You can't speak.
Thank
to the
you,
audience
Kiar Thoms,
through
for
that
following
channel.
us. We're going to go to more
Tremendous
content after the
implications
TikTok question,
for
so stay
free
tuned.
expression. And it goes beyond what should be tolerated. Now, I understand, like, a lot of people also are concerned about, well, gee, but TikTok, they're gather a lot of data. They've had some privacy scandals, but I'll turn to Eva to talk a little bit more about the privacy and security concerns.
So I'm not going to get up in front of everybody and tell you TikTok is totally safe. I will tell you that for the most part, it uses the same permissions and has many of the same security and privacy vulnerabilities that you see with similar social media apps. The only difference is that TikTok is located in China. They are owned by a Chinese company. They have employees in China. They say they do not keep any US data in China, but the real question is, how much do you trust TikTok? Is this what TikTok would say, even if they were keeping US data in China, even if they were handing over all of the US data directly to the Chinese government? And I, for one, don't trust the Chinese government very much. Having said that, we are deeply opposed to the idea that the president should be able to ban an app via executive order. There are a whole lot of legal problems with that. And it really sort of eclipses any kind of real conversation that we should be having about data sovereignty. Because after the Snowden allegations, one of the very first things that happened was that European countries started working on, what would eventually become the GDPR, and talking about data sovereignty in a much more serious way, because they felt that they couldn't trust US companies to not hand over data to the NSA. And they're right. And we should not be hypocrites who think that it's not okay for companies to hand data over to governments unless it's ours, in which case it's totally fine. We have rule of law and human rights and stuff. My willingness to believe in our rule of law and human rights is increasingly strained. So I think, yes, we are going to be talking about data sovereignty. And one of the biggest problems we're going to have is that we are going to find ourselves battling xenophobes, people who are appealing to nationalism and to sort of anti-Chinese hatred as a way of knocking out the competition or lashing out at people who are not like them. There are real concerns about TikTok, but these are not the concerns in question. The people who should be really concerned about TikTok are the people who are worried about having their data fall into the hands of the Chinese government. So if you are a Uyghur, if you are a protester in Hong Kong, if you're friends with a protester in Hong Kong, if you're a journalist who wants to protect your sources, and you have sources that are of interest to the Chinese government, if you're a COVID-19 researcher, or a Fortune 500 executive who is worried about having the IP for your company stolen, then yeah, you should really be concerned about TikTok. But a full ban is absolutely not the answer.
All right, thank you. I just
Okay, so that is going to be our coverage of what the EFF said. Again, we're not going to go for the full hour, but we did a chunk of it. I just kind of wanted to get our question out there because we do have a lot of content on crypto barons. I'm actually worried we might be streaming until midnight, so we're going to find out. Also, I just want to see live because I think we can air a couple of seconds if it's on here. Hacker Jeopardy, I think, is currently running right now, and I believe we have followed Hacker Jeopardy on here. I'm trying to find where that link would be, because if they're streaming, then they might be streaming right now. Hopefully they didn't end early, so let's see, Hacker. Actually, you know what? Let me go to their Twitter and figure out where the heck they put everything. So I'm just going to co-op Twitter that I'm not going to use anymore right here. So Hacker. So this is Hacker Jeopardy. Because again, I'm an idiot and I can never spell Jeopardy correctly because I am literally that dumb. So this is the Twitch link. Let's see if they're actually streaming. We'll catch a piece of it if they are streaming. Oh, yep, did they end early? Oh, they ended early. It was 2 hours ago. Okay, well, you can see the backlog for Hacker Jeopardy at some future things. I just wanted to see that because I've never seen Hacker Jeopardy live, so I guess I'll watch it on stream like I normally do. I'm a little sad about that. I didn't know they ended so early. Holy crap. But yeah, that was the EFF stuff. So it's good to hear directly from them what they view and think about the California bill. Some of it is regurgitation from what they wrote in the article, but it was nice to see it elaborate on. Like, I didn't know that's where the origin of this sort of human credit system came from, is that California bill. So that makes it even more frightening. That tells you that they're definitely going to expand that and use probably like some what I like to call a liberalized version of blockchain in order to make that work, meaning it's going to be something really centralized and dubious and not really publicly audited and on and on and on. So what we are going to do now, and I just remembered something else, but let's get through some other content first. So I'm trying to think, should we do, actually let's quickly check on our Coindroinds. Keep sounding like I'm saying cornrows, but let's see. So it said the next cycle, so hopefully if we reload, it should be, yeah. So we would need to do the Litecoin activation fee. Again, if anyone has any DEFCOIN out there, please send it to us. I'll actually resend our, I'm going to resend our wallet in the chat again. So I don't know who's still using DEFCOIN. I do also have a Litecoin address. Eventually I'm going to actually put we're eventually going to take donations to cryptocurrency at some point. I wish I could set up before DEFCON, but whatever. And we're going to probably put the addresses of like Bitcoin, like the big five. I call them the Bitcoin. What is it? Bitcoin, Litecoin, maybe Ethereum, but definitely Monero, Monero and Zcash, and maybe Dash. But yeah, like those four, and we'll have them on future Crypto Barons as well as on our website. But you know, again, I really want to play the Coindroids bot eventually. But let's look into some other things. So I'm trying to think, should we do the talk or should we do the workshop? You know what? Let's do some code. Let's go right into this workshop. So if I can bring up, if I can remember where I put it, the here it is. Yeah, the chat channel. So one of the things that DEFCON's been doing is they've been doing a crap ton of demos, and they're up here somewhere in the demo area. I think it's right below this listing. Here's the, by the way, here's the Coindroids Discord chat, so that's neat. Hey, we need a small amount of Litecoin or DEFCOIN to activate our EC21 bot. If anyone is interested in a charitable donation for science, booze, DM me. So yeah, I'm just writing like, hey, we need the coin in order to activate this because we're broke. Otherwise, I would have purchased the coin already. So we'll see if I get a DM from that. Let's see. Nice. So there's been demos. Yep, here we go, the demo labs. And there's one very interesting demo that we're going to show off. There's that word, which is, I'm trying to pronounce this, Filarute. I'm sure in the video is going to have Filarute. Sounds like a Portuguese swear word. And it's a very interesting tool that deals with ransomwares and cryptocurrency wallets. and he demoed the tool earlier. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you guys and gals and packets. Hi, account LOL 10101. That's a very long screen name, but hello out there. I see you. If you like us, you can hit the follow bell or like or subscribe button on Twitch, DLive, and YouTube. In fact, in a moment, after I show this demo, I'm going to try to do DLive Lemons. And as soon as I said that follow, I think they just followed us. Yep, they just followed us. Thank you for that follow. We very much appreciate it. This is Crypto Barons. Just a quick reiteration here. If you've just people that just joined in, my name's Sidepocket. I'm one of the 2 co-founders of DEFCON 201. You can check us out at defcon201.org. We meet third Friday of every month in Jersey City. We're a computer hacker group. We work on different hardware and software projects and chat and drink booze. And it's okay if your English is very basic. I can barely speak English, especially at this stage, because I've already been streaming for like 2 hours and I have a lot more to go. This we do different shows, and this is because it's DEFCON Safe Mode. We're doing a special DEFCON Safe Mode of a show I do, because I do 2 of them. Last week was Master of Unlocking. This week it's Crypto Barons, where we look at blockchain technologies. There's also some blockchain from Caesar here, provided by GI Jack. That hurts when you, it's like, ow. Blockchain, it hurts. But no, we look at the actual tech and coding and structure behind blockchains as opposed to like, but although we do cover like the snake oilness and some of the community stuff as well. And so speaking of that, what we're going to get into, if I can find it, is here's this. It's Phi Route. I remember, you said your English is bad. I have no idea how to pronounce that. So what apparently it is it's a proof of concept crypto virus to spread user awareness about attacks and implication of ransomwares. Phi Route is written purely using PowerShell and doesn't require any third-party libraries. This tool steals the information, holds the organization data hostage for payments, or permanently encrypts and deletes the organization's data. If you're on Twitch and you go to you're on our streaming right now, if you scroll down, you should see there's like 3 things there. It should be like a Discord, a Twitter, and a GitHub. That GitHub is our GitHub. You can find us at github.com/defcon201. We have pinned this Viral Maniar's Firute's this code. So if you want to get to that page and you're on Twitch, just click that. It will open a separate window, and it's here, and it's all here. So yeah, I'm not going to run this, but because technical and security reasons. But he has the whole README here. He presented this for DEFCON Safe Mode, and this shows the set up the data information using Google Drive and a bunch of things. And I'm literally going to get into the same slides that he presented on, if I can remember where they are. So here they are. So these are his slides. I'm basically going to do his presentation for him, and then there's going to be a video where he's going to demo that. So we're going to look at this thing that he made. So his legal disclaimer is performing any hack attempts or tests without written permission of the owner of computer systems illegal. If you recently suffered a security breach or targeted by ransomware and found techniques or tools illustrated in the presentation similar, this neither incriminates my involvement nor implies any connections between myself and the attacks. The tool and techniques remain universal, and penetration tests and security consultants also often use them during engagements. And the Firute, I'm just going to keep calling that until I hear how he actually says it. Project must not be used for illegal purposes. You put it on the internet, challenge accepted, but it's a good thing to note. So, who is this guy? His name is Viral Manar. He has over 8 years of experience in the field of security and management. He loves offensive and defensive security. Runs his own consulting firm called Preemptive Cyber Pi Ltd. He was a technical manager for Risk IQ. He developed security tools in his free time, and he's presented at Black Hat USA, RootCon, and the ICS2 local chapter. So he probably wears 2 ties. And outside of InfoSec land, he likes, I almost said pornography. He probably, I bet he likes that too, but photography. I like photography as well, especially of pornography. And you can find him, he's on GitHub. You'll find him on Twitter, which will, I'm actually going to do a preliminary copy and paste because I'm going to be like, hey, we're reviewing your tool on air. This is his LinkedIn, again, corporate, and he has his own like GitHub website. So the agenda of this is he's going to quickly go through here the history of threat actors, recent news on ransomware attacks, introduction to ransomware statistics and ransomware attacks, understanding ransomware as a service or RAS chain, introduction to the Firute, again I'm going to keep calling it down until I figure out the name, tool and setup guide, There's going to be the demo video we're going to play. He's going to talk about mitigation strategies against this and final words on some of the community projects. So, as he says, stealing is the oldest crime. Between the pirate and kitchen drain, this ninja stealing money, and this hacker in a hoodie. This is basically, I think, a great way to summarize G.I. Jack. All that's missing is a can of PBR, and by the powers that combine, you summon G.I. Jack with all 5 images. So that's its own slide. So there's been a bunch of recent ransomware attacks. Probably very familiar. Ransomware, for those who don't know, is when a malicious program gets a hold of a computer or a network and locks it down and basically demands a set of accordances. Sometimes it's tasks or favors. A lot of times it's money, whether it's fiat money or cryptocurrency money such as Monero or Zcash or even Bitcoin, until they give up. And there's also been like kind of scams, as you saw with the Twitter hack, where they took it over, and part of like them trying to turn the tools over is they were trying to do ransomware, but they were young kids, so they didn't know what they were doing. So as I said, ransomware is a class of malware that uses cryptography algorithms to encrypt files on the affected machine and later extorts the victim to pay cryptocurrency, gift cards, bank, something to them in order to unencrypt that file or the stuff on the system's network. Upon payment, the user may or may not receive a decryption key to encrypted files. Yes, there have been organizations like police agencies who have sent in the ransom, and then they just run off with the money and never unencrypt anything, so they basically completely screwed them over, which is why it's usually recommended to not pay the ransomware people in the ransomware case. Most ransomware attacks are financially motivated. Most common way of asking for ransom is through cryptocurrency such as Bitcoin, Ethereum, or Monero, especially Monero. Bitcoin is, there's still a ledger where you can use tracing tools in order to trace back unless you are really clever, so it's usually Monero. Recent trends show ransomware authors are moving to privacy coins, such as Monero. New versions of so DynamoB, that's something we're actually going to cover later. The REvil platform has have decided to ban Bitcoin and switch to Monero currency. We're actually going to bring them up with it came from a dark web, so that's a nice preview of what October is going to look like. So how do you know if you're infected? Basically, if you see a very terrifying image and some text saying, hey, we're skeevy, we locked down your thing, pay up, we are Legion, that's that. As I said, ransomware is usually considered one of the noisiest attacks. Infection signs are shown to users through various channels as desktop wallpaper, notes, videos, screensavers. An alarm ring window is open, so you can't close it. And these are some examples of some skeevy shit. And as you notice with a lot of hacker groups, there's no design capability outside of 1997, so that's why these look old as heck. And WannaCry was a big scandal along with Stuxnet, and they literally hacked everything. Some of these are memes, but basically, like, you could think about it. I think the only thing that runs on more systems than WannaCry is, I think, Doom. The OG Doom. I think that's about it. Doom and it's like Doom, Tetris, and WannaCry. That's on every single piece of technology on the planet. If it jumps into bio, well, basically COVID-19 is the WannaCry of the biohacking world. But you can go to the biohacking village at DEFCON Safe Mode to find that out. So there's some attack statistics and infection methods. Most are using remote services, apparently. A decent chunk still, because these used to be neck and neck, but a decent chunk are phishing emails and social engineering. A couple weeks back, we were watching Hackers on Planet Earth, and I streamed the Tech Learning Collective's thing about how phishing is used and tactics of how to identify phishing and avoid phishing. I've seen a lot of like corporate talks, because I'm someone who does social engineering, talking about it. And one of my biggest problems with a lot of phishing emails and social engineering is they only deal it as like an email or in-browser thing, which is important. But one, they don't usually cover everything. And two, they don't actually explain what social engineering is, which is manipulation of people, which is why you'll have these companies that spend so much money on, like, they're like, yeah, no, we defense against social engineering, but they only do emails, and they don't cover phone calls and physical actors at your workplace in the parking lot and things like that. And then they wonder why some guy in a sombrero and a Groucho Marx mustache walks in and walks out with all their papers, because they didn't actually cover social engineering. So that's still a huge way of getting in. Some are done through software VLANs, and very few, shockingly, are done through torrents, cracked software, and USB attacks. So the usual darknet methods that most companies, probably like Google, assume you do it are wrong. It's usually because someone clicking on a link or an employee really hates someone, or logging into a website that you think you're logging into and it's not the actual thing. So ransomware as a service is raised. Malicious hackers or criminal hacks into the server or host. They make them part of a huge botnet. They put the machine up for sale in the market or otherwise play around. Ransomware authors buy, access these compromised hosts and install backdoors on the system for persistent mechanisms, and then malicious attackers then use it for a malware distribution, DDoS attacks, phishing campaigns, social engineering, all that good stuff, crypto mining, and all sorts of. So basically, they make a buy. But first, what you do as a hacker is you compromise a crap ton of computers, and then you get them to all communicate. And basically, those are your zombies. That's what they were traditionally called, the zombie botnet. And then you just aim those computers and go horde attack, and then that's how you get all the processing power to break through these bigger systems. So, the example of a marketplace, which we're actually going to cover, it came from the dark web, is XDidic, which this was a service that was offering 70,000 zombie computers off 173 different countries. Yeah, I know, cry face, right? Also, it's interesting that the cry face is from Binding of Isaac. That's interesting. But, and that portal had 416 unique sellers at the time of takedown. So we're actually gonna bring this back up in October with it came. I'll tell you the two right now. It came from the dark web, where I'm going to talk about cryptocurrencies on the dark web, how they're used on the dark web, cryptocurrencies that are built entirely through Tor and I2P and all that type of stuff, and IPFS. And then the second episode, we're actually going to go over the Brave browser and how it works, and some of the stupidity involved in that. So when I keep talking about October, that's what I mean. So you're going to learn all this dark web stuff and deep web stuff in October. I can guarantee that. Second episode in September will be about privacy and security coins, and then that'll be our segue to 2 weeks later. We're going to be in full onion land. There are a number of marketplaces out there to buy, access, and compromise hosts. Selling prices for like government network corporations or universities or just plain guys from Montana can be sometimes low as $6 per computer. And especially since a lot of these, like if you've ever looked at Russian hackers that get compromised, like they often catch them and they have like 3 Ferraris. Like they live in a podunk town where they have chickens as pets in little huts, but they have 3 Ferraris, and that's entirely on the criminal enterprise that they do. And that's not unique to Russia. I'm just using that as an example. So, $6, to us at DEFCON 201, because we're eternally broke. We're in America. Of course we're broke. And in New Jersey, which is like pouring gasoline on puke and lighting it on fire. But still, that $6 might be expensive to us per computer, but to a lot of like these like hackers and the criminal organizations that back these hackers, because we also have to do a comp difference between hackers as like a group of people and a skill and tool set, and cybercrime, which is an extension of traditional crime like mafias and criminal gang groups that Interpol like tries to crack down. It's been happening since the early times. Phone freaks were often abducted by Cosa Nostra and forced to like set up like off the grid like conference calls and stuff for them in order to either exchange for their freedom or for perks. So that the intertwination of criminals seeking out hackers and hacker methods have always been around. But I digress. So there's 3 different types of ransomware payments. Is the average ransomware amount paid for a ransomware victim the attacker exchanged for a prompt subscription tool has increased through last year, but by the 3rd or 4th quarter of 2019, ransom payments amounts skyrocketed from over 40k to over 80k. The median last year in the second quarter, so like October through December, was $41,173. That's a very specific number. Attackers using Ryuk and Sudoku, aka Evil, are increasingly focused their attacks on large corporations where they can attempt to extort the organization for a 7-figure payout. Note the average ransom payment last quarter was $780,000. It's kind of fascinating because the way these ransomwares work, and I'll tell you this, ransomware really works well in Japan. Originally, we were going to, DEFCON 201, me, Sarasol, Squirtle, and some other people who actually live in Japan, we're going to do an entire thing at an anime convention that happens in New Jersey called Anime Next, called Hacking in Japan, and we're going to resubmit for next year, and we hope to do it physically next year. But yeah, ransomware works really well in Japan because that's the way ransomware works, which is why I think a lot of corporations are so thrown off by it. That's literally the way the Yakuza works. Like, basically, the Yakuza comes in to, like, Japanese meetings and they like play musical instruments and stuff or just streak around naked, and basically companies pay them to get out of their meetings, and so if you take that and digitize it, that's what a lot of ransomware attacks are like. And see, the odd thing is in Japan, the Japanese are very much used to this, but we're not used to that type of like shame tactics or like information denying or sensory deprivation tactics. So I think that's why they're like extra working around here. So some of the targeted industries, esports, yeah, and entertainment industries overall are big. Telecoms, different exchanges, FedEx, just a ton of everything. So media, entertainment, IT, telecom, energy, oil and gas, other. That would be interesting. Business, just other. Business, that's basically what DEFCON 2.1 is. Business and professional services. Basically, if you exist on the internet and you make like some good coin, like you make like $10,000 plus, you are probably going to be targeted for a ransomware attack. And the more money you make, more money, more problems. So that's what hits you there. So this is sort of information, the attack summary here. Most of it's crypto, some of it's gift cards, infrastructure, or favors, like, going on your knees. There's been over 300,000 victims around the world. The latest ransom apparently reports is at 10 million in order to unlock, in order to get the decryption key. Let's see, $84,000 in damages, which is a huge increase from 2019. Most victims paid the average of $20K. Over 150 countries got infected. Note the giant red for Russia, China, and the United States. In the marketplace, a lot of it's done through RAT, some of it's done through SSH and RDP. Ransomware attacks are considered #1 threats on networks this year. Attacks are increasingly causing extended periods of costly downtime, and multiple methods are available for cashing out ransom money. So introducing his tool here that he made just for DEFCON, called, I'm just going to pronounce it Firatui, in order to, I don't know how to pronounce it. So Firatui is a proof of concept for ransomware tool written in PowerShell. I would be so tempted to run it in PowerShell, but even if I wanted to, we can't do the screen sharing feature. Maybe it came from a dark web. We'll have the screen sharing feature running, and I'll run the tool again for you guys. It uses LOTL, or living off the land commands, to work against the operating system and encrypt files on machine. Living off the land commands is a very common thing on PowerShell. Basically, living off the land is where instead of injecting foreign code or rewriting code on a system, what you're doing is you're using all of the system tools in place in order to hack it. An equivalent of this that we covered at our PAX East gaming panel is arbitrary code injection in video games, where instead of like loading a game genie or a USB or trying to go between the server and the player or the controller to the machine on Bluetooth, what instead is that you're playing the video game normally, but you're playing the game in such a way that's not supposed to be played, so it makes arbitrary code in the background, and then you use a glitch inside the game that already exists to execute that, and then you hack the game. Living off the land is the same thing, but in network command line code format. And if you give me a minute, if you notice I've been doing nose stuff, I'm going to wipe my nose, but I will summarize by saying that what you're using is you're using the preset network tools and stuff that's installed, like PowerShell on most Windows computers, the terminal in a Linux shell, or like a CentOS machine against itself. So give me 2 seconds, I'll be right back. You're going to probably hear me blow my nose a lot. Wow, the boogers are strong today on Crypto Barons. Oh, God. Oh, nose. Geez, I don't know what it is about Crypto Barons, but I guess talking about ransomware just made the snot fly freely out of my nose. I know that's gross and TMI, but it's the truth, ladies and gentlemen. That's all we talk about in Crypto Barons. So back to the blockchain. This tool can be used during internal infrastructure penetration testing or doing red team exercises to validate blue team's SOC responses to ransom attacks. It uses public key cryptography to encrypt the context of the files and exfiltrates large files to Google Drive. So you have to sync it to Google Drive to work. Upon a successful attack, the ransomware asks for a payment of 0.10 Bitcoin, which is roughly equivalent of $1,000. $1,000. And the detection it does is file extension of the encrypted files are changed to fire. Really? Are you okay? Yeah. Okay. Don't mind that. My DEFCON 201. It's like roommates are like interns. They all like die every other day. I'm actually shocked I'm still alive. Desktop wallpaper of the compromised host is changed with a FireTUI background, and the desktop will have a FireTUI TXT file. So that will explain the attack to the person. So to set up this attack, phishing server and domain. You use a phishing server and a domain to target an organization. So you set up the server and the domain, and then you email server. You send the malicious documents attached. So this is a phishing or probably a fierce phishing technique. And the macro embed file as an attachment to the user, which pulls the ransomware, the remote server to target machine and runs in memory. So I think when they basically open the email, or if they have a better client run the file, this happens. And you modify a couple parameters in the ransomware file to utilize it for your case. So for data exfiltration, you make like a throwaway email account, like a Gmail account, since you're syncing to Google Docs. Although Google would probably be able to trace back. I think this is exactly why this is an experimental system and not to be used for like in the field actual darknet crap. Gmail API, access to a throwaway Google Drive, and setting up a web application with that Google Drive is a whole setup as I showed on the GitHub. He has this whole setup here for it. So you go to the Google Cloud Manager and you create project. Now I'll spin up a new one. Once the project's created by MPI, you do the enable APIs and services, and then you locate the Google Drive APIs in the AOI library. Once the location is enabled by the API, this will allow access to the various operations within the Google Drive you just spun up. After enabling the API assets, you create the credentials button. So you do the OAuth client ID credentials for it. Then you select web applications as a project type and configure the authorized redirect to the URL. And again, if you're on Twitch, and I'll post the project link in the chat in a moment, but if you're on Twitch, if you scroll below the stream and click on our GitHub, or click on the specific thing in the GitHub, we actually have this pinned in our GitHub in that little box below our profile, streaming right now on Crypto Bear. It's also, again, if you're on DLive, send us lemons, because I promise at the end of this, we're going to send out lemons to who's ever watching. So you select the web applications as the product type and configure it to the authorized redirect URL. So that's going to be your phishing server and client, which again you can find out by, there's an Anarcho NYC thing that the Tech Learning Collective that can teach you how to set something up like that. We covered that last week at the Hackers on Planet Earth when we were live streaming. Then you select your client ID and secret. If you don't, this can always be accessed to credentials of the API and services. And now you browse to the author playground. You click the gear icon to properly create the credentials. Then you authorize the drive and click exchange authorization code to tokens. This should give you 200. You okay that. So now you're allowed that's now configured to the program that you're now going to run in terminal for this. So back to the thing here. So the use of cryptography in FireTUI. So it uses 2048 bits RSA key to encrypt the files on the machine, on the affected machine that you're targeting, and the private keys of the certificates get sent to the attacker using a pre-shared secret, aka symmetric key. So remember, we're setting the secret on the OAuth. So basic. So let's see. So this is the example he's talking about, because this is what asymmetric keys look like. We covered this previously on Crypto Barons, where you have two senders here and a plain text, and there's a progress, and there's user B's private key and user B, so you're using that same private key. So basically you each generate your own keys, but you already have a comparison between the two, and it's asymmetric. Symmetric, real quick, is that you basically both have the same key in order to do the plain text. So this is using a symmetric key system. So as I said, so it uses two unique symmetric keys. One for the private key of the certificate that's being generated on the user machine, and the other one is for uploading the exfiltrated data to Google Drive. So one's generated on there, and that does the close encryption for that, and then another key's generated so that it hoards all the data on the drive. The private keys are sent to PokeMail as a zip encrypted file, so that's how you receive that data. And then FireTUI uses PokeMail services to distribute. I love that logo. They haven't changed their logo in years. I think it used to be yellow like the Pokemon logo, and now it's blue, I guess for legal reasons. Distribute the attack infrastructure by creating a random location-based email address. So it generates that email, and then the files go there, and then you as the attacker have those files. So what he wants you to do with the tool is like to think innovatively. Can you do an entire attack in the memory? Can you be more intrusive and silent at the same time? Can you compromise a host on the UAC? I still read that as United United Aerospace Corporation because I'm such a doomhead. UAC settings on the always notify. Can you delete logs and clear traces? Can you perform an entire malicious operation without using interaction? And is your code detected by an AV or EDR vendor? Can you basically go against the anti-malware stuff? This is basically what this sort of thing, this program tests all out, and you can keep trying until you bypass all of these. So apparently you can, I don't know if it does it itself, but you need a brute force technique. You keep trying until it actually passes, and you can do that. So now that I've explained all that, I'm going to let the guy who actually wrote the program explain the program itself, and he's going to show you in video form that I have here preloaded on how this whole kit and caboodle works. So take it away, virtual guy who created Fiatui.
All right, so now what you're seeing on the screen is the setup steps for the Firothi ransomware. In the first screen, what you are seeing is it's the folder with the name tools. That's where we have got most important files. So when I look at it, I've got two files in there for this proof of concept. One of the name is most important file, and the second one being the second sensitive passwords. So let's open one of the text files. Looking at the text file, it seems that there is some text in there for the demo purposes, but it's in plain text right now. So let's close this file. And let's look at the second file, which is sensitive password files. Which contains some dummy passwords in there in plain text. Okay, so I'm going to close these files now. So now you know that these are the important files on the machine which we are going to encrypt it through Firothi. Okay. What I've got on the right is the C drive of the machine which we are going to infect it with ransomware. And what I'm going to show here is this is the folder structure. And remember that right now we have configured our ransomware to encrypt files in the tools folder. However, this can be customized to encrypt the full folder, or complete C drive, or the whole document folder, or pictures, or whatever you like. Okay, so so let's keep it open and see how things are changing when you run the ransomware on the infected machine. The third folder I've opened here is the temporary folder. That is where all the certificates and the symmetric keys are going to get dropped, and then it's going to get exfiltrated out on to the attacker. In the fourth window, I have got browser open. In the first tab, I've got the Google Drive. Right now, if you look at this Google Drive, there is only one folder and a file. However, there is no other thing available here. So Firothi uses for the exfiltration purposes, when you have big files, it's going to get exfiltrated to Google Drive. So I tried it with this test MP4 file, which is 126 MB, and it works perfect. So what is going to happen is these files over here is going to get copied into the Google Drive when you run the ransomware. Okay, and remember that we have distributed our attacks infrastructure in a way that that we are not relying on one single service, right? So for the symmetric keys are going to come to to poke mail. And how do you set up poke mail? I'm going to show you in a moment. But before that, let's look at what sort of USC controls we have on the infected machine. So let's look at the USC settings, it seems that the highest level of USA is always notified. Whenever the app tries to install a software or make any changes to the computer, this is going to notify the user, right? So this is currently set on always notified. Let's minimize this and look at the current certificate store, which is the local store on the box. So the current store has got only one certificate in here. However, when the ransomware is going to get deployed, you will see one of the other certificates it's going to get installed, and then it's going to get removed afterwards, right? Once you exfiltrate and encrypt these files inside the tools folder. Okay, let's minimize this now. So let's set up our ransomware with the email address where you wanted to exfiltrate the keys for the certificate. So right now I've chosen the Statue of Liberty as a location. So I'm going to click on this and then get this geographic coordinates, and I'm going to paste it in here. So this geographic coordinates is for the Statue of Liberty. I'm going to set this as my location. So once I set this as a location, you'll see that it has created a unique location for me, and then it has generated a random looking email account for me, right? And then it has got one email in it as of now. Okay, so you have to copy this email and then put it inside your ransomware file, and have to make changes in the email address parameter. So I'm going to do that now. So I've modified the email address for one in here, and the other place where you want to make changes is email one parameter over here. So after you make those changes, save the file. So I'm going to save this file, and I'm going to minimize this for now. And I have got, I've opened a PowerShell file, and I'm going to run the ransomware. To run the ransomware, all you need to do is just run one single PowerShell file. Once this is going to run, you will start seeing files going to get dropped inside the temporary folder, and then in Gmail drive, you are going to see a zip encrypted file, containing the exfiltrated data, right? So I'm going to hit enter. So it is going to create a base64 encoded certificate. This is going to be the public key, and then it's identifying. Then it's going to install the package 7-zip module onto the machine. However, let's see if this has already installed the certificate on the machine. Not as of now, but let's give it some time, and then you'll see another certificate being installed in here on the machine. So once that is done, it's going to start encrypting the files. So right now it is zipping the files. So if you look at this, it has already created the certificate. It is creating files, and now the files are already zipped, and email has been sent to an attacker on the poke mail. So if we go here and refresh it, it has created the zip still.zip file. It is running some enumeration on the files, on what all files the ransomware needs to encrypt. And then it's going to start uploading the files to the Google Drive. So once it's going to upload the large files, it's going to delete it from the temporary folder. And then you'll see that it is going to start encrypting the files. If you look at here, you'll see that the files are already been encrypted, and this we have successfully deployed the Firoti ransomware onto the machine. So once this is done, it gives you a notification on the infected machine that they have been ransomed, and the files are encrypted. So as of now, I have put 30 seconds for the proof of concept, but then you can set this timer for however long you want, right? And so once this is going to done, it's going to close the UI, and then it's going to change the desktop of the infected machine. Right now, if you see that, if you have a quick look at the folder where we had sensitive files, the files have been changed with .firoti extension. The file type is again changed with Firoti, and then once you see here, the background gets changed as well with the Firoti background. Okay, so that's been done as well. And if you look at it here, right, you have received emails containing the private key for the certificates, or the certificates is already deleted from the infected machine, and then if you try to open the tools folder again and see and try to access the files, you'll see that it's no longer accessible. So if you open it, that there is just chunk characters in it, and it's been encrypted with .firoti. So that's what the ransomware does. So the next step is to actually go ahead and download the encryption keys. So I'm going to download the backup1.zip file. And if I go back to inbox, I'm going to download the other file as well. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to back up this as well. So once downloaded, you can go to your Google Drive, and you'll see that steel.zip file is already in there. And if you try to open this, you'll see that you've got the same two files in there: the most important file.txt and the sensitive passwords.txt. These were the actually these files were actually on the infected host in .txt format, which is now converted to .firoti. Okay, so if you try to open this, you won't be able to open this. The reason is, but however, let's download this. So it is scanning for virus, and now once it's going to download, let's go to the download folder. Oh, it's not downloaded yet. So let's go to the download folder and see if we can open this. So if we can try to open this, it requires the password. And this password for these files are actually inside the poke mail, right? So and in the backup.zip file. So if you try to open the backup.zip file and look at the sys.txt file, that's the private key for the zip encrypted file, which is on the Google Drive. So, but however, it requires the password. This password is encrypted using the this initialization vector over here, which is using the symmetric key, right? So this is the symmetric key for the very first file, which is sys.txt, right? So this initialization vector, as an attacker, you are the only one who holds this, and since this is running inside the memory, and as you rotate your infrastructure, no one else would be able to gain access to this. Okay, so let's verify and put this as a password in there, and sure enough, this is the password for the stolen file, right? So if this is the password for the certificates using which the files have been encrypted. So when you want to send this decryption key, this is what you are going to send it to the user. Okay, so so that's how the attack works. If you look at it, that there is going to be firoti.txt file on the desktop, such as this, and if you try to open it, it's going to give you the same note which you saw it in your pop-up window, right? That your files have been encrypted. They're asking for 0.10 Bitcoin. If you don't pay it, they are going to, release your files, sensitive files, to the internet. So the same can be done with the phishing emails, right? So if we go to let's go to Gmail and see how this attack can be done via phishing emails. So one thing I'm not going to show you here is how do you bypass antivirus, because that's not the scope of the project. We are purely looking at the ransomware and how you can create a proof of concept and make your incident response team work for it to see their behavior and identify the gaps, right? So supposingly you receive emails like this with a subject line important promotion list for 2020, right? And supposingly you receive this from your from your colleague or whose email is compromised using various other means, and since you trust that your colleague and internal email addresses, you think this is an important file to work with. Okay, so once downloaded, the files look like this. Okay, and this looks very legit. An attacker can generate this kind of data and lure someone to download files and run it. Okay, so once you have downloaded this, there is a note here saying that click on the chart to display the insights. Suddenly you'll see that the data is good. However, the issue is the chart is not getting loaded properly. So let's look at the macros and what an attacker has done in here. So the macro looks like this. Okay, so it's going to download the test.batch file from the GitHub, and then it's going to run a demo.batch file. It's going to save it in the temporary folder, and then it's going to run it. Okay, so let's see what's in the GitHub and how it's going to pull this stuff. So right now I'm in the test.batch file. This is what it is getting pulled. So once things are getting pulled, it's going to run a ransomware which can be downloaded on the machine itself, right? Like the way we are downloading this batch file. So okay, so let's try to run this and see if it is actually working. So since it says that click on the chart to display the insight, and what I've done is on click event for this chart is going to call the macro and it's going to run it. So let's see if this is working. So once I click on this, right, it has open.cmd and it's going to pull the file from the internet into the temporary directory of this machine. So let's go to TMP directory, and the demo file is already been downloaded. Okay, so if you look at the timing, it's 11:16, and just now the file has been downloaded. It is creating the sys.txt file. The ransomware is running in the background. You can confirm this by the way this CMD has opened. But if you don't want the CMD file to pop up, you can hide that as well. See, it is creating different files. It has created backup.zip file, and it's going to perform the same attack again What it's going to do this time, it's going to repeat exactly the same send steps on the machine, but without even user realizing that something is happening on the account, right? So if you see that still.zip file has already been created, a zip file has been created. Let's see if there is actually the certificate created on the machine. Yes, start.csscer has been created just now. But you can verify the same stuff by actually downloading, by looking at the personal certificate store. So, this store it is going to create a self-signed certificate on the user machine, even though we have a USE of always notify, right? So if you double click on this certificate, you know that we have got a private key which is getting sent to an attacker via poke mail. Okay, so once this is going to once the attack is going to be successful, it's going to delete this self-signed certificate and the private key from the machine, and then user won't have a chance to encrypt their files. Okay, so that's how the attack vector works, even with the phishing. And let's go to our oh, so the attack has already been finished. It is refreshing the window, and that's why the windows got closed. And then when you can confirm this by going into the same tools folder and see if the files are encrypted already. So the files are encrypted, and then the certificate is going to get deleted. So if you keep refreshing it, if you refresh it, the certificate is already deleted, and that's how the attack works through phishing, and that's how the ransomware gets sprayed from one machine to the other. I hope you like this demo, and you have learned something new out of it. So let's jump back to the presentation and see some mitigation strategies now.
And so that was the demo for the whatever the heck his tool's called. I keep forgetting because my brain's blanking out. Let's scroll up. What is it called again? Firatui. That's what I keep calling it because I still hadn't heard him say his name. But no, that was the entire demo. As you say, you walk through how he had 4 screens set up. And I hope you guys can hear me out there. And by the way, just for all the people who might be tweeting, I'm Sidepocket. I'm one of the co-founders of DEFCON 201. We're a computer hacker group that meets every third Friday of the month in Jersey City, New Jersey. That is in New Jersey in the United States, which is currently going to hell. Not New Jersey itself, but the United States, really, for once. This is Crypto Barons, where I talk about blockchain technology as technology and code, which is why we're reviewing this piece of ransomware that uses cryptocurrency and actual cryptography techniques in order to do ransomware. Otherwise, it wouldn't be ransomware. And if you like what you see, you can hit that bell on YouTube or like, share, subscribe on Twitch TV or DLive, and we're going to do the lemons in a bit. And we've been reviewing this tool, and you can also check us out in the corner over there at defcon201.org, which also has all of our social media. So that was the demo. So yeah, you see their eye socks for it, and how criminals convert ransom to cash. We're also going to cover this in October with came from the dark web. There's certain back-end exchanges such as Change Hero, GodX, ArgoDesk, BCTE, and there's also decentralized exchanges, which is something we're going to eventually get into as its own episode. Everything about exchanges and peer-to-peer and stuff. It's the 30 best crypto exchanges without key verification. So there's a bunch of exchanges you could use, and he has a link here that I'll actually copy and paste in the chat, where you can actually, and again, we're going to cover this when we do our whole thing about how exchanges work. Not only are there decentralized peer-to-peer exchanges, but there's also exchanges that where you don't even need like any proof validation or key. It's the equivalent of walking to a business and they have no cameras and accept cash. So that's how they like in Jersey City. So that's how that kind of works. And that's the link I just posted to about those exchanges. So ransomware writers, as he says, is not perfect. Ransomware writers are human too. They make mistakes. Before paying a ransom, make sure your incident response team performs the investigation on the malware behavior, so that way there's a less likelihood that they'll just run away with the money. Some of the ransomware writers drop decryption keys on the affected machines itself. So make sure, again, that your IRT team, your incident response team, looks through it, because they might have done goofed and actually had the keys in the ransomware the entire time. Put a proxy between and modify the amount of the address. Sometimes you'll see parameter values are true and false, so you can change them to decrypt the files. So that's one way to get around it for a lot of these. And take a snapshot of the system before and after the infection if you have samples, so that you notice the change in the system. There's also built-in ransomware protection on Windows. It's disabled by default, but you can go to virus protection threat and protection history, and you can turn on protected folder access block, which will basically prevent most ransomware in Windows. I don't know what you would do in Linux. I'd have to research that later. He also lists some mitigation strategies here, like network segmentation and detection of lateral movement, following the principle of leaf privilege access or restrict access to sensitive servers, and make use of MFA, important portals. Disable, this is a big one, disable PowerShell for the standard domain node users. So your average users don't need PowerShell. Get rid of that off the system. You want to do it later, you can use your admin access machine or find another way. Do not install backdoor and just turn off PowerShell. Frequent network backups, so that way you can just scrap the current thing and load up a backup that you only saved like half an hour ago. Apply patches and have a vulnerability management program. That's big, so instead of relying on a third party, you should have one internally. Have a dedicated incident response team and develop a plan for ransomware attempts, and have drills and exercises, red teams and blue teams, etc. Validate the effectiveness of your defense tools technologies, obviously through pre-proof offense exercises, so your red team attacking the blue team, etc. Organize phishing and user education training sessions for employees, and I think you should mention that this should go for all of your employees. You should go for the secretary, the janitor, your CISO, your CEO, your code monkeys, your front end, your back end, your middleware, red team, blue team, all of your employees. They're all important to a company or an organization, or volunteers if you're not a company. If you know the weakest link in the chain is that link. So if any one of them fall, your entire thing gets compromised. I love this phrase, cyber insurance, to help you cover for costs for if ransomware goes tits up, and take help from local federal agencies. Secret Service, I think, particularly handles cybersecurity stuff for decryption keys. There's also a website called nomoreransom.org, in which I guess it's like a kind of a looking of like all of the ransomwares that have been decrypted and reversed. There's also IEDS-randomware-malwarehunterteam.com, which has a whole list of stuff. And never pay the ransom, because again, they could just bolt with the money and then you're stuck. So that was his presentation. So that was neat. I got to like wear the skin of another person and do a presentation for them. And again, if you really like this content here on Crypto Barons, this is probably going to be the longest Crypto Barons stream we're going to have for a while. You can hit that bell, like, follow, share, subscribe on Twitch, DLive, and YouTube. And in fact, what I'm going to do right now, if I can, is, again, I'm going to take something I don't need right now. The Monero Village will be a good target. I might have to do this off screen because I can't remember if I'm logged in or not. No, I'll have to log in separately. So in a bit, and I will do that. We'll air another video, and then after that video, I will go back and do all of this. So the next thing we're gonna air, and this is probably the longest video we're gonna air, and then we might see one or two things, and then take about. Oh, and actually, before we do anything, sorry, this just popped into my head. I have two more things I want to bring up. So first of all, remember that activate the thing you have to send the Litecoin? Well, I'm gonna show this on cam. Coindroinds themselves reached out to us because they really love that we're doing this stream here on Crypto Barons, and they actually sent us some Litecoins. That's on Konami, and that's the amount that we get to play with here. So I'm actually going, let's see, click to send the active. Okay, so it's in there. So I'm actually going to send this right now. I'm going to, for security reasons, even though you can read that, line over there, I'm going to temporarily take off the website. And actually, I'll log into DLive while I'm at it. And again, I love lurkers, but if anyone in chat has any comments or questions or anything, please let me know. Oh, cool. Actually, this is even better. I can turn it back on. There is an actual QR code for this. So that's neat. So I believe I have that function in here. So, so send. And it brings up the QR code on the camera. And I'm going to scan the QR code. Come on, camera. I may have to hit the focus. Come on. You can do it. I believe in you. There it goes. So, yeah, I have to send that amount, which I think it already did. I'm going to continue. And I've sent that amount as a transaction. I just sent it. Oh, I have to confirm for. So I'm going to do priority high. And I'm going to confirm. And then we're going to enter the wallet password, which I hopefully won't screw up here. Jeez. Hold on. What was it? Okay. There we go. This should be it. If it's not, I'm going to commit Sudoku. It was not. Okay, hold on. Let me just check the volume levels here. Okay, so my mic's on. Alright, so it was not that. Let's see, did I screw up at any point when typing this in? I don't think I did. Alright, so let's make some guesses. Might be this. There it goes. Yep, that's what it was. Okay, so I sent the required amount. We have a little bit left here. It's taking its time. And then eventually we'll go back to Coindroinds probably after this next video, and we'll play a bit of it. So this is going to be really cool. So thank you, Coindroinds. I keep saying Coindroinds. Thank you, Coindroinds, for sending us that little bit of Litecoin. Now we'll be able to interact with your game, and hopefully once that transaction goes through, and I'm going to give it a bunch of time, we can do that. So I'm going to get the other long thing out of the way. Oh, one last quick thing before we get the other part out of the way, and then I'll log into DLive and do all the special stuff. So what I want to bring up is, and I have it open another browser here. It's one of these. Is one of these here. Where did you go? Did I screw this up? No, I probably did do it on this browser. Hang on. Actually, you know what I can do instead? Let's scroll back. Let's go to our guide. So, another village that is not directly cryptocurrency related, but it's related into kind of the similar field, is there's a couple of new villages this year. And one of the new ones that's been really taking off is the Payment Village. This is an entire village that is about payment processes, mainly fiat payment processes, so ATM machine, banking networks and stuff. This is all there. They've really got up. They have their own cool stickers and everything. They stream on Twitch. They have a YouTube. They have their Discord channel in the DEFCON Safe Mode Discord. Let's see what their YouTube is like. Let's cross our fingers and hope that some stuff. So there's some videos, and let's see here. So AMV card data, payment bug bounties. Let's see, credit cards. What did early look like? So these are like little quick short demonstrations here. Just like little info things. I'm actually just going to air the welcome to the payment village thing. And while that happens, I'm going to log into... no, actually, I can't do that. We're going to watch the payment thing, then I'll log into DLive. We'll do the lemons, and then we'll do, I think, our basically final video, and then we should be done with the stream. So let's have the payment village introduce itself.
Hello and welcome to the Payment Village. My name is Leanne Galloway and I am the Payment Village lead. We set up the Payment Village because we felt like so many of us have an interaction with payment technologies every day, yet most of us don't know how they work. And it seems from the outside that the barriers for entry are particularly high. So we set up this village as a way to change that. We've provided a range of content, including talks and lab exercises. If you need to find any information, please first of all start with our website, which is thepaymentvillage.org. You'll find the schedule, information about how to access Discord, how to register for Discord, and how to access our Twitch and YouTube channels. We have a number of talks over the 3 days, and all of those are going to be broadcast to Twitch and YouTube. All of the information for that will be provided in Discord, and following each talk we will have a Q&A session which will take place on Discord. This will be moderated by myself and by Tim, who is one of the Payment Village staff. So after this talk we have a talk by Dr. Stephen Murdoch from UCL, and he's going to be talking to us about TLV. So when we look at the communication between a card and a terminal for EMV, the data is sent in units called Application Protocol Data Units, or APDUs. Now within each message that's sent, the data is sent in a structure called TLV, or tag, length and value. So he's going to be talking to us about why this is important, how we can understand it, and how we can decode it. So following that talk, we have a talk from Tim Unisoff, and he's going to be talking to us about how you can get started with bug bounty for payments. I think what's particularly interesting about this talk is he's going to talk about some of the challenges that are specific to this area. On Saturday, we have a talk from Yuri Rivner of BioCatch, and he's going to be discussing identity data as a commodity. So he's going to be talking about all sorts of interesting things like synthetic IDs, which are a particular problem in the US. So this might be where a fraudster creates an ID from constructed data. Some of that might be real. So for example, using the social security numbers of deceased people or children. So I'm particularly interested in seeing this talk and what he has to say about that. Then we have a talk by Arkady Litvinenko, and he's going to be talking about online banking security. Specifically, he's going to focus on the difference between online banking security assessments and traditional application assessments. So we'll be looking at some specific issues that are associated with banking security, some of which will be focusing around the actual logic of the application. On Sunday, we have a talk by Alexei Stenikov, and he's going to be talking about the security or lack of security in point of sales terminals. Alexei is a hardware reverser, so he'll be talking about the security mechanisms that we can find commonly within terminals and how those can be bypassed. Following Alexei, we have a talk by Minaka Baska Pillai, and she's going to be talking about how we can architect modern payment gateways and do this in a secure manner. In addition to the talks, we have a number of lab exercises which are available on our website. We'll be providing support for those in Discord. So under the Pay Labs text, you'll be able to post your questions and we'll get back to you. In addition to all of these things, we do have a number of stickers available. So if you're interested in that, please ping myself or Tim, or just ping in the general chat. And please tag us online on Twitter using the tag @PaymentVillage. And finally, have an amazing time. I hope that this provides you with a great introduction into payments, and you'll be keen to come back next year.
So that was the very smooth, and I don't know if it's Australian or British, but it definitely wasn't podunk American accent of the Payment Village. And I'm really excited that this sort of thing exists. I'm always very interested in, again, not just, cryptocurrencies, but like money transactions through the internet in general. We're actually going to be covering eventually a couple of things that, while our virtual money stuff is not necessarily cryptocurrencies or Bitcoin. So I'm glad to see a village like this has been set up like that. And again, they also have a Twitch channel, and they'll be live streaming tomorrow on the final day. As you can see, they're currently offline, but they do have all of their videos archived here. So let's see. They have a bunch of them. Most of them go on for about an hour. So all this stuff that she listed is also on their Twitch. So yeah, definitely check out the Payment Village. Their website is paymentvillage.org. I'm going to put that in the chat. And then we may, what we'll do is I'm going to actually do the DLive while I explain this right now. So I'm going to take off this, and I'm going to do all this fancy hacking stuff going on in order to get into our DLive. And then what we're going to do is we are going to watch one final thing. I might take the cam off very shortly, but then I'll be right back. But we're gonna have a video. It's gonna be the last thing, as one of the main talks at DEF CON, along with its Q&A. And then we are going. And then after that, we're gonna check back in because I believe, yep, our transaction, our transaction went through. On our transaction went. There we go. Went through here on Koinomi. So I believe, and there should be enough cycle time that Coindroinds will work, so we will fully check out Coindroinds at the end. But we're going to get through an awesome DEF CON talk that involves Bitcoin and cryptocurrency and actual ass encryption. We might have a bat squeak room for one more talk from like either the Monero village or the blockchain village, which you should all check out. And then we're going to end the stream, and this is going to be the longest Crypto Baron stream we're going to have in a while, because there will be some long streams in the future, but this is definitely going to be the longest one, just like how the ladies and dudes like it. So while I set up the and let me just double check. Okay, so while I set up the this whole kit and caboodle, I'm going to explain what's going on with our next thing. So there is a really awesome DEF CON talk that happened this year that just happened to involve cryptocurrencies. And that talk, and I will show the info for it later on in a moment, is called How We Recovered a Ridiculous Amount. It's like 3 digits, 6 figures, in Bitcoin from an encrypted zip file. It's done by a guy named Michael Shea. Hold on. I always wonder how many people are trying to like figure out what I'm typing on here. Oh, it didn't move over. That's stupid. Hang on. Will you do it now? Perfect. Okay, so now we got it. now we're in. We're good. So now I can bring up like the video feed and everything will be all roses and sunshine and everything. And let's turn this guy back on. So yeah, the talk is called How We Recovered 6 figures in Bitcoin from encrypted zip file. He writes, about 6 months ago, a Russian guy, boy, isn't that how every hacker story starts, and also every drinking story, and every hacker drinking story, especially if you're at PhDs, which is in Russia. A Russian guy contacted me on LinkedIn with an intriguing offer. He had hundreds of thousands of dollars in Bitcoin locked in a zip file, and he couldn't remember the password. Could I break it in for him? He found my name by reading an old cryptanalysis paper. That's another word for Russian mafia. And I wrote 20 years ago. In that attack, I needed 5 files to break into a zip archive. This one only had 2 files in it. Was it possible? How much would it cost? Would I have to modify my old attack with some new cryptanalytic techniques and rent a GPU farm? But we pulled it off. Come here how. So we're going to watch this, and then we're actually going to go to the DEF CONs. We're actually going to go to, let's type it here. DEFCON. I think it's DEFCON.org. They also might have this on YouTube, but we're going to go here because I'm pretty sure they're still streaming. Oh, no, they're offline. So let's go to videos real quick. It should be somewhere floating around here because they did this on Friday. The Q&A session. So let's see. So we're going to look at all videos that are pre-recorded. They're doing a really good. Hope and DEF CON are also doing a really good job of making sure most of this is video archived and recorded. So I'm pretty happy about that. Where are you? You are somewhere around here. Let's see. Some things are out of order. Let's see. Hacking supply chain, Spectra, bugs, TSL. This was also a Black Hat talk. Keys. Fireside. I think it's after this somewhere here. Whispers, Rock, Cache. It's the cool thing about ATM machines. Here we go. We're going to watch this video, so I'm just going to pre-cue it, and I'm going to hit pause. and we're going to go back to that. But again, what we're going to do is we're going to watch Michael Stay here presentate how he recovered 6 figures in Bitcoin from a zip file. This is using real breaking encryption. I think he's doing it on Windows. So I'm going to disappear very shortly, but then come right back. But we're going to watch this video. It's a long video. Eat a sandwich, because I think it's at least an hour long. And then we're going to watch part of the FAQ. And then that'll be the end. And then we'll look at Coindroinds again. That'll be in the Crypto Barons. So let's watch this really cool talk that involves a lot of math. So take it away, Michael.
Hello, my name is Mike Stay. I'm the CTO of Pyrofex Corporation, and today I'm going to tell you about how we recovered several $100,000 worth of Bitcoin from an encrypted zip file. Around 20 years ago, I was working as a reverse engineer and cryptanalyst for Access Data while getting my physics degree at BYU. It was the late 90s, early 2000s. The US government had been gradually easing off export restrictions on software containing cryptography, but most software still contained pretty worthless password protection. We'd buy desktop office software, I'd reverse engineer it to figure out what algorithm it was using for access control, and then break the crypto. It was a never-ending stream of interesting but not impossible math puzzles. I wrote about 40 password crackers during my time there. We would sell them to home users, system administrators, local and federal law enforcement agencies. I got to go down to the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center in Glencoe a few times to teach Secret Service agents, FBI agents, ATF, about cryptography and the use of our products. 2 of the projects really stand out in my memory. The first was Microsoft Word 97. Before Word 97, the files were encrypted by XORing the bytes with a repeating 16-byte string derived from the password. The most common bytes in a Word file were either 0, 255, or 32, which is space. So we just look at the most common character in each of the 16 columns, try the 3 to the 16th variations on those, and recovering the key was usually instantaneous. But to help people feel like they'd gotten their money's worth, we'd put on a little show like the scene in War Games, where it would be animated showing random characters that would gradually reveal the right password. Microsoft 97 changed that. It might have been possible to find out the encryption format through Microsoft Developer Network, but we were a small company and couldn't afford the subscription. It also wasn't clear we'd be allowed to write the cracker if we did get the info from them, so to figure out how it worked, I used soft ice. There was a button on a cable that would go to a card in the computer. I'd type the password and then hit enter and the button on the cable as fast as I could and hope that it would break somewhere in the crypto stuff. I'd walk up the stack trying to figure out where the algorithm was. This was in the days before IDA Pro, so I printed out a few dozen pages of assembly code and taped it to the wall and then drew all over it with a red crayon, updating the function names and so on as I figured stuff out. I was very pleased when I finally worked it all out. At the time, Microsoft was only allowed to export 40-bit cryptography, so they did as much as they were legally permitted to do. They'd repeatedly MD5 the password with some salt, which is randomly chosen bytes that is stored in the file, and then they'd get a 40-bit key. Then they'd add salt to that and repeatedly hash it again, so it took about half a second to test a password on the computers at the time. So despite being a 40-bit key space, it was a fairly hard problem to attack. We had to resort to a dictionary attack because breaking it outright was pretty much impossible. We did eventually write a cracker for larger companies that had their own computer labs and resources, other large agencies, to brute force the 40-bit key space using the fancy MMX instructions on the Pentium. This was long before graphics processors were available. I knew of one place that ran the software for 9 months before finally getting in. The other really fun one I did was zip archives. The developer of PKZip, Phil Katz, made the decision, which was unusual at the time, to document his file format and include it with his software. That made it a favorite of developers. Roger Schlafly designed the stream cipher used for encrypting the archives. The zip standard quickly became by far the most popular compression format on Windows, and many other formats like Java's jar format, OpenOffice's document formats are really just zip files with a particular directory structure inside. InfoZip is an open source implementation of the software. It was used as the basis for nearly all other branded zip software like WinZip. And at the time I was trying to crack it, WinZip had 95% of the market, according to CNET downloads. Eli Biam and Paul Kosher had published a known plaintext attack on the cipher, but the known plaintext was compressed plaintext. To get the Huffman codes at the start of a deflated file, you basically need 32 kilobytes of the file. The attack was practically useless to law enforcement agencies. This diagram is an illustration of the internal workings of the zip cipher. Each of these boxes represents a byte, 8 bits. The cipher has 96 bits of internal state split into 3 32-bit chunks. One is called key 0, key 1, and key 2. This subscript indicates the state of that chunk after having processed that many bytes of text. So here, this is the initial state. We feed in the first byte of text, and we get the subsequent state of key 0. And then we take part of that and feed it in here, and we get the subsequent state of key 1. Then we take one of these bytes and feed it in here and get the subsequent state of key 2. Then we do one more operation on these 2 low bytes to get the stream byte. Going into a little more detail, this first section is CRC32. CRC stands for Cyclical Redundancy Check. It was designed for detecting errors on the circular tracks that you would find on floppy disks. So here we can see the shift. It's being shifted right 8 bits. And we take these 8 bits that got shifted off the bottom and use them to look up a 32-bit word in this table. Then we take the byte that's coming in, and we also look up a 32-bit word for that one in the table. Then we XOR the high 24 bits here that were left after shifting it down with these 2 words, and we get the new state of key 0. We take the low byte of the new value of key 0, add it to the current state of key 1, multiply by this constant, add 1, and get the new state of key 1. So this is called a truncated linear congruential generator. Truncated because we're only taking the high byte as output, linear because it's addition, congruential because it's modulo 2 to the 32, and generator because it's spitting out pseudo-random bytes. So it takes this byte that it's spitting out and feeds it into CRC32 again. Now, this is a linear feedback shift register, but this one is linear with respect to XOR, while this one is linear with respect to addition with carries. So they don't work well together, and that's what really gives it whatever strength it does have. So CRC32, truncated linear congruential generator, another CRC32, and then this pseudo squaring operation. And if you look in the source code, the pseudo squaring operation is like this. You take key 2 and the low 16 bits of that, and you OR it with 2. So you set bit 1. And then you multiply that by itself XOR 1. So one of the values is going to be even and the other one's odd. You shift it down by 8 and take 8 bits. So it's the middle of this pseudo squaring operation. And the result is a stream byte. Now the way this stream cipher works is that you initialize it first with a password, and then you encrypt the plaintext that you want to encrypt. To make it harder, they encrypt some salt first. PKZip used bytes that were in memory. So it would allocate 10 bytes and use whatever bytes were there. That's how it got its entropy. InfoZip, because it was built for use on Linux as well as Windows, couldn't do that because when the memory was allocated, it was also initialized. So they got their entropy from the process ID and the timestamp. You'd XOR those two together and call srand on it to seed the random number generator. Then it would use rand to generate 10 bytes as salt. In the file, then you'd follow it by CRC32 and the plain text. Now, Beam and Kosher had their attack, and it was published when InfoZip was implemented. So they knew that if they just used rand, then if somebody had the timestamp and the process ID, they could compute these bytes. The CRC was stored in the file to check that the password was entered correctly. So they would know these bytes, and that would give them 12 bytes, which was sufficient to mount a known plaintext attack. So InfoZip tried to avoid that. And they made it harder, but not quite hard enough. So renaming these bytes individually, R0 through R9 are the bytes generated by rand, C0, C1 are the CRC32 bytes, and P0 through P3 and so on are the plaintext bytes. And I'll call this array X. Now, when you feed the password into the cipher, it treats it as though it's plaintext. You feed in the first password byte, it updates key 0, key 1, key 2, spits out a stream byte, and then it throws the stream byte away until it gets to the last character of the password. And that final stream byte is used to encrypt the first salt byte, R0. So I get this set of 10 bytes that I call Y, which is just these first 10 bytes generated by rand, exclusive ordered with the 10 bytes generated by the stream cipher. Now you'll notice here I call this S0, but this one is S1X. These ones that end in X depend on the values in X, but S0 only depends on the password itself. That turned out to be their tragic flaw, that when they encrypted this a second time, so they were using Y as the salt bytes in the file, they would generate S0 again because it was the same password. So they would XOR with S0 once to get the salt byte, XOR with S0 again to get the byte that was stored in the encryption header. Now all of these are hard to figure out because they depend both on the randomly generated bytes from rand as well as the stream cipher bytes twice over. So this is doubly encrypted stuff. But this first byte leaked. And given 5 files in the archive, all encrypted with the same password, this gave me 8 bits of entropy per file to find the 32-bit internal state of the rand pseudorandom number generator. So given 5 files, I could simply take the first byte of each archive, run through all 32 bits of possible internal state, and verify that every 10th byte gave me the byte I was expecting. So I could uniquely identify the internal state, could uniquely find these 10 bytes. And so then I had some place to stand to mount the attack. So the next thing I did was notice that I didn't need all 96 bits to produce the next stream byte. I only needed 40 bits. So here I didn't need to know both key 0 and, or rather the second and the first byte of key 0. I only needed to know the XOR of this byte with that one. So that's an 8-bit guess. I know the value from rand that's going in, so I can predict this thing. Here I'm multiplying by this constant. If I take the I don't need to know the entire value of key 1. I just need to know the high byte of key 1 times the constant. So I've distributed this multiplication across the addition we had earlier. So here is the high byte of that. When I add 1, it might cause a carry bit, so I have to guess a carry bit. Then it comes in here. I know what the high byte of this is. I feed it in. I just need to know these values, and given the stream byte, I can then figure out what the low 6 bits are here that are needed. So this is how to figure out, given a stream byte, a plain text and a ciphertext pair, these are the bits that you have to guess in order to get this stream byte. So what I would do is I would guess 40 bits, which would allow me to process this byte here. And so then I could check for each of the 5 files, does this value match what I expect it to? And since I had 40 bits that I was guessing and 40 bits of entropy to compare it to from the file, I could filter out all but one guess. And then for the next byte, I would guess 26 more bits and then just a few more bits to get the rest of the state after that point. Usually, once I found this 40-bit one, the next one I could get within, a few minutes. The whole attack ran in about 2 hours on a Pentium at the time. Ciphertext only attack. I was able to break into these zip files. We caught several child pornographers that way. And I got a paper out of it. So in 2001, fast software encryption, I got this paper. And that led, 20 years later, to a surprising message. So in October of last year, a guy contacts me out of the blue and says, I read your paper on known plaintext attacks, and I've got this password that I've forgotten. Is there anything you can do to help? Can you tell me how things are looking these days? And so I looked it over. Turns out he only had 2 files in the archive. With only 2 files, I didn't have enough information to derive the internal state of RAND, and I didn't have enough information to filter the guesses I was making. So far more guesses would pass each filtering stage. And it worked out to be something like, on my back of the envelope calculations, something like 2 to the 70. So I told him, compare the work done this year to find hash collisions in SHA-1. SHA-1 has 128-bit output, so to find a collision, you've got to look at 2 to the 64th hashes. That cost around $100,000. This is not something that you can use off-the-shelf software for. And then he blew my mind and said, I could spend so much on this archive. At that point, I knew that he probably had several $100,000 of Bitcoin in this thing. At this point, I started doing a more careful analysis. There are 96 bits of key material that need to be guessed in various stages. But I can't guess the bits of key material directly. Instead, I have to guess bits of a function of the key material and use those constraints to limit what the key material could be. This first part is CRC32 of the initial key 0 value with the 0 byte. Since CRC32 itself is invertible, once I guess these 4 bytes, there's a very simple linear operation I do to recover the initial key 0 value itself. With key 1, it's a little more complicated. We take the initial key 1 value and multiply it by this constant from the truncated linear congruential generator to the nth power. And I'm guessing the high byte of that value. Given 4 of these, that'll put enough constraints on key 1 that I can brute force it and figure out what key 1 is, given those 4 bytes. The initial value of key 2 I can guess directly. So in the first stage, I guess these 5 bytes, that's 40 bits, and I guess 4 carry bits. These carry bits come from the possibility that when I add 1 in the truncated linear congruential generator, it carries over all the way to the to the 24th bit, which would change the value of this most significant byte. So I have to guess these carry bits. I need to guess 2 for each file. There are 2 files, because I have 2 passes of encryption that I do to each byte. So 2 passes of encryption, 2 files makes 4 carry bits that need to be guessed. So the total work for this stage is 2 to the 44th, and after filtering the 16 bits from the file, I get 2 to the 28th key guesses passing. In stage 2, I guess these 3 bytes, that's 24 bits. 4 more carry bits makes 28. Added to the previous 2 to the 28th key guesses, I have 2 to the 56th keys to filter. And after filtering, 2 to the 40th remain. In stage 3, I guess 16 bits plus 4 carry bits makes 20. Previous 40 carried forward give us 2 to the 60th keys to test. And after filtering, 2 to the 44th past the 3rd stage. In the 4th stage, I guess 16 as before, 4 carry bits gives us 20, 44 from the previous stage, 20 now makes 64. This was the most complicated stage, 2 to the 64th. After filtering, 2 to the 48th remain. Now in my original attack, this is where I would stop. I have all the key material. With these 4 bytes, I can brute force key 1, run through the 2 to the 32 possibilities, and get the value itself. I can invert this and that would work. But at this point it struck me, if I have to do 2 to the 32 work for each of these 2 to the 48 keys, that will give a total cost of 2 to the 80th. And there was no way we could do a 2 to the 80th attack. So I had to come up with a special approach, a new idea to make this step much less expensive. I remembered having read somewhere about an attack on truncated linear congruential generators that uses lattice reduction. Lattice reduction is the idea that if you have a lattice, which is like a vector space but only integer coordinates, and a basis for that lattice, then you can find a nicer basis, where nicer means that the vectors are shorter and closer to orthogonal. So here I have a 2-dimensional lattice. Here's a basis for that lattice, where one of these goes here and another goes there. Every point on this grid has a coordinate in terms of how many steps of this kind and how many steps of that kind it takes to get there. But lattice reduction gives you a much nicer basis. These are both shorter and closer to orthogonal. Lattice reduction is in general a hard problem. About half of the candidates for the post-quantum cryptography ciphers that NIST is considering right now use lattice reduction, for example, NTRU. But in small cases, it's tractable, and I had a very small case, only 4 or 5 dimensional. So I went and poked around on the cryptography stack exchange and found exactly what I needed. The vectors, in this case, the basis vectors, were powers of the constant from the truncated linear congruential generator. In our case, it was 08088405 in hex. So you take if we call that C, then C and C squared and C cubed and C to the 4th and so on become basis vectors for this lattice. And then you add in one more basis vector for the modulus, which in our case was 2 to the 32, here called M. So the idea was that given the 4 most significant bytes of the key 1 value times the consecutive powers of C, I would do a linear transformation, get a value that was close to a basis vector in this small vector basis, then round off to get it exactly to a basis vector, and then transform back, and that would give me the exact value of key 1, 0. So I wrote up a Sage program to figure out how exactly that would work. Sage is a library for Python that lets you do linear algebra, among many other things. So here we have the modulus, 2 to the 32. We have the constant from the truncated linear congruential generator. We have the matrix that defines the basis for our 4-dimensional vector space. Now the vectors themselves are the modulus and the powers of the constant with -1s on the diagonal. This does the lattice reduction step. Now to test how B worked, I would generate a random initial K1 value, then compute the actual powers of C times K1 modulo M that I was going to try to recover. So I'd print these out. The most significant bytes were the things that I had guessed. I wanted to recover Ks from the MSBs. So the secret stuff that I needed to know were the low 24 bits, the part that I had masked off up here. So this is the secret 24-bit values that I need to guess. Given the vector that is the most significant bytes, I multiplied it by B, which switched from one lattice to the other, did a basis change. Then I rounded to the nearest vector in this nicer basis. And that meant that I would get an actual value of K10 that would produce those same most significant bytes. Then I reversed that, transformed back, and got the guess. And I'd print it out. And when I started doing this, the guess was never right, or rarely right. And that was because of the limited number of guesses I had here. If I could do one more stage, then I would be able to get the right answer every time. But here I had too few powers of C to find out what it was exactly. But then I started checking the difference between the guess and the actual value. So I'd take the keys, subtract off the MSBs, and the difference between the guess and the actual one turned out to fall into one of 36 possibilities every time. So as I thought about it, I realized that in this 4-dimensional space, by truncating it and just using the most significant bytes, I was adding a bunch of noise. And so the point in the 4-dimensional space I wanted was at the center of a cell, and what I was actually getting was a point near the hull of this cell that tiled this 4-dimensional space. And so because it was always within this cell, there were only a finite number of other possible lattice points that it could be. And so I computed for all of the 2 to the 32 possible K10 values what the set of guesses were, and found that they fit into this one of 36 classes. And so instead of having to try out all 2 to the 32 possible K1s each time, I would only have to do 36. So instead of 4 billion, 36 values. And that made the attack feasible again. Once we'd guessed all the key material, we could filter the 2 to the 48th keys at stage 4 by using the remaining bytes in the encryption header. My business partner, Nash Foster, then started working on adapting my CPU-based attack to run on GPUs. He wrote the code harness for getting code and data onto the GPUs, did all the CUDA stuff, advised me on how to structure the attack. We discovered very quickly, though, that getting the petabytes of possible keys onto the GPU would take too long, that the GPUs would just be sitting idle for most of the time we were paying for them, waiting for the data to arrive to process. So I went back to the drawing board. In each stage, I was guessing a whole bunch of bits and then filtering the results using the 2 bytes from the 2 archives in the file. I'd only keep about 1 out of 65,000. If I had some way of using that information to derive bits rather than just guessing and checking, it'd save a lot of work and, more importantly, a lot of network traffic. The problem with that idea was that the math is too complicated. It involves mixing finite fields with integer rings, and those simply don't play well together. So I thought about some other cryptanalytic attacks I knew, and one that seemed promising was a meet-in-the-middle attack. A meet-in-the-middle attack usually applies to block ciphers, when it uses one part of the key material to do the first half of the encryption and the second part of the key material to do the second half of the encryption. The reason we have triple DES instead of double DES is precisely because of this. Triple DES is a 112-bit cipher, even though there are 3 keys involved. You can do encrypt and then decrypt and then encrypt. So 112 bits of strength. If it's 112 bits, why not just do DES with 1 key and then DES with another key, encrypting it twice? Well, the answer is right here. What you do is you take your plaintext ciphertext pair and then encrypt the plaintext under all 2 to the 56th possible first DES keys. And then you take the ciphertext and decrypt it under all possible 2 to the 56th DES keys. And right here in the middle, chances are that one of them will match. And so you sort all of these intermediate plaintexts, and whenever you find 2 intermediate texts that are the same, one of them came from the plaintext and one came from the ciphertext, and that uniquely identifies the key that should go between these 2. So a meet-in-the-middle attack works when you've got key material that is not all used at every stage of the cipher. And in this stream cipher, that seemed to be the case, right? I had only key 0 at the beginning and only key 2 at the end, and it seemed like we could do something in the middle, but it wasn't quite right. But then I realized I could use the XOR of certain bytes in the middle of the cipher to mount the attack. Here's a diagram of the cipher again. And the cipher gets called 4 times in each stage for each byte. 2 for each file, the double encryption of the byte from RAND. So in the center of the cipher, there are 4 different most significant bytes for key 1 after each of these encryptions. So what I did was take the first of those 4 and exclusive OR it with each of the other 3 to get a 24-bit key into a table. And under that key, I would store my guess for these bits. Then from the other side, given a stream byte, there are 64 possible 14-bit values here. So I would guess some intermediate stream bytes, 6 bits of this, I guess it's boxed here, these 6 bits to figure out what the other 8 are. And that would allow me to derive linearly from this stuff what this most significant byte of key 1 was again. And so given these bits that I was guessing, I would derive a key and store these bits under that key. And then anytime I had a collision, I would know that the set of bits here that I guessed were consistent with the set of bits here that I guessed to give this plaintext going to that stream byte. Now that is far smaller than than running through all of the possibilities and then filtering. The amount of memory it required was on the order of a few megabytes. So here is the code itself. This is stage 1A, moving forward through the cipher. We guess the initial stream byte. Because it was XORed with itself twice, we have no information about it, so we would guess that one. Then we'd guess chunk 2, which came from CRC32 of key 0. Chunk 3 is the most significant byte of key 1. Here are the carry bits. There are 2 bits for each of the 2 files, so 2 to the 4th is 16 possible carry bits. This is debugging code for checking against files that we created ourselves. This is the first half of the cipher, and it updates an upper and a lower bound on the possible low 24 bits of key 1, so that if it ever goes out of bounds, we can throw it away. We compute various bytes, get through here. If it has passed all of these upper and lower bound checks, then this converts those 4 most significant bytes to a map key and stores the candidate under that map key. In the second half, we're guessing the stream1x byte for file 0. We're guessing the 64-bit prefix because each stream byte has 64 possible pre-images under the pseudo-squaring operation. So these are all of the indexed pre-images, and this gets the specific pre-image that we're caring about. There's more debugging information. Again, we do the second half step, and if there are no consistent results, then we just go to the next guess. Here we're guessing the stream1x pass for file 1. We do that second half step, and again, if there are no consistent ones, we go back to the next guess. Finally, we compute the stream1y bytes, and if there are no consistent ones with that prefix, we continue. So now, given each of the possibilities for the first and second and third bytes, we put them together into a map key and then meet in the middle. Here is the CRC20. If you'd like to look at the code, you can see how these exclusive OR together, and we can derive some certain things. So starting at the bottom, we derive bits 15 to 2 of K and L from 15 to 2 of S and T, and these bytes OP that we've computed. So in the center, we find those groups that, those guesses that work, and we push back that guess whenever the 2 match up with each other. And here's some more debugging information. So that's the idea of the differential meet in the middle attack, is computing forwards and backwards, exclusive ORing one of the bytes with the other 3, and then whenever the 2 guesses match, we have a set of candidates that's a product of the set from the first half of the attack with the set from the second half of the attack. Using the differential meet in the middle attack on stage 1 and stage 2 allowed us to reduce the complexity of the attack in stage 1 from 2 to the 40th down to 2 to the 22nd. That's from trillions down to mere millions. And then in stage 2, from 2 to the 56th down to 2 to the 40th. And that let us run stages 1 and 2 on each of the machines that had GPUs attached to it. We completely eliminated the need to ship batches of keys over the network. And so we could generate the keys in place and then run what we called the GPU stage 3 kernel that did all the rest of the attack. Now, we ran it for 10 days. We had tried it on all of our test archives that we'd created. It worked fine. 10 days passed and it didn't find a key. And we were distraught, pulling our hair out. What have we done wrong? We went back and discovered that there were a few other process IDs that could have worked. And we were wondering, oh no, are we going to have to do this 4 more times? But then our client, who was a programmer himself, discovered that there was a bug between the GPU stage and the CPU stage. So when I had run the tests, I had done it locally on my computer using the CPU version. And the test, we knew exactly where the key had to be, so it was a very small piece of key space that we had to check. But when my client went back and tried it again using the GPU stage 3, he discovered that when the key candidate was the first one in a list, it succeeded, but when it was the second one, it failed. And that led me to this line right here. We had swapped the thread index with the block index. So instead of incrementing by 1 into the current block, it would increment the block number and go off into space that was uninitialized, and so would never work. So by switching the block index with the thread index, we started the search over again. Within a day and a half, we had found the 3 keys that decrypted the archive, and our client was able to get his Bitcoin keys out. In the end, the improvements that I made to my old attack took it from something that we estimated at approximately $100,000 and a year of processing down to something that took about $10,000 of GPU time and a little under 2 weeks. Our client was very pleased and gave us a big bonus, and that's how we recovered his Bitcoin for it. Thank you very much.
All right. So we're here with Mike Stay, another fantastic speaker for virtual DEFCON safe mode. He is covering how he recovered a 6-digit sum of worth of Bitcoin from an encrypted zip file. And I guess if you just want to like quickly go into your talk, spend just like a minute or two, and then we'll start asking you some questions.
Yeah, sure. So short summary is I used to work as a reverse engineer back in the late 90s. I broke the zip encryption that was used by InfoZip, which was the open source version, and so everybody except PKZip based their encryption on that. Particularly WinZip that had like 95% of the market at the time. And yeah, so then 20 years later, somebody locked up their Bitcoin in a zip file that they made on their Linux box and forgot the password. So they came to me and said, hey, I found your paper. What's the current state of the art? Can you help me with this?
And this is your first time talking at DEFCON, right?
It is, yes.
Yep. So we've given him fair warning, but there is a tradition for first-time speakers of DEFCON. They get to take a shot with us on stage. QA session is the closest thing to a stage. So thank you, Mike, for providing DEFCON with some wonderful content. Cheers to you, man.
Thank you for having me.
All right. Okay, so I was actually kind of surprised. So I have never thought about zip encryption as being something that would be difficult to get around. You did go into a couple of different types of encryption. I was also surprised that I wasn't surprised that early word was as difficult as it was, but later on the 40-bit encryption that was just really difficult to brute force, that one kind of surprised me. Do you have any other? Have you worked with any other type of encryptions that have been surprisingly difficult to get into for being such a legacy, weird proprietary protocol?
Let's see. There were a couple where they clearly knew enough to be dangerous, but then completely screwed it up. Like early word perfect. The founder of the company had broken that one himself. And then when they released their new version saying, oh, now we're using strong crypto, nobody will be able to break this, he went in and found that they took the password and then ran it through DES in the wrong way and got out some vector and then just XOR'd their file with it or something ridiculous like that. So they had DES, but they didn't use it right.
It was so close. Just didn't quite
there were ones like Microsoft Access 97, I think, was one where they had RC4 encryption, but it was a fixed key. And so they would RC4 encrypt the file with this fixed key, and then you'd go to this offset in the file and look up the password, and it was just sitting there in plain text.
That's
oops.
Now, some of the details might be off. It's been 20 years.
Yeah,
but
fair. Go ahead, Fallible.
I want to ask a really, while we wait for people to come up with some really good technical questions to throw at you, I'm going to do one that, all right, so let's say that I don't know everything there is to know about encryption out there. Let's say I want you to do, I'm going to ask you to do a similar thing that you did in your talk. And I know that my password starts with a word and has some unknown thing after that. Are there things that I can provide you that I might know about the password that will help you get through this? Or does the encryption work in such a way that doesn't?
Doing a dictionary attack, right? The product you're using has strong crypto. The guys that built it knew what they were doing. Then pretty much a dictionary attack is the only option you've got left. And so there are specialized attack software that you can get. One of them is called Hashcat. It's built for running on GPU farms. That was what we were originally looking at, as maybe writing a Hashcat module for this. But it's really designed for processing a key space. And so you can give it a dictionary. You can then say, take this and then do all alphanumeric strings up to length 6 after it, or take this and try all different capitalizations, replace vowels with numbers, say, an I goes to a 1 or an O to a 0 and so on, E to a 3. Whenever you do that sort of thing, there are these rule sets that you can say, okay, Hashcat, this is what you're going to start with, and these are the rule sets that I want you to use when processing it, because this is the best of my memory, what the password looked like. On the other hand, if you're doing something like correct battery horse staple from XKCD, you've got too much entropy. And that's really the way to protect your files if you're doing something, is just make it longer, right? Because if you go from 26 characters, which is all lowercase letters, to 97, you've roughly tripled. That's adding 2 bits per character to the entropy, right? So if you've got a length 8 password, 26 to the 8th has all possible lowercase letters there. But if you go up to 97, all printable characters, that's only adding 2 bits per password. 2 bits per character. So on a length 8 password, that's, let's see, 26 is about 5 bits, right? That's 32. And 2 times 8 is 16. So it's adding 3 characters to the length of your password. Adding printable characters to a password of the same length, is just adding a few more. But if you go and add a whole bunch more characters to your password, make it a long one, that'll make it really secure. And
using
so
a passphrase instead of a short random string.
yeah, and so if you even if you're using English words, right? If you make it a passphrase rather than password, that'll make it really invulnerable to a dictionary attack. There may be other attacks if the crypto's bad, but if the crypto's good, then it'll protect you.
So just this is entirely for my own curiosity. So after you broke through this zip file, you got the password that you could use to decrypt the zip file.
No, we didn't recover the password.
Oh, you didn't recover the password. Okay.
Yeah. So the way zip works is it derives a 96-bit key from the password, and it was the 96-bit key that we recovered. Now, if we wanted the password, we could take those 96 bits and then go launch a hashcat attack using dictionary and some other stuff that others have worked out to get a few of the initial characters.
That's where it fits into the type of password cracking that many of us are familiar with Hashcat or John the Ripper. Okay.
So if you've got the 96 bits, then there's something you can do with the dictionary attack that'll see whether the initialization process gives you those bits or not.
That's great. Yeah, what I was going to ask is if you got far enough to see if like a dictionary attack would actually work against a zip file in less time than you spending all this time to brute force it. But if you didn't...
He suspected it was on the order of 20-something characters or more. So that would take him quite a while to brute force.
Would this technique that you went through work for any encrypted zip file or?
Yeah. This will work on any zip file with. So my original attack back in the late 90s required 5 bytes, 5 files in the archive with the same password. This one we were able to get away with 2 because we also knew the timestamp. So if you've got the timestamp and you've got 2 files, then this will work on any of them.
So how does the number of files affect the crackability of the zip file?
Suppose you don't have the timestamp. Okay. In InfoZip, it was meant to run on Unix machines as well as Windows machines. So in PKZip, they just allocated some memory and used whatever bytes were there, and those were random bytes. In InfoZip, on many Unix machines, it would initialize the bytes to 0, and so there would be no randomness there. So they used the process ID and the timestamp to get a little bit of entropy, and then fed the XOR of those two into C's RAND function and generated a bunch of bytes. But they thought maybe that's too weak, right? There were some known plaintext attacks, and they're like, well, if they brute force the timestamp and the process ID, then they can derive the rest of these bytes. And so they took the password and encrypted those bytes once, and that's what they used as the random bytes when they encrypted that and the rest of the file. But when they encrypted it twice, because of the way the zip cipher works, it produced the same stream byte twice at the beginning. So it encrypted it once and then it decrypted it for the first byte of each file.
So when you say that, is it
files in the archive? I have every 10th output of that C's RAND function, and 40 bits were enough to figure out the 31-bit internal state of C's RAND function. So once I knew the internal state of C's RAND function, I could generate those first 10 bytes of each file. And then I would do a bunch of bit guesses. And because of the way the cipher was designed, not all 96 bits were used when producing each output byte of the stream. So I guess like 40-something bits up front. And then because I had 5 files there and I knew what those bytes had to be, I could filter all of those bits. I could say, I've got to know which of these 40-bit guesses are correct before moving on to the next stage.
Got it.
And so by having 5 files, I could both derive the internal state of C's RAND function and filter my guesses and finish one stage before moving on to the next one. And so it was a parallel divide and conquer attack. In this case, I only had 2 files. So even though I was making a 40-something bit guess, I only had 2 bytes to filter it with. So that meant 2 to the 24th wrong key guesses went to the next stage, and I had to guess more. And so it just kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger up to 2 to the 60-something before I could start paring it down at the other end.
So just
I
for
love it.
clarification, it's resetting the stream cipher every single time it encrypts a separate file, and that's why you're able to do this?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
So it starts over again with the same password, resets it to the original state, and starts from there. Because you want to be able to extract a single file from the zip file without having to extract all of them.
That makes
I think you just answered one of the questions we got with the new attack. Is there an acceleration in having more files in the archive?
Absolutely. I mean, in the original attack, the more files you had, the faster it went. And so this is just a refinement of the original attack. But certainly having more files means more bits to filter with and getting rid of false positives earlier.
And sort of closely associated with that, do you know if this kind of attack works with the other encrypted archives like 7-zip and RAR?
Most archival software now uses AES, like RAR5 switched to AES 256. So this isn't going to work against anything except zip files.
Going for best standards. I like to see that.
Even WinZip switched to AES a while ago. So
fair enough. We had another question. Do you know if your client was the legit owner of the Bitcoin?
I can't be certain, but we looked him up online. We knew his real name, and we looked him up online and found that he had reason to be owning Bitcoin.
It didn't seem too shady. It wasn't someone reaching out across the dark web from...
It was part of his employment that he would be dealing with Bitcoin. So.
Fair enough.
No, that makes sense. So no, this is really interesting. Do you expect with putting this out here and providing this talk, do you expect to get more of these requests to crack more things? If you do get more of these requests, do you have an answer pre-built of how you might respond?
As far as breaking into Bitcoin wallets, yeah. When I first wrote this up on my blog, we got a whole bunch of requests, and for most of them, I had to say, nope, sorry. The best you can do is a dictionary attack. Many of them said, you know, I bought Bitcoin with a credit card ages ago, but now I can't find my wallet. Can you help me? I've got my credit card records. No, we need a little more than that. The one that was most interesting was a guy who claimed that his hard drive had crashed that had Bitcoin on it. And so we were working with him to get some data recovery, but after a while it became clear that he was perhaps schizophrenic or delusional, that he believed that someone was cheating him out of his Bitcoin and had stolen. Anyway, it was
so
interesting. But that said, if you have, there are about 4 situations where we could potentially recover software. One of them is if you printed out or wrote down the seed phrase for generating the 128-bit key, right? When you generate it, the wallet software always says, keep this in a secure place, right? And it's this 30-odd word phrase that'll generate the 128-bit key. So if you've got that, you can recover the key, you can recover all your Bitcoin. The next case is if you have had damage to your hard drive, right? If the hard drive crashes, then the data in the sector is probably okay. And even if the data in the sector is bad, we only need 8 bytes to be okay that has the encrypted key in it, right? Mm-hmm. So if we can recover that data, then we can probably recover your wallet. If you have the wallet software, you don't have the original phrase, but you know you used a weak password, then we can try and do the dictionary attack approach.
Right.
And do that. And then the least probable, there have been wallets with security flaws that make them susceptible to breaking more easily. And if you happened to use one of those back when they were being used, most of them have been fixed since then. But if you happen to use one that had a flaw, then we could try to exploit that flaw.
Yeah. So this was an attack on a zip file, but you're talking directly about Bitcoin wallets. Do they also use some zip-like structure? Have you attacked the Bitcoin wallets themselves?
So the Bitcoin wallet takes the key, the private key information that you sign your transactions with, and a password, and generates a symmetric key from the password and some salt, and then encrypts the private key. So that private key is really what gets you access to the Bitcoin. What we can do is try to either recover the private key by means of that really long phrase, regenerate that same private key, or we can attack the password if you've got the wallet so that we can decrypt the private key that you had stored, or we can attack some flaw in the cipher where, for instance, when they were coming up with the symmetric key, they didn't use the entropy properly. And so there's a much smaller key space that we would have to brute force. There are very few of those that were out there, but there were some. So there's a possibility we could do that.
So I like asking this question of people who know this technology really well. Feel free to tell me, no, you're not going to answer this question, but do you yourself hold any value in any cryptocurrencies? Because you seem to understand how it works.
I don't, because there's no inherent, when you pay taxes in dollars because the government says you have to pay taxes in dollars. So there is this built-in necessity to own dollars at some point. There is no built-in necessity to own Bitcoin or any other cryptocurrency, right? There's, and for Bitcoin and Ethereum, I think that proof of work has shown itself to be susceptible to attacks like Sybil attacks, 51% attacks, like Bitcoin Cash and Ethereum Classic have both suffered 51% attacks. They were, rebuffed eventually, but if Google wanted to deploy their whole infrastructure, they could completely own Bitcoin. there are existing companies that could do that, not to mention nation states, right? If the US wanted to take it down, they've got this thing in Tooele here in Utah that they could deploy against taking down Bitcoin. So my personal take, and we designed a system to do this, is that you need to use a consensus algorithm with true finality, that proof of stake and bandwidth. And then after a certain point, when you have enough witnesses, you say this block is finalized and it can't ever change. Ethereum is trying to move in that direction with their proof of stake algorithms, but I don't know any.
Yeah, I've heard of proof of stake, but the finality piece is new to me.
You've definitely given me a few pieces already that I'm going to need to go Google once we're done with this.
So we got another question. It's sort of a meta question. One of the people that watched your talk had a little bit of struggle following your math. They understood all the aspects individually that you talked about, but zooming back out, they seem to lose pieces in their head, and they want to know, it's like, how do you juggle this, and are you aware that some people that follow your talk might have difficulty zooming in and out like that?
Yeah. So I had some options when doing this talk. One was to go really deep and really hard on the technical stuff. Yep. Another one was to give enough background and the basic idea of how this attack played off and the challenges we faced. And so I chose to be less detailed for the sake of the story rather than go deep into it. If anyone has any technical questions, take them offline. I'll be happy to talk through them with you and point at lines of code and that sort of thing.
That's great. That's awesome. Is there...
as far as keeping it in my head, I would have to wake up and then come down and reload everything. I had stuff on whiteboards all over my office, pictures. It was a process. I would even have to remind myself about what was going on because I couldn't keep it all going at once. And it was a months-long process of trying to think through over and over again how things are going wrong and what I might be able to do to fix it. So if you don't get it from one short 45-minute talk, I certainly don't blame you.
Makes sense.
Did you discuss this at the end? I'm sorry I missed this point. Did you actually get any compensation for this work?
We did, yeah. So when he first talked to us, we said we'd like so much up front. We estimate that the total cost will be about this much. We took longer than we said we would. We expected it to be done in 3 months. That was October, so November, December, January. It was April before we actually, late March, before we actually got the key back. But because of all of the extra cryptanalytic work that I did, it took 1/10 of the time on the hardware. So the hardware cost ended up being only roughly 10, 15 grand, as opposed to the 100 grand that we thought it would take at the beginning. So he gave us a big bonus afterwards, which was nice.
Yeah, I actually missed this. Another one of the speaker goons was mentioned that it was on AWS, and they want to know if the 10 to 15 was about what you were expecting from compute cost.
No, we were expecting it to take far more, right? The original estimate was around 2 to the 64th work, which is comparable to finding a collision in SHA-1, right, which is 100. Sorry, SHA-1 was 160. MD5, right, was a 64-bit thing, and there was some recent work where to find a collision they had to deploy an enormous amount of work to do it. I guess MD5 they were able to do because of flaws in the site in the hash function. SHA-1 took roughly 100K of GPU time to break, and so we were estimating it would be comparable to do this.
And is what your company does, like data recovery, or is it specific to crypto
Not
stuff?
originally. Originally, we were working on a distributed operating system. We could get clients interested if we can get in the door, but it was right at the time when cryptocurrency was taking off, and we didn't have to talk to anybody to get them interested. We started doing some consulting work there, built up a team of about 20 Scala developers that were top of the cream of the crop, top of their field, and then built the R-Chain cryptocurrency platform. R-Chain started having some financial troubles, so we allowed them to hire the devs early. We had a contract that we'd hold on to them for a while, and then they could hire them after they'd worked for us for a year. But we let them hire them early. So they've taken over the dev team, and then we started working on some other things, and this particular consulting job came up at a nice time and was a whole lot of fun, so we took it. But right now we're looking for any interesting consulting work that people have. So
that was exactly what I wanted to segue into. Now that you've done this talk, do you have another research item on your to-do list that you're trying to aim at?
Sure. At the moment, I'm doing some consulting work for the Ethereum Foundation. I've got some consensus algorithm research that I'm working on. We got access to GPT-3, so we're building an adventure game, kind of like AI Dungeon, but with more structure using GPT-3.
That's awesome.
We've got various ideas for voice assistants that will, be able to call somebody at a restaurant rather than figure out every different restaurant's online ordering system. You just have your assistant call them up and have a conversation. GPT-3 seems to be able to have conversations, so maybe we can use that.
Yeah. This is probably like a really small piece of what you're doing, but I used to be like incredibly into MUDs. So an adventure game that's generated by GPT-3 sounds interesting.
Yeah, so we're working on the room generation. For quests, we'll have things like you have to convince this character to give it to you. He's got desires and needs, so you'll have to be role playing while you're doing this game, interacting with these characters.
Yeah, there is a person that goes by the handle Evil Mog is running a DEFCON CTF MUD right now. Just a shout out to him.
We are really close to being out of time. There are a lot of
yes.
questions over here about specific pieces, specific technologies. I think I'd like for people to bring those to you on a less moderated basis. So we'll let those go for now. Before I let you go, I want to know, what is the thing that you would like us to take away from this? If there is a final idea that we should walk away from your talk.
That attacks on cryptography only get better. Right? At the time MD5 was proposed, 128 bits for a 64-bit attack was inconceivable, and yet within 5 to 10 years, they were able to attack that one. And then SHA, there are attacks. AES with the bi-click attack, they've now broken, I think, 7 or 8 of the 10 rounds. If there is something that you need to keep secure, choose the best software and have a plan for upgrading your crypto in any product that you put crypto into, because the attacks are going to get better. You'll need at some point to transition from the broken system to a new one. And so that will come up during the lifetime of your product. So be thinking about it.
That's definitely good advice. Fallible, you got any more questions you want to sneak in under the hood?
No, I think I'm good. I really appreciate the work that you've done here, and thank you for coming to present and giving your time,
Thank you so much for your time.
to this Q&A session. There are some more people that have some more questions coming in. If you're willing to do so, if you would put your contact information in the Track One channel on Discord here, we will get that out there. Folks can look you up if you're willing to be available to that. I also recommend you put all of your company information if you're willing to do so, because that's a good way for people to find you for those contracts you were talking about.
Great. Thank you very much.
All right.
Absolutely.
Take care.
And so that was the very long but very awesome, just like what she said, panel about how Michael recovered 6 figures in Bitcoin from an encrypted zip file. And it's all about zip file cracking. See, this is what we mean about the crypto barons. You think you're here for cryptography, and instead you actually get to learn, you think you're here for cryptocurrency and you're actually here for cryptography. So I'm actually shocked that people are still watching the stream. We're going to quickly check Coindroinds, because originally, because I thought we were going to have way more time, and I knew there was a lot of material, but I thought we were going to have way more time. I was going to look into the blockchain village and load up this 7 phases of smart contract hacking. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to play in the background while I explain some stuff here. Why is all the audio for all the different videos all bad? They're just all, man, blockchain village really needs to get together, so I'm not even going to play that video. But originally we were going to play that, but never mind, that sounds like it's being recorded in a tin can underwater, but we're basically running out of time. So what instead we're going to do is we're going to look at Coindroinds, and then we're going to try to raid something. We're going to raid, we're going to do a raid on someplace and then host something else, and then you're going to tune in tomorrow. We're going to announce the time. It's probably going to be a lot earlier than 8 p.m. On just checking out DEFCON, just checking out DEFCON safe mode and all the other activities. Okay, so we did that, and it should be already activated on the next block. So if we refresh, so now the thing is, we did send the Litecoin, and it did go through. So let's check some stuff. Let's check our activity page. It's events not listed. Let's go into, let's see, on the battlefield. Okay, so I think our guy is in. So let's see. Don't really have much experience. Let's check out the garage here real quick. So we just have all the base materials here for our Coindroinds, and again, thank you for what's going on? Thank you for Coindroinds for for donating that amount of Litecoin in order for us to check out your game here. I'm just doing some business work here while we're doing that. Okay, so that's our garage. Do we have any animal? Your wallet address and your Coindroinds. Ammunition clip, you can register an attack for multiple. So we're in sync. So let's see, we can sync it. So yeah, let's do that because we have a little bit of Litecoin left over. So we're gonna go into our Coinomi app here, and we have that much coin left. So we're going to send another thing of it. So we're going into the QR code mode, and I'm actually gonna grab the camera. I'm gonna loop this around, and you're gonna see me scan to sync. Okay, so now that we've properly synced that, we're going to send here, and then we're going to wait for the transaction to go through, and that should be a good chunk of the Litecoin that was sent. So that was enough to activate and everything. So now we synced our wallet. Actually, let's do this priority, make it a high priority. Oh, and we have to enter the password again because I'm adult. Now at least I know what now I know what the password is. And eventually, when I actually get more money, we're going to send whatchamacallit. We're going to I'm going to actually dump money in a bunch of different cryptocurrencies so we can do more stuff on crypto parents. And in the future, we're going to do some more stuff here. In order to make sure that we let's see, that's not a receive address. Let's see, just making sure it's not any of these addresses, not a legacy one. It's not any of the addresses here. But we did sync, and now we're going to go back to balance, and in a couple of seconds we should get a confirmation that that this went through. So cross your fingers, everyone. And so that's the ammunition. Let's go back to the garage, see what's going on here. So that's our loadout. Let's see if we have anything in inventory right now. I just want to make sure, can everyone hear me out there properly? Anyone who's currently watching? I'm going to assume so because the mic's off and the desktop audio is off, so we should be okay. I am going to raise my voice just a little bit so you guys can hear me better. Hopefully that improves things. Dogecoin. There's a Dogecoin Max. Cool. I want to buy that. I want to wear that. How do I enable that? Let's go to loadout. The head. Let's see, disguise is under disguise. I'm wearing a Dogecoin mask, so I'm gonna apply. Yay! We now are Doge. We are a woofer. That's awesome. We are doggo. So that's great. And let's look at the battlefield here. And actually, let's go back to the ammo. So we did sync a while ago. Our transaction is still pending. So again, cross your fingers that this will eventually go through here, because we are on the Litecoin wallet. Regardless, this is neat, but we're going to go to the battlefield. Let's see if we're going to attack something. So I'm going to attack, see recent activity, payout address. Alright, so it hasn't really, I don't know if you're supposed to pick to attack stuff. Let's quickly go back to how to play real quick. And let's go to the full documentation. So let's see. So basic gameplay. Most sure the droids. Some transactions, item equipped, taking cover. To attack. Relates to the amounts we spent. Droid has only so much ammunition to spend. Let's see. 24% of the transaction values for a defense purse. 75% is the spillage. Okay. I think the attacks happen automatically, but don't quote me on that. The last block process was 40 minutes ago. We still haven't it still hasn't sent the transaction sync yet, so we're still gonna wait on that. Let's see the leaderboard right now. Oh, we can go. Actually, quick question. What is our? Do we have a garage? What level are we at? Basically, are we like level 1? Okay, so let's go to the leaderboard. Let's try to find something else here that we can attack. John's bot. What else is here? They have different bounties on them. Let's go and try to attack something here. Let's see if we can defeat someone. We have a lot of noobs in here. So I'm actually gonna go to the top here. Let's attack this Phoenix guy. He's in normal. No one else is in defense mode right now. So let's do this. So let's see the attack amount. What we're gonna do is just one attack. Then we're gonna send that transaction. This game gets expensive. I wonder why he sent us so much Litecoin. Come on, scan. You can scan this. I know my hands are a little shaky because I've been working out. That's what I was doing while you were away. Oh, come on. You got this. What the... There we go. So I got that. We're going to continue. Whoop. The minimum amount. Okay, I have to send over the amount of that. So, let's see what we can actually do. Let's close this. Let's see if it allows me to modify 546 last 3 digits, right? So 546. What just happened? It's not a, whoa, what the, okay. I guess it only allows you to do that, so I guess I have to send a little bit over, so 546. 546. It's absolute minimum. So I'm going to continue. I'm going to put it as another high priority. I'm going to hit confirm, and then we're going to enter our password again. I know it's a riveting game here. I really want to check out the Shmataverse. So we have 2 transactions in. So hopefully eventually we will get a sync and an attack. But currently we're attacking Phoenix. I'm sorry, Phoenix. We just wanted to do this as an example on the show. But yeah, that should honestly be it for Crypto Baron. So as you can see, there was so much cryptography stuff. We checked out so many different places. We got to see the new payment village here. We got to, where are we? We got to see an awesome talk about how to break zip files in order to recover cryptocurrencies and how the zip was generated from the cryptocurrency wallet. We got to talk about a hot press button issue on the horrible use of blockchain to basically make a permanent medical record to spy on United States citizens. You know, again, we need COVID stuff, but not like this. This is like there's simpler, much more tactile and less 1984 ways to do this. We looked at a ransomware that uses cryptocurrency in order to figure out how ransomware works. We looked at the old DEFCOIN project, and we got to spin up a wallet on that. In fact, I haven't checked the wallet in that. Did we actually get the coin that was sent? We haven't gotten it yet because I was actually told by Coindroinds that their back-end systems are going crazy. So we took a look at that. We checked out the blockchain village, and hopefully tomorrow their talks are a lot better recorded because that whole thing was a mess. We got to check out where is this? We got to check out the cool contest that's being run with the Bitcoin bounty hunters, which I think is really neat. We got to check out the Monero village. Unfortunately, their talks are a little screwed up right now because of the way YouTube is, but you know that's kind of it there. Oh, and we just got a follow. Thank you. Joe Kanoimi. I don't know if you're from Coindroinds, but thank you, Jokami94, for following us. If anyone out there also likes our content, again, we're DEFCON 201. You can find us at DEFCON that way, DEFCON201.org. You can hit that bell, like, share, subscribe, because we're going to be on tomorrow at some random point. We might be on at 6 p.m. We might be on at 8 p.m. We might be on at 4 p.m. But we are going to do a very long stream, an even longer stream. Maybe about as long as a stream, but definitely a stream at least this length or longer, just like the way you all like it, you know, long and hard, with cryptocurrency. But no, we're going to do that to check out more of DEF CON Safe Mode as like a giant potpourri, and I'll do a summary of how I felt so far about DEF CON Safe Mode, how it compared to Hope 2020 and virtualizations, and we'll look at future guides for future conventions, because one's going up tonight, and it's going to drive me crazy and everything. And of course, I'm going to be hanging out, if we go back to the browser, I'm going to be hanging out, where did I put you? I'm going to be hanging out in the DEF CON Discord for most of the night, so you can check me out there. It should be fun, and I'll be all over the place checking out. Well, the villages are locked, but I'll be hanging out. You probably will most likely find me in, where are you? I'm probably going to be either at the lobby bar, or you'll probably find me at either the lobby bar, Pool 1, or the LGBT QIA plus allies village, because originally this year I was supposed to actually have a room at QueerCon and experience DEF CON 28 that way, and then COVID and Trump's Descapo happened, and basically the end of the world. But going back, yeah, we got to check out the Monero village again. All these villages are still going on tomorrow, so definitely check out their content. In fact, let's actually go through real quick and pick out a content that you should definitely check out tomorrow. So tomorrow's probably going to be the most awesome for the blockchain villages. They can get the recording together. They're going to be talking about testing out mainland forks, building a microcontroller Bitcoin address generator, and exploring insecure crypto wallets. All three of these things are actually going to be future Crypto Barons episodes, so keep an eye out for that. So if you want a good preview of what we'll be covering, definitely check out Day 3 of Blockchain Village, provided they're not recording in a tin can. Again, the Bounty Hunter thing is still going to continue on until Sunday at midnight, so you still have enough time to register at the Anachain.ai CISO account, and you can go look up different cryptocurrency wallets, make some connections, and submit your bounties for winning Bitcoin prizes. The first place is 512 in Bitcoin, which if I remember correctly is basically like I think it's $6 million, over $6 million in US currency, USD, so that's Monero Village. Let's see what goes on Sunday tomorrow. The highlight for Sunday tomorrow, provided they get their recordings together, is the giving competition to Monero by ditch opt-in privacy. Again, because he said he's one of the people from Zcoin. He's going to talk about Monero's thing. In late September into October, we're going to be covering privacy measures in cryptocurrency, which will then lead to how cryptocurrencies are being landed in the dark web. So regardless, definitely check out both the Blockchain Village and the Monero Village if you want to get a taste of what future deep dives and crypto barons are going to be like. And of course, Coindroids, that will be next year. That should have been called this year Corona Droids, but Coindroids at coindroids.com. Coin and droid like Star Wars droids.com. You can find our robot here. Let's go back to our garage. We are DC-201 tank. We're wearing our awesome Dogecoin mask, so definitely check that out. And those transactions are still taking forever on they're taking forever on the Litecoin blockchain. But definitely try to attack our bot. We'll try to attack back. And what else did we... I think that was pretty much it. Yeah, we covered a lot today on Crypto Barons. So, before we leave, I'm going to do the thing, and I'm going to go to our channel, and I'm going to see... I don't care if no one's watching. Oh, we have 26 lemons. Holy crap. So, I don't know if anyone's watching, but right now, I'm going to go in, and I'm going to distribute whatever lemons we have. So if you're on DLive, you have 30 seconds, and we're distributing these lemons. So I'm going to fill up this 30-second time by kind of explaining a bit more. Again, tomorrow we're going to do a potpourri look at DEF CON Safe Mode and compare the other remote HackerCons, talk about what we liked as we go into infinity here on DLive, like and dislike and everything. And again, if you like this content, you can hit follow on Twitch. You can hit I think there's a follow button, follow or subscribe button on DLive, and you can click the little bell on YouTube. Unfortunately, there was no one there for that, and I'm actually going to set it again. Let's see. I'm going to set it again to distribute. Up. So we have to. So next Crypto Barons, we're gonna distribute lemons again, and we'll see how everything goes. But again, keep sending in lemons because we love to redistribute lemons, and eventually we're gonna put in a crap ton of lemons and make an announcement just for that. But yeah, we are DEFCON 201. You can find us at defcon21.org. We're also on Twitter at defcon201.nj, Instagram at defcon201, Mastodon at defcon201 at host. Actually, I should click on these. So we're on Twitter at defcon201nj right here. You can see our pinned thing for Crypto Barons tonight, which we want to thank DEFCON, Coindroinds, and everyone, Coindroids, I keep saying Coindroids, Coindroids and everyone else for retweeting us. We also are on the Instagrams. We're on a lot of different things. We're on Instagram at DEFCON201, and that's our post about tonight's episode. We're on Mastodon. We're on the Hostux instance. So you can find us at hostux.social / at DEFCON201, or if you want to add us on there, we're at DEFCON201. That's our post about today. DEFCON201 at hostux.social. And we also have a GitHub, which if you're on Twitch, you can scroll down and click, and we have pinned the Firatui that we've pinned up, that we've shared, and we're at DEFCON 201. Basically, not only does have it, if you hit DEFCON 201 in Google, or even better, DuckDuckGo, or search SHERAX, you can find us. And if you want to email us or contact me, you can either send a DM on Twitter or Instagram, or send at info@defcon21.org. Stay tuned. Tomorrow we're going to cover more of DEFCON Safe Mode. We will make that announcement on our social media platforms. Definitely, if you go to that section and click on news, we have multiple guides for all the different hacker conventions, and there'll be even more guides. Our current guide is for DEFCON Safe Mode, so we're going to make some minor updates tonight, and this will have all the information that you ever need to know, including recap videos of what happened. Yeah, that was basically Crypto Barons. So real quick, we're going to go to here. We're going to go into Twitch, and we're going to figure out who we're going to raid. Let's see who is currently up at stupid o'clock in the morning. It is 1:23. I can't believe we streamed this long. That's what she said. So Woke is up. DEFCON Music is jamming out as usual. Actually, you know what we should do real quick? Just to make sure we're not missing anything, let's actually go to the DEFCON Twitter. Because now, since they're focused on their Twitter, they can share a lot more stuff. So there's there's two things I know. One is there's the Illuminati party. I don't know if they're streaming now. I think they were streaming earlier. That's a party that we listed. I get invited every year. There's normally a puzzle to get in, and it's just like, annoyance. You know what? I'm going to throw a bone here, and I'm going to also follow this person, because I like this DJ setup. And look at all these stickers. They're obviously a cool hacker person, so we're going to follow them. But yeah, there's the Illuminati party, I guess, tonight. So we just followed them. Right now, Skittish and Bush, who are a staple at QueerCon DJing, they spread out everywhere. They were the closer for Black Hat USA this year, which was all virtualized, and now they are doing music right now for DEFCON Music, so we might raid them. Let's see who else is on here. So Red Team Village is still doing talks. Let's see. There's crypto bot trading, but I don't know. We've covered enough, I think, cryptocurrency today. Unfortunately, Project Melody has stopped streaming at this point because we streamed way too long. DEFCON TV is still an acid trip. The car hacking village is still going on. The CTF is still going on. And Hacks for Kids. And Vi is actually streaming. I have no idea who we should send you to. Because we're probably going to restream DEFCON Music. Actually, let's really quick check DEFCON Music, because that was an hour ago. So let's see. Oh no, that changed. Skittish and Bush was on earlier, but we could catch him now. It is Miss Jackalope. Oh, I love Miss Jackalope. She's the staple of everything at DEFCON. So you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna definitely rehost DEFCON Music, but we're gonna raid a different stream. We're gonna send you all to a different stream here. So unless you have any suggestions in chat, I'm going to pick one here. Let's see, which should we raid? Raid. You know, that old commercial. That ages me. the last thing I think I'm going to do is check out DEFCON safe mode and see if there's any latest tweets of any last minute things that are going on. I love this huge list here. All the streaming links. God, thank God they actually made the physical copies of the streaming links. Let's see. Someone actually made contact with the station. Miss Jackalope. I spent most of my weekends at LionCon Lobby Bar, which I'm going to check out soon, and I'm not sad for it. I feel sad because I've been jumping around everywhere. Skidis and Bush did really well. Let's see. Oh, there's a meetup today. Safe mode selfies. So let's see. The Dallas, Texas might be. Oh, they did a meetup on Google Meets. Still hanging out. Let's quickly jump in and see if we can actually get in on this call. I can't share the camera right now. So let's say Sidepocket. I'm gonna try, even though it said this warning. We're gonna see if it invites us in. Oh, we're in. Holy crap. Let's see. There's no physical chat. So there's no there's no text mode. But I'm gonna temporarily, I think, share my screen. We'll see if they'll let me do it, and we'll see what happens. Oh, chat's up here. Let's see.
So I mean, it's like, oh, okay, maybe it could actually be happening. I don't know. Looks like we had someone from DC. What was it? Where'd that person go? 201 Sidepocket. What up, Sidepocket?
So yeah, because we can't use like audio and video. I hope someone checks the chat eventually.
Anyway, yeah. So talk to Chloe this week. I wouldn't say that it's like sensitive, but I'll just share with you where this is going. We've got someone we're talking to at Forbes, someone we're talking to at Reuters, The Independent, Wired, Tech Target, and Wall Street Journal.
So a bunch of stuff.
We've got a couple.
I don't know if they'll allow me to present.
This was
But
contacts. There's two people.
we're gonna see this.
I don't know if they. One of them I think might
So,
be. I don't know if you call them
see my entire screen or a window. I'm gonna see if I can do a window. Let's see what they mean by that. So let's see. So
EFF, Bugcrowd, HackerOne's, Rhodium, Exploit Exchange, I'm the Cavalry.
let's do this.
Close.io. I'm going to work with Splunk, Rapid7, Tenable, Cisco, HP. And then as of today, we've got unspecific. Mad Hat is going to do our marketing multimedia.
Nice.
Yeah,
We're on a DC 201's live stream, by the way, guys.
Oh, sorry, what's that?
So we're on DC 201's live stream.
Any shout outs real quick? It's just 30 seconds.
I have some contacts at, you mentioned, I'm the Cavalry, so if you need any info there, I've got some contacts with them.
So yeah, this is the Dallas, Texas hackers.
So you're live streaming a stream?
I
love it. All right, well, I gotta represent them.
Let's just get them to join our stream. That's cool.
reminds me of the MTX CSG meetup. Last year. That was poor Philip. I was trying to do a Google Meet like this.
So I'm gonna go back in later. So we're out of that meeting, but I just wanted to show that off to shout them out there. I'm gonna go back into that meeting later. But yeah, so let's go back into finding a stream to raid. That was Dallas Dallas, Texas, and the Dallas Hackers. That's DC214. I think they might have been in the DEFCON group village, but I'll have to go back and double check that. I believe I did message them. If I didn't, I'm sorry. You guys can we can do a shootout duel in person next year at DEFCON 29. So let's refresh real quick, and we'll raid one stream, and then we'll reshare DEFCON music. So let's just see who's live right now real quick again. So let's see. So DEFCON music's playing with DJ Jackalope. Desert Heat Records is playing. Woke is going. Red Team Village. There's the crypto thing live stream where we're looking at crypto trading. Let's see what else is here. DEFCON TV. Who should I send? You know what we're gonna do? Let's raid the. Let's see, because I don't think Vi. Oh, you know what? Now we're gonna do Vi some other time, unfortunately. We're gonna send you guys over to the Red Team Village. So for you guys who really like talks, that's neat. And then we're gonna restream DEFCON music here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna switch things up. And I'm gonna that's not what I wanted to do. Oh boy. And there we go. And I'm gonna make myself huge, which is something that the ladies like. Ah! So yeah. So that was Crypto Barons. It's probably the longest episode of Crypto Barons. Oh my God! You know how you know it's a long episode of Crypto Barons? I forgot my blockchain. I feel naked without it. Where did my blockchain go? It's provided by Caesar, given to Jack, and then it's bestowed by me every. Oh yes. Oh, I missed you, buddy. I missed you, buddy. Are you okay? You good little blockchain? Yes, you are. You're going to be big and long after your first Genesis block, just like your father. Anyhow, after that creepiness, thank you for tuning in to Crypto Barons. I'm now going to go in and preliminary do the raid mode here. Let's see. So, again, thank you for watching Crypto Barons. Let's see. If you are interested, again, hit that bell, like, share, and subscribe. We will be on tomorrow during a PM time, Eastern Standard Time, to look at General DEFCON Safe Mode. I'll be streaming for at least, like, somewhere between 3 to 6 hours, so that's going to be fun. You might see some of the other GC21 members. I might bring some on Discord. It'll be really neat and complex. I will say we're going to actually, because of how we did everything, we're going to skip a day, so we're actually probably... Yeah, the next Crypto Barons, we're actually going to skip 2 weeks, and we're going to show up back again on the 29th, and then we'll be back to schedule because last month was 5 weeks, and it threw everything off. But I will say, for upcoming shows, tomorrow, again, we're going to be live streaming, and then next Wednesday at 12 will be... Oh, thank you, Hexbrain, for following us. We're going to send you over to the Red Team Village shortly. Next week will be Hackall and Commander at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Wednesday. And then on the 21st, because I keep getting my math wrong, actually before that on the 20th, G.I. Jack's Arch Val Linux Perspective, where he's going to show off Arch Linux, will show up. No, actually, wait a minute. Yeah, that should be the 20th. Yeah. And then on the... Or is it? No, he actually might skip a day. We'll figure out Arch Val Linux Perspective at some point. And then the 21st will be our meeting. 21st will actually be our meeting. We're going to have a lot of stuff going on there. And, of course, we're going to be making more guides. So that's going to be our upcoming content. Again, we're DEFCON 201. We are a computer hacker group located in Jersey City, New Jersey. We meet every third Friday of a month at an amazing sandwich shop, but due to COVID-19 and Trump's Gestapo and everyone being an idiot in this country, we've been live streaming not only our meetings, but we've been doing different shows, including Crypto Barons, including live streaming all the different virtual hacker conventions, and it just happened today to be both. So I hope you guys learned a lot about different blockchain technology provided by DEFCON, the different DEFCON villages. A huge shout out not only to all the goons and volunteers at DEFCON Safe Mode, but also the people at the blockchain village, the Monero village, the payment village. Am I forgetting something? And the also people at Coindroinds for sending us some Litecoin, which now finally went through. Let's see. Actually, I'm going to quickly see if we actually attacked anyone while we were away in order to do in order to do the things with the stuff. So yeah, I think we did attack. Let's see, activity. Yep, I attacked. I don't know if he defended correctly, but we did. Actually, I'm going to do a quick screen share again before we raid. Let's see. We did attack Phoenix. We're sorry, Phoenix. We just wanted to show us an example of Coindroinds. But thank you for a huge shout out for sending us that Litecoin for that. Anyhow, I'm one of the co-founders of DEFCON 2.1 Sidepocket. Thank you for checking out Crypto Baron and learning about the blockchain. I will see you later this month for a new episode. Don't forget our meetup on August 21st. Hopefully you have a great DEFCON safe mode. You're going to see me around the DEFCON safe mode Discord throughout the night, and I'll be on different Twitch channels and stuff as they pop up, checking out some music and things like that. And tomorrow we're going to be live streaming a bunch of activities. But again, if you like what you see, hit that bell, like, share, and subscribe. I'm trying to think of other things that I have to say. Yeah, no, I'm going to do the outro music here. So we're going to go raid the Red Team Village, and you're going to get some more knowledge bestowed on you, more hacker shit. So yeah, this was Sidepocket, one of the co-founders of DEFCON 201. Hack the planet, Dirty Jersey represent. Peace out.